People living in heaven don't need to think about those living in hell. That's the right thing to say. But somewhere in the middle of nowhere, a young man in the cave kept muttering. He had to look and keep watching until the end. He kept repeating those words dozens of times, while wondering in his head what if he is a person who was dropped into hell, and so he was now thinking of heaven all the time. This youth was contemplating a rock while staring blankly at the holographic screen in front of his face. Every second he kept repeating the words on the hologram screen to see through to the end, until finally he was tired and fell lying down, asking why he had to do that. In his sleep, this young man heard two people talking about him in Yunseol, namely his younger sister. In the darkness of this dream, the youth realizes that his name is Cha Shinhyun, a name mentioned by one of the people who are talking. In his dream, Cha Shinhyun realized he was sleeping with his younger sister in the back seat of the car. Suddenly their car had an accident, and when he woke up he was already in that mysterious cave. Cha Shinhyun didn't know how much time had passed, and when he woke up he did not know where his family was. All he knows is that he woke up alone in a mysterious cave. All he found in the cave was the book Heavenly Martial Origin Cultivation Art. And also the notification on the hologram screen asks Cha Shinhyun to keep watching until the end if he wants to go home. This young man wondered if he studied the book, then he could return to his family's arms. Cha Shinhyun could barely stand it anymore considering he had been in that cave for so many years. Finally, the system notified him that he had finished the tutorial. This young man was so shocked that he shed tears when he finally saw the exit at the end of the cave. But when the door appears and he exits, the place reached is not the end of the world, it's the earth, but an area called Murim. Cha Shinhyun fell to his knees at the edge of a cliff, realizing he was in a very strange place. This young man screamed and asked why they did this to him. She screamed while continuing to shed tears. For 10 years he tried to survive in that terrible cave. Now he is confused about what to do to see the end of the world. Suddenly a strange middle-aged man appeared and greeted Cha Shinhyun. The man said his family was starving, so the thin man wanted to ask for Cha Shinhyun's meat while brandishing his sword. Of course, Cha Shinhyun was shocked to hear that. And to survive, he finally fought back and instead killed his foreign man. Cha Shinhyun was shocked to have seen a corpse with his own hands. This young man was so pretentious that he said over and over again that he was not the killer. He was confused and didn't know what to do. He had no choice and he believed others would do the same. In his mind, this young man kept asking if he didn't know what he was doing. He was just trying to defend himself while holding the knife in his hand. But when he was stricken with extraordinary panic, suddenly a holographic screen appeared and said that he had successfully leveled up. At first, Cha Shinhyun was confused when he read the notification, but in the end, he laughed in a discordant voice. The moment he saw the message, he instinctively now understood what to do. Now he understood that to level up, and to return to his original world, he had to reach the maximum level. Time flies so fast, and in the present, Cha Shinhyun has been able to adapt to a new world. This young man finally carried the title of Supreme Swords Emperor, which means is the Supreme Sword Emperor. Now he was towering, and bravely pointing his sword at his defeated foe. Cha Shinhyun asked what generation of demonic cult his opponent was. Before his opponent could answer, Cha Shinhyun interrupted while saying that this opponent was the 8th generation, because previously those who died at the hands of Cha Shinhyun were the 6th and 7th generations. Cha Shinhyun said he was proud of his opponents for always looking after him for decades. Suddenly, an extremely strong bluish Kai energy appeared around Cha Shinhyun's body. He said he really enjoyed this fight, but he still killed the cult leader. Right at that moment, one of the chairman's men appeared and wanted to attack Cha Shinhyun with his sword. Luckily, the young man who now had very long hair managed to dodge in time. He also casually asked if it was okay for demonic cult followers to swear like that. As soon as the boy got close to him, Cha Shinhyun immediately pressed his face and made the boy stiff. Cha Shinhyun said he admired the young man's courage. Then, he delivered a strike that made the young man's entire body stiffen, and wouldn't listen to his master's thoughts. After long enough to astonish this young man with the illusion of his almighty power, Cha Shinhyun let go of this young man's face while saying if you want strength like that you need years or decades, it doesn't matter. Cha Shinhyun asked the young man to go back to learning a new demonic art and came back to meet him and comfort him. Then Cha Shinhyun said that the young man must become the new demonic cult leader. After that, he left the scene of the battle, which was so messy, with a big smile on his face. Cha Shinhyun rested under a tree while throwing his sword carelessly. He said the demonic cult leader this time wasn't great either. He wondered how to cheer himself up this time. Cha Shinhyun started thinking about creating an evil sect with a supreme master of martial arts. He felt that everything was getting boring now. Cha Shinhyun sat dreamily staring at the full moon shining brightly. He said it had been 140 years since he had lived such a boring life. That's right, you didn't hear wrong. It has been 140 years since he arrived in Murim after that incident. Slowly his memory began to dull. Cha Shinhyun, who has started to decide to see the end of the world, is slowly starting to lose the memory of the faces of his family members. Cha Shinhyun thought heaven is a place that has never existed in his life. Men today feel like they are living in hell every day. Now, Cha Shinhyun started and thought about ending it all. But suddenly a hologram screen appears and says that he has reached the maximum level. The system says the restriction requirement has been removed, and the final level cap, that is ascension of a god, has been lifted, and Cha Shinhyun will soon return to Earth. Cha Shinhyun burst out laughing. He didn't expect to finally be able to return to Earth after such a long time. Cha Shinhyun thought they finally took pity on him when he was about to give up. Or are they looking down on him? Thinking of the ascension of a god made Cha Shinhyun suspect that he was now at the level of the gods. But he felt strange, because if he was at the god level, then he should be free from worldly desires. But he was still filled with emotions that had never existed in his life when he thought back on his family. Cha Shinhyun thought his family was dead because so much time had passed. He had long ago lost the will to return to his original world. To him it was just another pointless dream. All that remains in Cha Shinhyun is the desire to take revenge on the person who made him go through the terrible situation he is in now. Cha Shinhyun screamed as he felt a powerful energy flow. In his mind, this man only wanted to kill and continue to kill. Whoever it is and wherever he is, Cha Shinhyun will kill him. A flash of energy that was so powerful shone brightly up to the sky as Cha Shinhyun was sent back to Earth. In 2011, the state of the Earth before Cha Shinhyun had an accident. A goddess appears and says that a day filled with nightmares will come soon. And the goddess says humanity must evolve to fight the nightmare, so mankind must not waste the blessings bestowed on them. At that time, dungeons opened up everywhere and monsters appeared. In a strange corner of the room, someone said that this adventure has finally begun, and you must have waited so long, Cha Shinhyun. Now we are shifting again in 2025. Currently, the location is in Korea, precisely in the Red Wolf dungeon. The woman looked overwhelmed as she shot a monster red wolf. She used the strong arrow skill to defeat the monsters that were trying to catch her comrades. The girl was the team leader named Cha Yun-sol. She immediately asked her team members to leave the place. While the young team member was praising Cha Yun-sol and thanking him, a monster red wolf suddenly appeared and ate his shoulder. Instantly Cha Yun-sol panicked and shouted the young man's name. But she realized she was too late because when she looked back, the rest of her team were also experiencing a similar tragedy. They were all attacked and eaten and even torn to pieces by the huge and terrible red wolf monsters. Cha Yun-sol at this point realized that the monsters were endless and her situation was getting more desperate because her MP was running low. Cha Yun-sol was worried that she would lose and die on the spot. Suddenly she heard someone running. It was a team member named Seo Junghyun. The girl tried to call him but was ignored, even though at this time Cha Yun-sol was starting to be pressured by dozens of monster red wolf. Meanwhile, Seo Junghyun continued to run as hard as he could, dodging the monster's attacks. He cursed in his heart for having joined a team of weak people. Seo Junghyun realized that if he remained in that place, his fate would be the same as his other colleagues. So this young man thought of getting out of the dungeon as soon as possible. But when he arrived at the dungeon gate, suddenly an arrow flew quickly and blocked his path. When Seo Junghyun looked back, apparently it was an attack launched by Cha Yun-sol, who was now approaching him with very strong anger energy. This girl swore at Seo Junghyun and asked where that son of a bitch was going. Seo Junghyun tried to make small talk and said that he was happy to see Chairman Cha Yun-sol safe. He felt very relieved even though the situation was chaotic. But Cha Yun-sol was no longer able to speak stale words and spoke kindly to him. This girl immediately lifted Seo Junghyun's collar and cursed right in front of his face with anger. Cha Yun-sol had warned from the start that this dungeon was too dangerous. Cha Yun-sol said that the tragedy and death of her comrades were because of a weak and stubborn human like Seo Junghyun. Seo Junghyun was angry. He shook off Cha Yun-sol's hand and said that he was not the cause of the death of Cha Yun-sol's team. Even this young man had the heart to say he didn't care about the others and had to save himself. Cha Yun-sol smiled sadly at the words of the young man in front of her. She just realized that this is the true nature of Seo Junghyun. Cha Yun-sol turned around and said she had gone crazy trying to talk trash like Seo Junghyun. So Cha Yun-sol asked Seo Junghyun to quickly go and take cover under his father's armpit. The girl asked with scary eyes whether this time his father would still be able to ignore his son's crimes after returning to the Dawn Guild this time. Seo Junghyun was inflamed upon hearing that. He immediately used his flagship Stone Crusher skill to attack Cha Yun-sol. The unprepared girl was finally thrown when hit by the attack. Cha Yun-sol's body was thrown into a tree. When Cha Yun-sol was unconscious, Seo Junghyun approached her and then tucked her hair, saying that Cha Yun-sol was an ignorant and stupid girl who didn't understand anything. Seo Junghyun asked sarcastically, "Does Cha Yun-sol feel like she's at the top after everyone praises her?" If Cha Yun-sol wanted to make her name even more famous, Seo Junghyun offered to help. So he said, due to placing too much importance on personal honors, Miss Cha Yun-sol became a hindrance. So the last dungeon conquest failed and all his team members died. Seo Jung-hyun then raised his hands, which were full of fire, to deliver the final attack while thanking Cha Yun-sol for the team leader's cooperation. Suddenly a thunderous thunder struck and fell right behind Seo Jung-hyun before he managed to attack Cha Yun-sol. From the bolt of lightning emerged a man with ancient clothes and very long hair. The system for the man appeared and said that he had reached internal level 50, which meant max. With this, he was successfully sent back to Earth. Cha Shinhyun burst out laughing when he realized the prize for reaching the maximum level was returning to Earth. He found his hobby of killing people disgusting. Even so, he still said with a cold face that he would kill whoever it was. Suddenly, Seo Jung-hyun said that the foreign man in front of him was having delusions because his speech was not unlike someone who was having delusions. Seo Jung-hyun cursed at the strange man who suddenly came out of nowhere. Then talk about wanting to kill this and wanting to kill that. This young man boldly regarded Cha Shinhyun as a telephone or a magician. When Seo Jung-hyun asked who the strange man was, he was ignored instead, because the man kept walking straight until he stopped by Cha Yun-sol's side. Seo Jung-hyun boldly said that he and Cha Yun-sol were having a duel, but it looks like Cha Yun-sol will die soon. In his mind, this young man started to panic if someone else found out that he and Cha Yun-sol were in a duel to death. Seo Jung-hyun thought no one knew what would happen if he let this stranger die. Seo Jung-hyun didn't know who the stranger in front of him was, but he had to make him shut up. So while Cha Shinhyun was closely observing Cha Yun-sol's face, Seo Jung-hyun told him to leave or else he would also be beaten up by Seo Jung-hyun. With his arms raised, Seo Jung-hyun mustered up his strength to hit Cha Shinhyun. But suddenly, a powerful bluish Kai energy repelled Seo Jung-hyun. This young man was aware that there was a dangerous energy emerging from Cha Shinhyun's body. Especially when this foreign man in front of Seo Jung-hyun stepped, the ground around him immediately cracked. This made Seo Jung-hyun start to shudder in fear. Cha Shinhyun walked up to Seo Jung-hyun while saying that he didn't realize someone was asking who he was. So now he will answer that he is the Supreme Swords Emperor, Cha Shinhyun. With ghastly eyes, this long-haired youth approached Seo Jung-hyun and touched his forehead, saying, even though he had told his identity, it meant nothing to Seo Jung-hyun anymore, because now Seo Jung-hyun was immediately shot with very strong energy. The energy was so strong that it emitted an extremely bright light and shattered the area around it for tens of meters. After he had had enough, Cha Shinhyun stopped his attacks and said that he was Cha Shinhyun, the older sister of Cha Yun-sol. Even so, the victim can no longer hear because his head has been crushed. At a young age, at that time Cha Yun-sol still cried often and annoyed her parents and threatened to leave Cha Yun-sol in that place. In the past, Cha Yun-sol loved the playground so much that she didn't want to go home. It was at this time that the brother would approach, gently asking if this sister liked playing hands so much. The older man said that if they continued to be in that place they would trouble their father and mother. Little Cha Yun-sol hugged her doll tightly while asking if they were going home now when they would be able to meet their brother who would soon be going to college and would soon be busy studying again. With great patience, the sister asked, didn't Yun-sol know that her brother really loved her? So even though he is busy studying, her brother will always see her. At that time, Cha Shinhyun said this while gently stroking Yun-sol's head. Cha Shinhyun also promised her to return to the playground when he returned home. After hearing that, only then could Cha Yun-sol smile and happily go home. She asked to be carried by her brother who happily granted sister's request. But suddenly, that beautiful dream turns into a nightmare when they have an accident. Cha Yun-sol started blaming herself for being so stubborn back then. Little Cha Yun-sol realized when both her parents had died and her brother was missing from her side. Cha Yun-sol immediately screamed when she managed to wake up from her nightmare. A man by the side said that he cured Cha Yun-sol with Kai. He also said that Cha Yun-sol's injuries were quite severe, so it would be a little difficult to move. Seeing the strange young man, Cha Yun-sol asked who he was. Cha Shinhyun knew that his sister would not recognize him because he was an adult. So Cha Shinhyun said that he couldn't carry Cha Yun-sol anymore, not because he was heavy, but because Cha Yun-sol was now an adult. Cha Yun-sol was clearly shocked to hear that. She didn't expect and really couldn't believe that the person who had said this before, who had previously given her a necklace, had finally returned. Unknowingly, Cha Yun-sol's tears came out when she knew exactly in front of her was brother Cha Shinhyun. With an annoyed and touched face, Cha Yun-sol asked where her brother had been all this time. Seeing his sister's condition, Cha Shinhyun immediately hugged her to calm her down. But suddenly Cha Yun-sol pushed her brother's body when she remembered Soo Jung-hyun. This girl asked where is Soo Jung-hyun. Cha Shinhyun said that the person in question attacked Cha Yun-sol earlier. He had perished without a head. Cha Yun-sol was clearly shocked to see that her brother who had just returned had killed someone. Moreover, it was Soo Jung-hyun. When Cha Shinhyun asked what was wrong with that, Suddenly Cha Yun-sol grabbed her brother's arm and asked Cha Shinhyun to run right now. Finally, Cha Yun-sol took her brother back to their old house. Inside the house, Cha Shinhyun immediately ran to look around. He said, "It's been a long time since left the house, but their old house hasn't changed much." While Cha Shinhyun was busy down and said that they were in big trouble because director Seo Kang-jin would definitely be looking for them. Cha Shinhyun was surprised to hear that foreign name. So Cha Yun-sol explained that director Seo Kang-jin was the director of the Dawn Guild and the father of Seo Jong-hyun. He used to be a member of a gang that was known for its sadism and cruelty. Apart from that, he is one of the 11 best in Korea. Cha Yun-sol said they had missed the time to report the situation due to fainting earlier. So Seo Kang-jin must have known that his son was dead. He would immediately suspect Cha Yun-sol because she was the only survivor. Cha Shinhyun even asked why his younger sister was worried about that, because later he would just have to kill Seo Kang-jin too. Cha Shinhyun's confident smile when he said this made Cha Yun-sol exasperated and pinched her cheeks. Cha Yun-sol told her brother to speak more rationally. Cha Yun-sol explained that Seo Kang-jin was above level 50. He became the director because he is very strong. And secondly, Cha Yun-sol thinks her brother's nickname is very ugly, because now no one uses the name Supreme Swords Emperor. Cha Yun-sol also asked why her brother was now speaking in such a strange tone. Cha Yun-sol asked why her brother is like this now after coming back after 14 years missing. Cha Yun-sol kept screaming and complaining about many things, including the departure of her parents and the loss of her brother. She wondered where her brother had gone all this time, and why did it suddenly appear? But suddenly Cha Yun-sol's criticism stopped when she saw her brother focusing on their big family photo. Cha Shinhyun understood that now both their parents had died. Then he explained the reason for his now strange speech, because all this time he lived in a place called Murim. How could he be there? Cha Shinhyun felt that it was too complicated to explain, but for now, he needed to understand the situation in this world right now. So Cha Shinhyun asked, what is a hunter? What are guilds? And does this world also have the concept of level 2? For a moment Cha Yun-sol was pensive. She was shocked, and her head felt like it was about to explode hearing her brother's barrage of questions. In the end, Cha Yun-sol even went out saying she would take care of this later. Now she had to take care of more important matters first. When asked by his sister where is she going, Cha Yun-sol answered that she would go to the Dawn Guild. When Cha Yun-sol had left, Cha Shinhyun went straight to his room, opened the door handle, and said that nothing had changed since before he left. It feels like yesterday he was still in that room. At this time, Cha Shinhyun thought about what his sister had said about his bad name. As a first step to being a good big brother, Cha Shinhyun had to think of another nickname. But Cha Shinhyun suddenly remembered the name Seo Kang-jin and wanted to find him. Right at that moment, Seo Kang-jin suddenly noticed the presence of several people outside their door. Apparently, now there are 3 scary people with strong bodies standing in front of the main door of their house. One of the people raised his hand and immediately kicked the door open with his strength. A man standing in the middle who looks the oldest immediately asks where is Cha Yun-sol. Apparently, he is Seo Kang-jin, the director of the Dawn Guild they should be avoiding right now. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Guild Dawn, the second-generation guild in Korea, Cha Yun-sol had just finished parking her car. Cha Yun-sol was worried that Seo Kang-jin had acted first. She was worried that if she entered the magnificent building, she would be caught by Seo Kang-jin. This girl is wondering who to ask for help with this problem. While being stricken with confusion and fear, suddenly a woman called Cha Yun-sol from behind. When he looked, apparently it was Lee Jae-hai, the deputy guild leader Dawn. Lee Jae-hai asked what Cha Yun-sol was doing there, because she should be doing dungeon conquest with team leader Seo Jong-hyun. Lee Jae-hai looked at the wound on Cha Yun-sol's left arm, then asked gently if something happened. Instead of answering right away, Cha Yun-sol even wondered whether Lee Jae-hai, as one of the best hunters in Korea, could be trusted. But this is the only choice Cha Yun-sol has now. So making up her mind, Cha Yun-sol started to explain everything to Lee Jae-hai. Meanwhile, at home, Cha Shinhyun scolded Seo Kang-jin for not knocking on doors when visiting other people's homes. The 2 young men who came with Seo Kang-jin were irritated by Cha Shinhyun's long-winded words. But Seo Kang-jin stopped them and immediately asked Cha Shinhyun where Cha Yun-sol was. However, Cha Shinhyun instead said he knew the reason Seo Kang-jin was looking for Cha Yun-sol. So Cha Shinhyun openly said that he was the killer of Seo Kang-jin's son named Seo Jong-hyun. Immediately Seo Kang-jin's face went red after hearing that. He was inflamed, screamed, and immediately released his inner strength knowing that his son's killer was in front of him. Instead of being afraid of seeing the opponent's strength, Cha Shinhyun smiled happily and said that this was how his opponent should be. He said he wanted to see how strong this Seo Kang-jin was. Seo Kang-jin charged toward Cha Shinhyun with full force as he drew his huge sword. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a beautiful girl named Lee Jae-hai said she wanted to meet Cha Shinhyun immediately after hearing from Cha Yun-sol that her brother had also just returned from Murim. When Seo Kangjin aimed his sword strike at Cha Shinhyun, the young man with long hair dodged it in time. The young man thought that Seo Kangjin's sword was enveloped by some kind of mysterious power. He knew that basically energy swords and swords aura were similar, but their origins were different. Cha Shinhyun began to wonder if this was the so-called ability of those called hunters. Cha Shinhyun remembered that the figure named Seo Jonghyun yesterday also used a strange power. This young man smiled happily and said they were worth researching. Seo Kangjin raised his sword with both hands, then used a zigzag motion to trick Cha Shinhyun. When it felt close, Seo Kangjin used his best strength to injure Cha Shinhyun. Now, Cha Shinhyun deliberately didn't dodge his opponent's attack. After being hit by an opponent's attack, Cha Shinhyun commented that such was apparently the level of Seo Kangjin's attack, which was on par with that of a peak martial arts master in Murim. Cha Shinhyun honestly said he was quite impressed. In contrast to Cha Shinhyun, who was still very calm, Seo Kangjin cursed in annoyance that his opponent managed to block his ultimate attack from him with his body. Instead, Seo Kangjin realized that he was the one who was pushed back by Cha Shinhyun's arm. The young man with the surname Cha asked with a terrible smile, "Is it true that basically there are 10,000 people in Korea with Seo Kangjin's level?" Before he could answer, the two young men who came with Seo Kangjin joined in to attack Cha Shinhyun when they saw that the leader was getting pressured. However, their attacks were both easily removed by Cha Shinhyun. Suddenly, a third youth appeared and attacked Cha Shinhyun with a fireball that was quite large and strong. The other youth, and Seo Kangjin, who was standing in the corner of the room, thought everything was done with the attack, and Cha Shinhyun had already lost. A young man with a sword wanted to immediately end the fight by stabbing Cha Shinhyun. But suddenly Cha Shinhyun appeared right in front of his face while asking them to attack slowly, and one by one. Then with one squeeze, the young man's sword shattered in Cha Shinhyun's hands. He said his opponent's attack this time quite exceeded his expectations. The crew-cut-haired man was shocked to see his sword shattered, especially when Cha Shinhyun released his inner strength, which formed a terrible bluish flame. It was clear he was panicking. But suddenly the fire went out, and Cha Shinhyun cleaned his shoulders calmly. This young man's body was without even the slightest scratch, even though earlier he had been burned by the fireball from the opponent. Cha Shinhyun remembered his sister's words even though he only disappeared for 14 years. Then he saw the three youths before he had reached the supreme peak of martial arts, a level where you have to accumulate not only 1,000 years of experience and techniques, but also have to be born with extraordinary talent. Cha Shinhyun was a little surprised to see that humanity in this era could catch up to Murim in just 14 years. Moreover, there were very few people who could reach the pinnacle level of martial arts masters in this world, like Seo Kangjin. Cha Shinhyun was completely speechless about that fact. Even so, they still haven't reached the top rank of martial arts masters. Based on what Cha Shinhyun had heard, Jongwoo's ranking did not include him. Because of that, he reached the top and wanted to set the ranking again. Finally, Cha Shinhyun really did reach the peak by becoming the sole victor after fighting all the martial arts masters of Jongwoo. Meanwhile, in the car driving through the evening streets, Cha Yunsol was surprised because suddenly the guild representative wanted to meet her brother. Normally, Cha Yunsol definitely wouldn't hide anything from Lee Jahai because it was who came to ask Lee Jahai for help. But Cha Yunsol still doubts whether Lee Jahai is a friend or foe. But Cha Yunsol remembered Lee Jahai's words earlier, that he would help never met until the end of the incident between Seo Jonghyun and director Seo Kangjin. As long as Cha Yunsol wants to meet her brother, Cha Shinhyun. Obviously, Cha Yunsol could not refuse the offer. Even so, Cha Yunsol wonders what Lee Jahai is thinking, who is still pensive. Suddenly, Lee Jahai asked if it was true that Cha Shinhyun suddenly disappeared a few years ago. Cha Yunsol replied that her brother disappeared in 2011. So it has been 14 years since then. Immediately, Lee Jahai was surprised to hear Cha Yunsol's explanation. This short-haired girl knows that Cha Shinhyun has been trapped in Murim for 140 years. Inside her head, Lee Jahai couldn't even imagine how strong this Cha Shinhyun figure was. Lee Jahai then changed the subject by asking what Cha Shinhyun was like with Cha Yunsol. The Cha replied that her brother was a friendly and kind person. And above all, Cha Yunsol knows her brother really likes to study. Even her brother managed to get into university without having to pay. From this, Lee Jahai knew that Cha Shinhyun was a genius. Cha Yunsol agrees with Lee Jahai's opinion that her brother is a genius. But according to Cha Yunsol, what is more important is her brother, who is persistent and truly tough. Once he starts something, he has to see it through to the end. Moving to the house, Cha Shinhyun even challenged the person who had managed to hit him with a fireball before because he had never felt the sensation of an attack like that before. While talking, the youth with the sword came back to attack Cha Shinhyun but was stopped with just a light fist without looking back. With a cold face, Cha Shinhyun said he was not interested in the man with the sword. Panicked, the man with the fireball just now took out small blocks of ice with his magic circle. Of course, Cha Shinhyun wasn't surprised by that simple ice attack. having experienced many such tricks of ice in the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Now, Cha Shinhyun instead turned around to give a dragon-shaped ice attack that instantly froze his opponent. With a terrible smile, Cha Shinhyun said that an ice attack should be like that. Seeing that his two friends fell easily, the young man with a shield immediately ran as fast as he could, saying he wanted to live. But when he wanted to go to the entrance, he felt a large invisible barrier blocking his way to the exit. Before he could say more, Cha Shinhyun had already shot him with one strike. Seo Kangjin was starting to get annoyed that the last person who was supposed to be standing as a shield ran away and ended up dying. Cha Shinhyun instead said that gangsters apparently didn't really care about loyalty. At this point, Seo Kangjin realized that his opponent was very strong as he could use ice magic, barrier, and death shot magic with a single finger. Seo Kangjin even suspected that Cha Shinhyun was someone who was under a mysterious wizard system. But thinking about it, Seo Kangjin believed that a wizard couldn't possibly withstand his attacks. Seo Kangjin only realized that the house was not damaged even though they had fought so fiercely. Seo Kangjin accused Cha Shinhyun of using some tricks because he knew Seo Kangjin and his group would come, so prepared everything. Cha Shinhyun calmly explained that he used his mind swords to cover the area. Since it had been a long time since Cha Shinhyun had returned to the house, of course, he didn't want to let the gangsters dirty the floor of his house. Well, since someone like Seo Kangjin would have a hard time understanding what he meant, Cha Shinhyun would keep it simple. Those who enter their territory from the start clearly will not be allowed to pollute it. Seo Kangjin was irritated by such long-winded explanations and belittled himself. So this old man was determined not to lose even by himself. He exerted all his strength until he entered Berserker skill mode. In that mode, he went berserk and shouted at the top of his lungs. All of his inner strength was used up until his entire body emitted a terrifying red glow. Cha Shinhyun knew the man in front of him was like a monster and increased his strength too quickly. Cha Shinhyun suspected that his opponent intended to die with him. Then, Seo Kangjin attacked Cha Shinhyun with all his might. Even his attacks are so fast and very agile. Cha Shinhyun suspected that his opponent had lost his common sense, a hot temper just like one of the martial artists. Because this fight is very pleasant for Cha Shinhyun, so he will show his respect to Seo Kangjin. Cha Shinhyun picked up the broken sword earlier, then killed Seo Kangjin with just one slash. After his opponent fell, Cha Shinhyun said Seo Kangjin should be proud of receiving an attack from the Supreme Sword's Emperor. A while later, Cha Yunsal arrived home with Lee Jihai. Of course, Cha Yunsal welcomes her guests in a friendly and polite manner. When she was surprised to find the door of the house open, apparently she was even more surprised when she saw her brother mopping up the blood on the floor. Cha Yunsal immediately exploded and asked her brother what happened. Cha Shinhyun tried to ask his sister not to be surprised at a housewarming party. How could Cha Yunsal not be shocked and even more irritated when her brother said that while wringing a cloth covered in blood? Cha Yunsal exploded and screamed angrily again when asked why the housewarming party was filled with blood. Cha Yunsal asked with all her might why the brother kept causing trouble since she came back. Seeing his sister's anger, Cha Shinhyun said his sister's angry expression was really good. So if she went to Murim, it was certain that Cha Yunsal would be the most powerful person there. Suddenly, Cha Shinhyun noticed Lee Jihai's presence, who was still standing quietly behind Cha Yunsal. This young man felt that the energy of Lee Jihai's eternal art was able to resonate with his heavenly material origin. In fact, Cha Shinhyun was even more surprised when he heard that Lee Jihai could use voice transmission via telepathy. So he asked who Lee Jihai really was. From inside her mind, Lee Jihai said that it wasn't just Cha Shinhyun who had left that place. Instantly, Cha Shinhyun was shocked and lost for words when he heard Lee Jihai's words. One sunny day, Cha Yunsal woke up with a startled attitude. She seemed to remember something and immediately ran out of the room in a hurry. Cha Yunsal immediately called her brother's name with a worried face. Suddenly, a soft voice answered, "Was Cha Yunsal awake?" The figure of Cha Shinhyun, who has now cut his hair and is wearing clothes. A normal young man in Korea is standing in front of the mirror smiling to greet his little sister. I asked if Cha Yunsal was worried that she would disappear again. Cha Yunsal felt relieved in her heart, because realizing the return of her brother was not just a dream. Cha Yunsal also asked why her brother woke up so early. Before Cha Shinhyun could answer, his phone rang and he said goodbye. It's been a week since Cha Shinhyun came back, but to Cha Yunsal, this still felt unreal to her. That day, Vice Chairman Lee Jihai didn't leave anything for Cha Shinhyun, and just said, "Let's meet again soon," before finally disappearing. Immediately afterward, the men in black appeared and handled the corpses of Director Seo Kangjin and his subordinates. The next day, reports about Seo Jonghyun appeared on the news, along with the news of Seo Kangjin's sudden retirement. From this, Cha Yunsal knew that Lee Jihai kept her promise. As the sole survivor and the person in charge of yesterday's Red Wolf dungeon raid, Cha Yunsal was put on long-term probation from the guild. That day, Cha Shinhyun was called by Lee Jihai. making Cha Yun-sol wonder what she wanted from her brother. Cha Yun-sol hopes that her brother, Cha Shinhyun, will return safely. Lee Jae-hai sat in a living room decorated with ancient ornaments synonymous with wooden ornaments. This beautiful girl was sitting on an old-fashioned round wooden chair and table. Cha Shinhyun said that Lee Jae-hai didn't seem worried even though she was always being watched by others. Lee Jae-hai smiled and said that Cha Shinhyun had noticed it. This girl said they weren't monitors, but just guards. Cha Shinhyun sat down and enjoyed the tea that was served. This young man noticed that the tea tasted very familiar. Seeing the expression on Cha Shinhyun's face, Lee Jae-hai knew that this young man recognized the taste of the tea she gave him. Lee Jae-hai said that it was Hui Junshin Yinjin tea, which was a very precious tea in ancient China. Lee Jae-hai said she often stopped by Hanam to drink this tea. Of course, back then he was still in Murim. Cha Shinhyun was happy that the girl in front of him spoke to the point. Then Lee Jae-hai also said that 3 people had confirmed their return from Murim. It was Cha Shinhyun, Lee Jae-hai, and the leader of the Twilight Guild, Park Tae-hoon. Twilight Guild and Dawn are 2 organizations that share influence in the Korean Hunter Association. Currently, there is a rift between the two with quite complicated enmity. But long ago, before Lee Jae-hai compared stories with Park Tae-hoon, some things were revealed. One day in 2011, a young man named Park Tae-hoon opened his eyes in a mysterious cave. On one side of the cave is a book called Heavenly Material Origin Cultivation Art. And after leaving the cave, he finds himself in a strange world called Murim. This incident was very similar to what Cha Shinhyun and Lee Jae-hai had experienced themselves. Lee Jae-hai also received a notification from the system that if she wanted to return to her original world, then she had to see the end of this world. Lee Jae-hai said that Cha Shinhyun returned to his original world many years later, and the Earth had entered the era of hunters and dungeons. Lee Jae-hai assumed whether this was a task or a plot from a higher power, we don't know. But how the world changed and their going to Murim was connected. Lee Jae-hai also asked how much Cha Shinhyun knew about hunters and dungeons. Cha Shinhyun said that 14 years ago, after the divine revelation of the goddess, dungeons, monsters, and hunters all started to appear. The class system and skills are not much different from the RPG games they played when they were little. More importantly, Cha Shinhyun wanted to know how Lee Jae-hai and Park Tae-hoon could return to Earth. Lee Jae-hai replied that they came back after death. Lee Jae-hai asked, "Isn't that the same as what happened to Cha Shinhyun himself?" Cha Shinhyun's body shook and a dark aura appeared when he heard Lee Jae-hai's answer. He remembered the system word for seeing the end of the world. This young man was truly shocked that he could return in such a fashion. Cha Shinhyun wonders if the goddess knows who sent him to Murim, and what was the reason for sending Cha Shinhyun to Murim. Just like the reward for maxing out his martial arts level was returning to Earth, then there should also be a prize for successfully maximizing his novel as a hunter later. The prize will be the answer to Cha Shinhyun's question later, even if she didn't want to lose her face as a goddess. Cha Shinhyun also asked Lee Jae-hai why the girl didn't immediately say her intention in approaching Cha Shinhyun. Was there something he wanted from Cha Shinhyun? Lee Jae-hai sighed and took Cha Shinhyun out for a walk to talk about this. First, Lee Jae-hai said that the Dawn Guild was facing Park Tae-hoon, not the Twilight Guild. They faced their opponents carefully in a situation where they didn't know what would happen until director Seo Kang-jin died. Because Cha Shinhyun, after thinking about the main force behind the Dawn Guild, namely Seo Kang-jin, Cha Shinhyun had to take responsibility. So Lee Jae-hai asked Cha Shinhyun to join the Dawn Guild. He will be given the position of an executive. Even Lee Jae-hai can promise unimaginable wealth and fame. Lee Jae-hai said that it wasn't a bad deal, right? Cha Shinhyun replied that this offer came from his sister's boss, so it was hard to ignore. But this young man still refused. Lee Jae-hai was surprised and asked why. Cha Shinhyun replied that he likes to act alone. Moreover, serving someone lower than himself felt nothing great for Cha Shinhyun. Lee Jae-hai was silent for a moment hearing Cha Shinhyun's answer. Then she proposed to test him, to find out who was weak between the two of them. Cha Shinhyun rubbed his chin and thought. Then he said that Lee Jae-hai should know that 1 year in Murim is the same as 10 years on Earth. Then Lee Jae-hai must have known that Cha Shinhyun spent 140 years of his life in Murim. Lee Jae-hai replied that age and skill don't always go hand in hand. Cha Shinhyun agreed with Lee Jae-hai's idea. But still, he said, the person who had only spent 300 years in the Murim was still weaker than him. Without answering Cha Shinhyun's words, Lee Jae-hai immediately summoned her strength and opened up the wall between them from the outside world. This was Lee Jae-hai's original skill, which was commonly called shadow dance. Cha Shinhyun looked around and realized his senses were cut off. The surroundings became cloudy and the area affected by this skill was up to 50 meters. Recreating an art of this magnitude with just the laws of physics would take a lot of time and energy. Lee Jae-hai explained that this was her original skill, so they are currently in a temporary dimension that reflects the real space they are currently in. From the outside, they both just suddenly disappeared. Lee Jae-hai also said that she was called Bloody Plum Blossom when she was in Murim. This girl had never failed at killing before. Seeing this opponent's ability, Cha Shinhyun knew that Lee Jihai was an assassin who was willing to fight to the death even though her hands were tied. Lee Jihai said that if you want to get out of the room that she created, the method is very simple. Either Cha Shinhyun destroyed himself or Cha Shinhyun died at the hands of Lee Jihai, who now carries 2 large swords in both hands. Instead of being afraid of Lee Jihai's scary expression, Cha Shinhyun joked that this was a murder in broad daylight. But he knew Lee Jihai's skill didn't include trapping the enemy. Without further ado, Lee Jihai slid, attacking Cha Shinhyun, until her sharp blade was now right at Cha Shinhyun's neck. With a cold expression, this woman said of course she didn't mean to just set things up. Cha Shinhyun casually avoided Lee Jihai's attack, which was right at his neck. But Lee Jihai didn't give up easily. She continued to deploy a barrage of extremely ferocious attacks. Even so, Cha Shinhyun always managed to dodge his attacks, no matter how fast they were. Then Lee Jihai delivered the finishing blow that was strong enough for Cha Shinhyun to be knocked back a few meters. Cha Shinhyun noticed the daggers in both of Lee Jihai's hands, and one of them was held upside down, as well as a strange fighting style. Then this youth immediately recognized it was the Murim world's greatest assassin martial art, the Dark King. And his skill is called Moonlight Blood Road. Lee Jihai was impressed that the opponent immediately knew the name of the attack with just one glance. Cha Shinhyun smiled and said he had fought someone who used that skill before, but due to his lack of experience at that time, he was accidentally able to kill his opponent in an instant. Lee Jihai was shocked to hear that, but Cha Shinhyun had not finished talking. This young man said he would let Lee Jihai do 3 styles against him. If Lee Jihai manages to beat Cha Shinhyun with one of her 3 styles, then Cha Shinhyun is willing to join the Dawn Guild. Then Cha Shinhyun assumed the attack just now was his first. After hearing Cha Shinhyun's interruption, Lee Jihai with a cold face told Cha Shinhyun to do as she pleased. Cha Shinhyun himself was surprised to see Lee Jihai's ability. Even though she was in Lee Jihai's domain, it was still strange to see her escape his senses. It was as if the girl was moving by yawning. So Cha Shinhyun wondered if this was also part of the skill itself. Lee Jihai created several energy patterns right above Cha Shinhyun's head. Instead of panicking at the thought of an attack that looked dangerous, Cha Shinhyun chuckled instead. Then she crouched down to prepare to jump or dodge Lee Jihai's attack that turned like a missile that was chasing him. Cha Shinhyun finally used his strength to block Lee Jihai's attack, which was so fast. After all the attacks were parried, Cha Shinhyun landed slowly on the ground while saying that earlier was quite impressive. Suddenly Lee Jihai had come attacking again with the dagger in her hand blazing with destructive energy. Luckily Cha Shinhyun again managed to mount the attack with his strength. Smiling, the young man said that earlier was the second attack. Finally, Lee Jihai decided to retreat because her attack was once again easily parried by Cha Shinhyun. This girl said that she already suspected the strongest master who died at the age of 150, the master of Shaolin, Cha Shinhyun. The person who was considered his equal was the strongest. Hearing the praise, Cha Shinhyun just casually scratched his cheek. Lee Jihai was annoyed because this young man seemed to think his praise was just a normal thing. Suddenly, Lee Jihai turned serious again as she shot energy spears out of the ground with her strength. This girl said that if she managed to kill Cha Shinhyun, would she become the strongest person in the Murim world. Cha Shinhyun smiled a little and belittled the words of the girl in front of him. He was completely speechless hearing Lee Jihai's opinion. Even though Lee Jihai's energy spears turned into a hurricane and aimed at her, Cha Shinhyun stood still casually. Lee Jihai cast the skill Shadow Dagger. Swinging both daggers at once, Lee Jihai created a terrifying attack that headed straight for Cha Shinhyun. The youth calmly said Mind Swords, which immediately created a terrifying light to counter Lee Jihai's attack. The attack energy released by Cha Shinhyun was so powerful that it made it difficult for Lee Jihai to hold herself upright. Suddenly, a very large rock was thrown right in front of Lee Jihai, who didn't notice the stone's arrival. Lee Jihai panicked because she was so frightened that she couldn't move. This girl could only close her eyes when only an inch more of the boulder hit her. Cha Shinhyun appeared and with one punch managed to crush the rock into small pieces. With a calm face, this young man said the last style to attack him was done. So he asked Lee Jihai with a smiling face if this girl wanted to continue fighting again. With hands still shaking, Lee Jihai finally said that she didn't want to continue the fight, and she admitted defeat. The barrier around them slowly dissipated and they returned to the real world. Lee Jihai said she would not ask for another fight with Cha Shinhyun. Instead, Lee Jihai asked to be told one thing. What did Cha Shinhyun just do to her? Because Lee Jihai momentarily felt like she was facing an existence that she shouldn't be fighting. Cha Shinhyun sat relaxed as he explained that Lee Jihai's guess was not wrong. Cha Shinhyun admitted that Lee Jihai was strong enough to beat the ordinary strong people in her space. Lee Jihai was a little surprised to hear that. She asked what realm had Cha Shinhyun reached. Meanwhile, Cha Shinhyun said that the effect of combining martial arts and skills was extraordinary. The fight earlier was also quite fun for Cha Shinhyun. Finally, Cha Shinhyun accepted Lee Jihai's offer to join the Dawn Guild. but on condition that the Dawn Guild will provide him with martial arts support as well as information. So Cha Shinhyun will help this organization with his strength. But Cha Shinhyun would do that as an outsider and not as a member of the Dawn Guild. Lee Jae-hai could think of this as an alliance. Cha Shinhyun just doesn't like having to be under someone, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want help. After thinking for a long time, Lee Jae-hai finally agreed to Cha Shinhyun's idea, but with the promise that the young man with black hair would not cooperate with the Twilight Guild no matter what. Cha Shinhyun got up from his seat while saying he would promise in the name of the Supreme Swords Emperor. Finally, the two of them shook hands as a sign of agreement between the two. In his heart, Lee Jae-hai thought that the call sounded too flashy for Cha Shinhyun as well. Before their handshake could be broken, Cha Shinhyun asked Lee Jae-hai to stop watching him. So far, Cha Shinhyun has been holding back because he's at his younger sister's workplace. But Cha Shinhyun can't guarantee it will continue. Lee Jae-hai replied that she would not do anything to harm their relationship with Cha Shinhyun. So of course, Lee Jae-hai would immediately pull those guards over. Cha Shinhyun is thankful for that. Suddenly Cha Shinhyun pulled his sleeve until it was torn. Then he gave the piece of cloth to Lee Jae-hai while apologizing because he had injured Lee Jae-hai just now. Lee Jae-hai was surprised to see Cha Shinhyun's very gentle attitude, until Lee Jae-hai subconsciously took the cloth for granted. Cha Shinhyun apologized for making fun of Lee Jae-hai about her 3 skills. Cha Shinhyun just wanted to confirm the true skill of a Supreme Peak Realm Master and a high ranker who was also a hunter. Cha Shinhyun looked a little awkward when he said this. Lee Jae-hai replied that she understood Cha Shinhyun's meaning, but she was fine. Instead, he was happy because he was able to fight at full power to bring out his long-buried killing intent. Cha Shinhyun now understood why Lee Jae-hai only aimed at his vitals. Then Cha Shinhyun asked why the girl in front of him chose to learn the assassin art out of so many other martial arts. Lee Jae-hai instead answered Cha Shinhyun's question by asking another question. Did that young man ever think about wanting to kill someone so badly? Cha Shinhyun fell silent. To be honest, that desire was still in his heart. He even still well remembered the sensation when the system asked easily whether Cha Shinhyun wanted to return to his world. If yes, then see the end of this world. Words that always annoyed him every time he remembered it. Cha Shinhyun knew what Lee Jae-hai meant because he had always thought about that. Namely, the desire to kill the person behind the system. Finally, Lee Jae-hai got back into her luxury car which was parked at the edge of the park. The driver asked if the guild representative was okay, remembering that she had just used the shadow dance skill. With a small smile, Lee Jae-hai replied that she couldn't even scratch Cha Shinhyun with that skill. As expected, Cha Shinhyun did exceed his expectations. Lee Jae-hai even ran out of stamina and her MP was running low. Lee Jae-hai even realized that during the match earlier, Cha Shinhyun didn't attack her at all. This tough girl didn't even realize what Cha Shinhyun did to block her dagger attack just now. As soon as he entered the house, Cha Shinhyun was immediately hugged by his sister. This young man was clearly shocked and asked why his sister was behaving like that. Cha Yun-sol asked her brother to be quiet because she wanted to talk. With an innocent face, Cha Yun-sol asked her brother not to go anywhere again from now on. She even asked her brother not to do anything dangerous and to stay at home. Cha Yun-sol is really afraid that her brother will disappear again. Cha Shinhyun immediately stroked his sister's hair gently upon hearing his sister's request. Cha Shinhyun said he really understood his sister's feelings. However, he will become a hunter. Instantly, Cha Yun-sol's face became even more terrifying when she asked if her brother wanted to die. As soon as the two of them sat facing each other in the living room, Cha Shinhyun took out the mystery box that he got from Lee Jae-hai. From Lee Jae-hai, this young man knew he would get the window status of a hunter after possessing the mystic box. So Cha Shinhyun immediately held the mystic box happily. The colorful box shone so brightly, before slowly dimming and melting in Cha Shinhyun's hands. Of course, Cha Shinhyun was annoyed to see the box missing and empty. He asked his sister if maybe Lee Jae-hai was a con artist. Cha Yun-sol let out a sigh of regret before finally explaining to Cha Shinhyun that the box work was like that. Now Cha Shinhyun just needs to say Windows status. Cha Shinhyun immediately followed his sister's interruption. Then quickly 2 hologram screens appeared and showed the status. The yellow color screen is the Murim status window. No one could see the yellow holographic screen except himself. Meanwhile, on the other hand, is the status window for hunters. Cha Yun-sol got close to her brother to see what status window he got. When she saw her brother's window status was classless, instantly Cha Yun-sol's face lit up. She told Cha Shinhyun that the path was not to become a hunter. She also tried to comfort her brother so that he would not drown in sorrow for too long. Seeing Cha Yun-sol's attitude, Cha Shinhyun was clearly surprised and asked what was wrong. Cha Yun-sol explained that hunter is divided into 6 classes: warrior, shelter, wizard, cleric, archer, and assassin. If Cha Shinhyun enters a higher rank, of course, there will be even more divisions. But those 6 are the basic hunter classes. An example is Cha Yunsol herself. Her basic class hunter is archer, but his high class rank is a sniper. The average person starts with a basic class, so they can neither reject nor change it. But Cha Shinhyun's class is classless, which means he doesn't have a class at all, and the system detects that Cha Shinhyun is an ordinary human. Cha Yunsol said that people who have classless status can indeed become hunters, but the skill can only be increased from a skill cub. Unlike the general hunter class, you can level up just by getting points. For reference, the cheapest skill is the hand-to-hand technique, which costs 20 million won, and a sword technique worth 25 million won. Hunters with automatic classes gain skills just by leveling up. But the hunter classless had no choice but to continue investing his money in skills. So Cha Yunsol asked if her brother had any money. Cha Yunsol's extremely sinister mocking expression irritated Cha Shinhyun. But suddenly Cha Shinhyun remembered that he had Lee Jihai as a financial backer. Cha Yunsol is annoyed that her brother is not fooled so easily. Behind Cha Yunsol's back, the brother felt relieved had made an alliance. But now it wasn't the only problem Cha Shinhyun was thinking about. He was concerned about his status of being classless. This youth wondered if they thought he, who was a martial genius who would never appear again in the Murim world, was a talentless hunter. Obviously, that sounded ridiculous to Cha Shinhyun. Now they were on Mount Chaik in the Dawn Guild's territorial dungeon. In other words, it was a rabbit monster dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Cha Yunsol was showing her brother how to hunt monsters. But Cha Shinhyun instead said his sister seemed to work too hard just to take down one monster. Cha Yunsol explained that a rookie hunter who thinks like a brother must have messed things up, thinking his opponent is too easy. Cha Shinhyun said something like that would never happen to him. This youth picked up the red crystal that appeared after the rabbit monster disappeared. Cha Shinhyun knew it was a moonstone that Yunsol said could make money for them. Cha Yunsol confirmed this. Moonstone is a non-polluting natural resource and stores an extraordinary amount of energy. That was why the nuclear power plant had been slowly disappearing ever since the appearance of the monsters. Cha Yunsol asked her brother to be careful, even though her brother said he was the strongest martial artist, because anything can happen in the dungeon. Just as Cha Yunsol finished speaking, her brother immediately shot down 3 rabbit monsters at once with one finger. As soon as he finished, Cha Shinhyun said that if he used martial arts knowledge to defeat monsters, then he would not get hunter's experience. So he called up his status windows to view information about himself again. Cha Shinhyun started thinking about asking Lee Jihai to give him a different skill. But suddenly Cha Yunsol said loudly while saying that her brother was shameless for wanting skills for free without doing dungeon tutorials. Cha Shinhyun really ignored his sister. He kept reading about the status of skills, and her mastery of skills was all -D. Cha Yunsol warned her older sister that no matter what contract he made with Lee Jihai, she was still no ordinary woman. Cha Yunsol was worried that Lee Jihai would take everything from her brother. Cha Shinhyun fell silent. His eyes turned very dark. When Cha Yunsol asked what was going on with her brother, suddenly Cha Shinhyun pulled her hand to go to a better hunting ground. A few moments later, the two of them were standing on top of a cliff, below which were tens, maybe hundreds of rabbit monsters. Cha Yunsol was very shocked to see that many monsters. She wondered how many monsters were in that place. Cha Shinhyun answered confidently that the number of monsters they saw right now was 337. Cha Shinhyun could be sure because he had checked this location with his senses. Cha Yunsol thought this amount was too much for a rookie like her brother, but Cha Shinhyun instead asked her not to worry before he finally jumped while waving at Cha Yunsol. When he fell, Cha Shinhyun even smiled a little while looking at his sister's face. He thought someone like him couldn't possibly attain the shameful status of classless, so he wouldn't spare someone who had bestowed swordsmanship -D on someone who had reached the pinnacle of the swordsmanship martial arts. Cha Shinhyun said while landing that jokes also have a limit. The moment this youth landed, the ground around him immediately cracked as if what had just fallen down was something that had a weight of hundreds of kilograms. Cha Yunsol still scolded her brother even though he was able to land safely. Cha Shinhyun told his sister to get rid of her anger while thinking about how to cook a rabbit. As the rabbits' faces turned red with anger, suddenly a Windows system appeared and asked them to slash along the line. But Cha Shinhyun obviously wouldn't listen to the notification. He instead slashed directly at the hologram screen while saying the system was so noisy. Instantly, hundreds of rabbit monsters in that place rushed towards Cha Shinhyun. Skillfully, Cha Shinhyun swung his sword, slashing his opponent without hesitation. While fighting, this youth smiled and said, "Indeed, who are you teaching that annoying system to?" A moment later, Cha Shinhyun said, "Didn't they say the hunter skill appeared 14 years ago? You're 100 years too early to teach me." That was Cha Shinhyun's arrogant words when he finally finished the menu when all the rabbit monsters were finished until all that was left was the moonstone. Cha Shinhyun was annoyed again because the hologram screen kept appearing to congratulate him after he defeated the rabbit monster. He wondered why there were so many notices like this. Apparently, the hologram told Cha Shinhyun that he had upgraded his swordsmanship skills to rank A+. Cha Shinhyun was quite happy to read the notice, but he kept pressing on the hologram screen because he wanted to resize it, which was too small. When Cha Yunsol finally came down from the cliff and asked her brother, "What are you doing?" Cha Shinhyun answered he doesn't know, because my English skills are not that good. He only knew that his swordsmanship had increased. Now Cha Yunsol understood what was wrong with her brother's Windows screen. It was only natural that the hologram screen kept popping up and giving notifications because her brother had reached a plus level skills in just a very short time. When he saw something, Cha Shinhyun asked his sister if it was true that he could gain experience when fighting monsters using a passive skill that didn't spend MP. Cha Yunsol confirmed this and asked why. Cha Shinhyun instead replied that it was nothing while smiling mysteriously at the holographic screen in front of him. He realized Origin's skill could be used freely, so he wanted to make things easier in the future. Cha Shinhyun took a swing, clenched his palms, and punched the free air in front of him until dust flew up from the force of the punch. Now Cha Shinhyun knows that he can use his martial skills and can still gain experience. This youth now understood why the strongest hunters in Korea were Lee Jae-hai and Park Tae-hoon, because just like him they had original skills too. Cha Yunsol was amazed to see her brother's martial arts skills. She asked her brother to teach martial arts. At first, Cha Yunsol did it when Cha Shinhyun managed to beat Seo Kangjin that easily, but today saw it for me and realized how strong the older brother was. The incident at Red Wolf Dungeon, when her comrades were being attacked completely, made Cha Yunsol not want to experience it again. But there's no guarantee it won't happen again. But for Cha Yunsol, who was a team leader, if she was still on the same level, she wouldn't be able to save her friends anymore, thus creating another regret the next day. Cha Yunsol even cried when she said this. Cha Yunsol realized that she couldn't be as strong as her brother. But if you study martial arts, things might be a little different. Cha Shinhyun patted his sister on the shoulder saying he would teach Cha Yunsol. So he asked his sister to control her emotions and calm down. Cha Shinhyun was honest with Cha Yunsol that he had never had a student before, but he will still teach his sister firmly. According to Cha Shinhyun's heart, this was a good idea because he couldn't always be by his sister's side. So Cha Yunsol should be able to protect herself too, because no one knows what will happen in the future. Then Cha Shinhyun turned around and excitedly said they would go to the next place. They headed to the next hunting location while running. While on the road, Cha Yunsol asked her brother what to do after this because he had mastered swordsmanship. Besides that, Cha Yunsol wonders if her brother will still continue to use his warrior skills. Suddenly, two rabbit monsters appeared from above Cha Shinhyun. This young man immediately clenched his fist and prepared to attack while saying he could raise his level even if he used martial arts now. He proved his point by defeating the two rabbit beasts with one powerful punch. While Cha Yunsol was still trying to look around more clearly, Cha Shinhyun said he wasn't sure, but there was one thing he could be sure of. With the current situation, Cha Shinhyun's future as a hunter is still unclear. So if Cha Yunsol wants to increase her level as a hunter, then maybe later. Because now Cha Shinhyun wants to master the special class skill first. In his mind, Cha Shinhyun knew that Lee Jae-hai could raise their level higher by combining her martial arts and assassin skills. So Cha Shinhyun also had to find skills that could be combined with martial arts. Suddenly, this young man jumped into the middle of the crowd of rabbit monsters while exerting his inner strength. He had memorized a skill that had the manifestation of martial art but was useless when learned. There is one skill that is difficult to combine with Cha Shinhyun's martial arts, namely wizard skill Fireball, and those skills generally cover all of magic. Cha Shinhyun threw his blue fire version of Fireball. Yunsol was amazed at her brother's ability and wanted to ask what her brother was doing. But his voice weakened when Cha Shinhyun called her and said that he wanted to become a wizard. Instead of being happy, Cha Yunsol was silent with a gloomy face. Inside her head, this woman was grumbling because she had to explain several times to her brother that he was classless, which meant he couldn't become a wizard. Even if he could obtain a wizard, the skill would not be easy to learn. In the end, Cha Yunsol could only remain silent and be annoyed at the behavior of her brother who didn't want to listen to her. Right now, Cha Shinhyun was staring at the two holographic screens in front of him, thinking that after studying the Hunter system he was sure there was a huge difference between Windows states. Hunter system and Murim system Windows status. Murim status window displays only one condition. There is no special function other than seeing the level and condition of the external and internal arts. Knowing his condition would be of great help to a martial arts user, but on the other hand, the Hunter's status window displayed everything, starting from skill and stamina to MP. The layout is also easy to use, there are many functions, and quite detailed. The nature and approaches of the two systems are very different. It's as if these two systems were created by two people with very different personalities but with the same abilities. This system requires players to fight monsters to get XP. The rewards are also given quickly and reliably, so many people want to become hunters. But of course, there are still risks. Shinhyun believes that everyone can become strong if they can believe in themselves. On the other hand, the way to gain power in Murim is slower and more dangerous. By spending a lot of time training and risking one's life, one can only get the power one wants. If you can't, you must have a fated meeting. Perhaps that fateful encounter was like the heavenly god, a legendary figure who became a god through divine ascension long ago, and he created the book Heavenly Martial Origin Cultivated Bards, a hidden treasure that has always been fought over in Murim since time immemorial. And what a coincidence, Shinhyun found the treasure when he woke up in a mysterious cave. So as if it was a fated meeting. Because the encounter was a bit strange, so he ignored it all along. The weasel goddess who gave humans the delivery system, then the one who sent Shinhyun to Murim, might just be the Sky War god. A mysterious figure who from the start appeared wrapped in large chain bars and was held back by mysterious amulets. With Lee Jahai's support, Shinhyun had been going to the dungeon for a month to raise his level. He fights monsters of all sizes and shapes in order to increase his hunter status. Now Shinhyun is standing in front of the giant chicken monster saying he knows why he came back to Earth, more specifically to Korea. Now, Shinhyun's hunter level has reached level 22. While Yunsol studied the 365 blood vessels in the human body, Shinhyun also learned how to connect his internal arts. To be honest, Shinhyun is too late to learn martial arts, but there are other ways. Yunsol gets tense when suddenly her brother rubs back and says to vomit anything even if what comes out is blood. So that afternoon, Shinhyun forced the dirty Kai in his sister's body to be removed, so that Yunsol's inner energy can come out if her Kai is forced to connect and dirty Kai is removed. Now, Yunsol can even split large rocks with just one arrow. Shinhyun decided that his sister had gone up a level since the dirty Kai inside her body was forced out. Now, Shinhyun is sitting and drinking tea again with Lee Jahai. This girl praised Shinhyun's good performance over the past few weeks. Now Lee Jahai wants to start a conversation with Shinhyun. The black-haired twister in front of him said to just get straight to the point. But Lee Jahai said she didn't like getting unfair treatment. Shinhyun said it had been a long time since the last time Lee Jahai called him to that special garden. It seems like Lee Jahai has a plan that has been successfully carried out. Lee Jahai confirmed this. Then with a friendly smile she asked Shinhyun to go out with her. Shinhyun was shocked when he heard Lee Jahai's loud push. With a straight face, this young man said that this was his first time being asked out by a woman, but he was not really interested. Luckily, Lee Jahai was not offended and asked Shinhyun to just come along. This girl continued, there was a new dungeon formed in the Buncheon area. The danger level is at level 10 and the estimated dungeon entry level is in the 45-50 range. That means with that high level they have to form a party with a hunter who has a high enough rank. Lee Jahai also added that it was not a place that a level 10 hunter could go to. But this girl believed that the story would be different if that person was Shinhyun. Shinhyun asked once again whether it was true that Lee Jahai wanted the two of them to enter the dungeon alone. And for what? Lee Jahai replied that her goal was to control the number of dungeons, with a high level of danger, but she also wanted Shinhyun to level up as quickly as possible as a hunter. Shinhyun smiled and sneered when he said did that mean Lee Jahai would carry him there later. Lee Jahai was a little surprised to see that the young man in front of her knew such words. And he also acts like the aged master of Murim. Shinhyun was surprised to hear Lee Jahai's words. He said that he did know such a phrase from a long time ago, and Shinhyun asked in annoyance who did Lee Jahai call an old man. At this point, Shinhyun understood why Lee Jahai was so supportive of him forming an alliance. But still, asked the girl in front of him what Lee Jahai is planning so that his level can increase as fast as possible. Lee Jahai asked whether Shinhyun had heard of the Sun Festival. It was a festival held every year by the Dawn Guild and the Twilight Guild. It's kind of a friendly battle to determine which guild is the best in South Korea. To outsiders, this is seen as their way of having a good relationship. But actually, this was an opportunity for the two guilds to observe the enemy's strength and determine when they could destroy each other. You could say this is a war with all the little things. The conflict between the Twilight Guild and the Dawn Guild is to determine who owns the dungeon. And of course, the growth of blood is inevitable. This matter wasn't really public knowledge, nor was it the case with what happened inside the dungeon. But they were at a place where each other would not be surprised anymore if a large-scale war was to occur. Because the two organizations are like gunpowder ready to explode at any moment. Shinhyun asked how the conflict between Twilight Guild and Dawn Guild happened. This is a bit cruel considering you are only fighting over the ownership rights of the dungeon. Lee Jahai answered that it all started with Park Tae-hoon. Before their situation wasn't like this, but suddenly he started to thirst for power and went crazy. He said that they kept following the Sky War God or something. Before Lee Jahai finished speaking, suddenly Shinhyun stood up and in a high tone, asked if the Sky War God was there. And what does that have to do with Park Tae-hoon? Lee Jahai asked the young man in front of her to calm down first. because she didn't know much about the Sky War God either. Lee Jae had only heard that one day Park Tae-hoon received a message from Murim via his status window. Hearing that, Cha Shinhyun immediately sat back down with a serious pondering face. Lee Jae continued that she couldn't determine if it was true or not because they couldn't see other people's status windows from Murim. Even though Park Tae-hoon received a special order from the Sky War God, basically Lee Jae couldn't understand why the young man was treating the Dawn Guild and herself like this even though their relationship was very good before. Back when they were in Murim, they were even friends who understood each other. Lee Jae looked down sadly with a sad face as she recalled their memories in Murim. Then a second later, Lee Jae begged Cha Shinhyun to come to the Here Festival as an alliance of the Dawn Guild. While walking to the car, Lee Jae again explained that now the Twilight Guild has greater power and influence. This is because they are very aggressive in taking over dungeons and always doing raids. If this imbalance of power was seen in the sub-festival, then the Dawn Guild could be finished. That was Lee Jae's opinion when the two of them were already sitting in the passenger seat of the car at the back. Lee Jae added that they currently lost director Seo Kangjin as their only big strength at such a critical time. Cha Shinhyun's conscience pricked at hearing the harsh insinuation because he was the cause of the death of director Seo Kangjin. Cha Shinhyun said that he more or less understood the situation that Lee Jae had to face at the moment, but she still didn't know what was Lee Jae's reason for wanting to immediately raise Cha Shinhyun's level as a hunter. So Lee Jae answered that during the festival, many media would be invited to cover and broadcast the festival. So Lee Jae pointed at Cha Shinhyun's face saying, "Don't let this young man show his martial arts to the whole world, because no one will believe it. Because there is also no solid proof that he is from Murim. It would infuriate hunters all over the world anyway." Seeing Cha Shinhyun's attitude, this girl firmly believed that Cha Shinhyun was underestimating the National Hunter Association and thought defeating them was easy. Cha Shinhyun did not deny Lee Jae's suspicions. Lee Jae made it clear that Cha Shinhyun had to come to the Sun Festival with his improved hunter skills. Finally, Cha Shinhyun answered alright even with a sullen face. In his heart, Cha Shinhyun knew he could not refuse Lee Jae's request because he felt that he owed him enough. Feeling that Cha Shinhyun had accepted his invitation, Lee Jae took out a briefcase containing the 6 wizard skills that Cha Shinhyun had asked for, and there is 1 high-class mage and sorcerer skill each. In the end, Cha Shinhyun accepted and gave up, remembering that he had to fight Park Tae-hoon later anyway. Suddenly a very thick pile of paper fell and urged Cha Shinhyun. Lee Jae explained that the place was not like Murim. Here is what is called a legal step. This document is to officially prove Cha Shinhyun's relationship and alliance with Dawn Guild. They were all confirmation documents for everything the Dawn Guild had provided until now. Then there were the contracts for guaranteed payments and even the documents for the official registration of the hunter and the documents for forming a guild. Cha Shinhyun was surprised and asked, "Why should you make a guild?" Once again, Jae explained that there were complicated rules for hunter freelancers who wanted to take part in the Sun Festival. It would be a problem if they forced themselves to check the records that the Dawn Guild provided various necessities for Cha Shinhyun. Moreover, the total cost for all the cubes that she brought that day would cost more than a single housing unit. So if Cha Shinhyun understood, Lee Jae asked the young man to sign immediately. Finally, Cha Shinhyun signed his face with a frown and annoyance. He wondered how it could end like this. When he arrived at the column for filling in the guild name, Cha Shinhyun was silent and looked confused. Lee Jae informed me that it was only for formality so you can fill it in as you wish. So Cha Shinhyun filled it with the guild name Limitless. By now, the two of them had entered the dungeon with a quite high difficulty. Cha Shinhyun was already complaining because lately, all he was doing was going back and forth from the house to the dungeon. Currently, the two of them are in Bucheon, the monster bird dungeon, and above them flew dozens of monsters with the bodies of dinosaurs but with wings to fly. Lee Jae asked to be careful because even one monster wasn't that strong, but they got information that the current number of monsters was very large. Cha Shinhyun sensed with his senses that the number of monsters they were facing was at least 3,000. But for Cha Shinhyun, the more the better. This young man took out a sword that was overflowing with very strong Kai energy. With one slash of the sword, dozens of monsters immediately fell in flames. Lee Jae was shocked to see the ability of the young man by her side because it had only been a few hours since he had gotten the skill. Cha Shinhyun explained that the functions of mana and Kai are very similar, but for Lee Jae it was not like that. If Cha Shinhyun pushed himself too hard he would run out of MP. But Cha Shinhyun confidently said that that would not happen because he was the limitless wizard, Cha Shinhyun. Lee Jae denied those words by saying that Shinhyun was classless. Cha Shinhyun immediately collected moonstones with his powers. Then he asked if there was only one kind of monster in that world. Lee Jae confirmed this, but Cha Shinhyun even felt something strange. Lee Jae explained in more detail that since dungeons appeared 14 years ago, millions of dungeons had also been formed all over the world, but there had yet to be a case where there were two kinds of monsters in the same dungeon. Surprisingly, After Lee Jihai finished speaking, there was a monster bird that was hit by a bigger monster. This monster resembles a large dragon with super large arms and legs. What kind of monster is this? And why is this monster bigger than the other bird monsters? Somewhere in Seoul, the villa belongs to the leader of the Twilight Guild, Park Tae-hoon. A subordinate of the Twilight Guild chairman, namely Kim Kulho, came to meet Park Tae-hoon. He said they received news that the vice chairman of the Dawn Guild, Lee Jihai, was acting suspiciously. Lee Jihai has always been very supportive of a rookie who hasn't even registered with the association. Besides that, it was also said that she went with him to do a dungeon raid. Based on the results of an investigation, a newbie is the older brother of team leader Cha Yun-seol, who is a member of the Dawn Guild. His name is Cha Shinhyun. There's another thing that's weird about him. He just appeared after being missing for 14 years. The strange thing is that not long after he appeared, the director of Dawn Guild, Seo Kangjin, was reported missing. Park Tae-hoon then asked where did Cha Shinhyun go for these 14 years. Kim Kulho said that the investigation team did not know where he had been during his disappearance. Seo Kangjin, who found him suddenly missing and not retiring, seems to have gone to Cha Shinhyun's house to avenge his son's death. Park Tae-hoon said that if Seo Kangjin might die, Cha Shinhyun might kill him. In a different place, Cha Shinhyun was there. He felt different compared to using a wind palm. Then Cha Shinhyun said that he enjoyed it a lot after getting a new skill. But they had been there for an hour. Didn't he feel that his MP was running low? Then Cha Shinhyun explained that among the wizard skills you gave, there is such a thing as life force reversal. It is a type of emergency skill where he can exchange his life force to use magic power. Then Cha Shinhyun explained again about the many things that made Lee Jihai confused to hear it. She didn't know how to respond because she was dizzy hearing Cha Shinhyun's explanation. Seeing that Cha Shinhyun then apologized because he explained too much. In short, it was infinite origin flow. Even though the types of martial arts were different, if Lee Jihai reached the ultimate realm, the two would become one. The point is that Lee Jihai can achieve everything if she masters high-level martial arts. After saying that, Cha Shinhyun walked away from there because he wanted to fight a few more tales before the boss battle. Lee Jihai then thought that Cha Shinhyun was not communicating, but just putting out what was in his mind in the spoken sentence. Lee Jihai got worried even though the boss was just a monster. Then the Sun Emperor has nothing to worry about. Should Lee Jihai also do something? After thinking that a horde of dragons approached, Lee Jihai moved away until she fell into the abyss to be able to stay on the slope with her knife stuck in the rocks. Then I looked down and it was really tall. Even so, Lee Jihai immediately jumped by attacking and beating several dragons until she was on the ground again. Lee Jihai thought, after returning she had to increase the danger of the dungeon. Their number was far more than reported. Besides that, the dragons are very difficult to fight because they can fly. Then Lee Jihai asked, what is a good raid composition for that dungeon? Because with a team of 5 people, defender, mage, shooter, priest, and the only type of close combat. Then without Lee Jihai noticing, a swarm of much bigger dragons flew over her head, making Lee Jihai surprised by it because she didn't know about it. Moreover, their size is very large, to the point that it made Lee Jihai wonder why there were 2 types of monsters in the dungeon. The dragons tried to attack Lee Jihai. She tried to avoid it. She found the dragons to be very annoying. Lee Jihai kept dodging the many giant dragons, especially when they used demonic power. It felt very strange, and Lee Jihai was sure that the dungeon system had been broken. After seeing the troubled Lee Jihai, not long after that Cha Shinhyun came and helped Lee Jihai. It turned out that he had been waiting for the dragons for a long time. Lee Jihai, who heard this, immediately asked if she had been waiting for the dragons all this time. Then Cha Shinhyun said that from the start he meant that they were his bosses. When Cha Shinhyun inspected the dungeon with his senses, he sensed an unusual monster. Then Lee Jihai asked, what did Cha Shinhyun mean to let them in even though they were there? Cha Shinhyun has been waiting for them from the start. It's normal that the boss is the last to fight. Cha Shinhyun then said that Lee Jihai was shocked to the point of not being able to move, but she was actually much stronger. Cha Shinhyun then comforted Lee Jihai. Cha Shinhyun put Lee Jihai down. Then he said it was time to eat. Then they decided to eat. Lee Jihai asked what kind of food did Cha Shinhyun want. However, Lee Jihai said that Cha Shinhyun shouldn't have said that. After that, Cha Shinhyun said that he had been waiting for that time and said that the food menu this time was chicken. He said that while going to defeat the dragons fell because of the burning energy from Cha Shinhyun's power. Lee Jihai, who saw this, was confused, seeing Cha Shinhyun's extraordinary strength. Then telepathically, she spoke to Cha Shinhyun and asked if Cha Shinhyun used magic. Wasn't he currently using his bare hands? Cha Shinhyun said that what is being used at the moment is magic. Lee Jihai realized of course that much power must have used magic. However, then Lee Jihai was even more surprised because she saw a group of dragons coming out from a place that was none other than a gate. Then Lee Jihai shouted telling Cha Shinhyun that the monsters were coming out of the gate. After that she ran to Cha Shinhyun's place and intended to help him. Lee Jihai was very worried about Cha Shinhyun because, in silence, Lee Jihai tried to find loopholes so that Cha Shinhyun could escape. Then Lee Jae said that the monsters didn't care if the other little monsters died. In such a situation, Lee Jae already knew for sure the little monsters didn't move of their own accord. It was the big monster that led the other little monsters. The proof was that the small monsters withstood attacks aimed directly at the large monsters with their own bodies, and willing to sacrifice themselves. The fight wouldn't end if you didn't get rid of the bigger monsters first. But Lee Jae wasn't sure how to approach them, so was Cha Shinhyun okay. Lee Jae recalled that when their eyes met, Cha Shinhyun seemed to deliberately not avoid it. She didn't even know what Cha Shinhyun was thinking. It was the first time such a strange situation had happened, no matter how strong Cha Shinhyun was, but it was still dangerous. Lee Jae had to help him, but because she was floating in the air, there was no way for her to get closer. Lee Jae thought that it seemed like the monsters were too focused on Cha Shinhyun that they didn't notice that I was on top of her back right now. Then it seems approaching them is not a problem. Then she hoped that now that Cha Shinhyun could survive, Lee Jae would take care of that mutated monster emitting a strange aura. Without Lee Jae noticing, suddenly another dragon noticed her presence and tried to make her fall. Lee Jae almost fell, but luckily she was able to survive. Afterward, he fights the dragon, but she notices there are many more dragons, and asks if she will eventually take care of all the dragons. Then Cha Shinhyun used his strength, namely the Blade of Strength, which immediately destroyed several of the monsters, making Lee Jae again only able to be surprised to see him. Lee Jae also thought it seemed like Cha Shinhyun was using the airbush sword to control multiple swords at once. Cha Shinhyun said that the Hunter war game would end there. Then with multiple swords at once, Cha Shinhyun attacked the monsters very quickly and the monsters were defeated. Lee Jae was happy. With Cha Shinhyun's help, they managed to solve everything easily, but it was a big problem. Then asking what if something like that happened in other dungeons as well. Because currently the system determines the level of hunters who meet the requirements to complete the dungeon based on the level of danger. However, is that enough to deal with the emergence of mutation monsters and gates? Without a doubt, the entire party would be annihilated, since the Sun Festival wasn't all that important right now. They should conduct a thorough investigation. However, there was no way Park Tae-hoon would miss the opportunity when his attention was on something else. If she didn't pay attention, we might be subdued by the Twilight Guild in an instant. Cha Shinhyun asked why Lee Jae's mind was all over the place. Cha Shinhyun asked Lee Jae about the stone he got. It seemed that it looked different from the others. Lee Jae said that it was a monster skill stone. Because Cha Shinhyun defeated a big monster, it seemed like he had obtained a rare level skill stone. Then Lee Jae had to tell something. A month later, many people are discussing the registration of hunters for the Sun Festival. They feel that this time they are really looking forward to it. However, nothing seems to stand out at the moment. Then they also discuss Cha Shinhyun being trending on the internet at that time, even though it hasn't been a month since they registered. Meanwhile, Kim Kulho felt tired at that time. In the Twilight Guild room in the middle of an impromptu meeting held by the executives. Inside the room, the members were fussing about it. Meanwhile, Park Tae-hoon was staying relaxed. He said that they should get rid of the seeds of conflict while looking at the photo of none other than Cha Shinhyun. Kim Kulho looked restless as he kept looking at his watch repeatedly. He was waiting for someone, who soon came. And that person is Cha Shinhyun. Cha Shinhyun then shook hands with Kim Kulho. While Kim Kulho was so friendly to Cha Shinhyun, he said that it was an honor to meet Cha Shinhyun there. However, even so, Kim Kulho thought that Cha Shinhyun was just a little rascal who had no manners. Even though it would be good to bring out that person's true nature like that, his role is to collect as much information about Cha Shinhyun as possible. Then Kim Kulho said the real reason he invited Cha Shinhyun to that place. But before that, she took out a magic tool known as a sound isolating device. If Cha Shinhyun presses one of the buttons there, a barrier that blocks outside sounds will be formed. Their voices won't be heard either. It's the perfect tool for private conversations. Then Kim Kulho continued his words regarding the Limitless Guild. The Twilight Guild wanted to work with Cha Shinhyun. Cha Shinhyun asked if Kim Kulho didn't see the hunter list for the Sun Festival. There it can be seen that Cha Shinhyun is already working with the Dawn Guild. Kim Kulho confirmed this, and his group knew that they also knew that Cha Shinhyun had the full support of the Dawn Guild. Cha Shinhyun was also informed of the secret circumstances of the matter regarding Director Seo Kangjin, and they had also seen Cha Shinhyun's dungeon raid together with Vice Guild Master Lee Jae. Even with that, Cha Shinhyun hasn't joined the Dawn Guild yet, and instead set up a one-man guild, as well as form a cooperative relationship with them. Knowing this, they were sure that there was a gap in Cha Shinhyun's relationship with the Dawn Guild. Kim Kulho then asked Cha Shinhyun to work with them. They could promise things that Guild Down couldn't promise. Hearing this, Cha Shinhyun thought that Kim Kulho was better than he thought. He had to retract his thoughts about Kim Kulho. Cha Shinhyun praised Kim Kulho's knowledge, which turned out to be very impressive. Cha Shinhyun found it difficult to deny everything that Kim Kulho said. Then Kim Kulho will explain the terms and conditions. But Cha Shinhyun didn't need that. Cha Shinhyun said that he came because he was curious about what Kim Kulho wanted to say. but it turned out to be a waste of time. Then he refused Kim Kulho's offer. Kim Kulho was confused because Cha Shinhyun refused before he even made an offer. Kim Kulho tried to prevent Cha Shinhyun from leaving there and kept calling his name. Even he felt sad. Until Cha Shinhyun left for a while, Kim Kulho still saw him. Until someone mysterious saw him and asked how long would Kim Kulho be staring at Cha Shinhyun from a distance like that. And it turned out that he was Park Tae-hoon. He approached Kim Kulho and grabbed his collar while saying, "Didn't he ask Kim Kulho to buy as much time as possible? If so, it was in vain that he eavesdropped." Kim Kulho then tried to apologize to Park Tae-hoon. Park Tae-hoon didn't care about that, even though he was a little weird with Cha Shinhyun. In a different place, Lee Jae was talking with Cha Shinhyun, who discussed what happened before regarding Cha Shinhyun's meeting with Kim Kulho at Park Tae-hoon's request. Cha Shinhyun said if it seemed like Park Tae-hoon would have guessed that he was from Murim. But the name of the Supreme Sword Emperor had not spread far. When he entered the cafe earlier, he felt Park Tae-hoon increase his outer skills. It seemed Lee Jae's prediction was correct. According to him, Park Tae-hoon is the type of person who will increase his vigilance if the situation is different from what he predicted. He wouldn't be a problem for a while. Then Cha Shinhyun asked Lee Jae about the dungeon investigation news. Lee Jae said that thanks to Cha Shinhyun there were no more reports of strange phenomena in dungeons. At least for now, Lee Jae would work herself to death if Cha Shinhyun didn't investigate the ominous bird dungeon himself. Then she thanked Cha Shinhyun for help. Cha Shinhyun asked if there was anything else he could do again. Lee Jae said that there was nothing in particular. Lee Jae then asked if something had happened to Cha Shinhyun because he sounded a bit gloomy. Not yet answered, a woman called Cha Shinhyun and asked him to leave. Cha Shinhyun and the woman who turned out to be the younger sister arrived at a building. They went in there and the woman was sad while looking at her family photo frame in which there were 4 people including herself, Cha Shinhyun, and her parents. Cha Shinhyun felt that it was a bad thing for him because he was too different from his old self. She couldn't shed a single tear even though she was standing in front of his parents' ashes, even if Cha Shinhyun showed an inhuman side of him because he didn't think it was good for Yoon-seol. Yoon-seol, who saw Cha Shinhyun, asked why he didn't look sad at all or touched by that situation. Seeing Cha Shinhyun still silent, Yoon-seol apologized. Cha Shinhyun then said if he became someone who could not show him what she wanted to see. Hearing this, Yoon-seol got angry and shouted, asking if Cha Shinhyun knew how weird he was. What is Cha Shinhyun apologizing for? And according to Cha Shinhyun, what did she want to see? Even though what Yoon-seol wanted was his old brother, according to him Cha Shinhyun was now very cold. Yoon-seol doesn't even know whether Cha Shinhyun is still her brother or not. However, according to Yoon-seol, a lot of time has passed, and she felt Cha Shinhyun couldn't be the same as she was before. Then Yoon-seol gets angry again that it's not important because she can do anything by herself. Meanwhile, Cha Shinhyun thought that he shouldn't have come there while saying that he wanted to know what happened to him. After that, the status of the Murim window opened, which made Cha Shinhyun surprised by it while continuing to wonder. Human form. Seeing the writing, Cha Shinhyun was confused because he didn't understand what was written on the Windows system. Cha Shinhyun thought it was bullshit. Then Cha Shinhyun said that the system is always looking from one side, and then he asked who exactly is that system. Is he the Sky War God? The system then said that it would take everything from Cha Shinhyun one more time, just wait. Cha Shinhyun, who saw this, even challenged him, if he can do it, just do it. But what is certain is that Cha Shinhyun will look for him until he finds him, and if he finds Cha Shinhyun, he will tear him to pieces. Meanwhile, Yoon-seol was annoyed, realizing that Cha Shinhyun was not following her at all. A few days later, the Sun Festival was held with great fanfare. The host shouted excitedly, saying that the day had come, especially for the heroes who would be exploring dungeons and hunting monsters. They had all been waiting for a long time with enthusiasm, interest, and high hopes for the hunters. Then the 2 guides cheered, saying that the biggest event in Korea, namely Sunflower, had started. Spectators have packed the stadium there to see the hunters later. Meanwhile, Cha Shinhyun felt that it was like some kind of Olympics or World Cup. Then Lee Jae said that if it was indeed similar in the eyes of the public, it was the hunters who caught their attention the most. Hunters are like heroes who wield magical powers like in movies, but that information is highly restricted internationally. Another goal of the Sun Festival is to create a friendlier image for hunters. Then Lee Jae asked, did Cha Shinhyun fight with Yoon-seol? Because when they got to the arena, both of them looked like they weren't doing well. Then Lee Jae guessed if Cha Shinhyun had made another mistake. Cha Shinhyun then asked Lee Jae to help him find a house in a quiet and remote area. At first, Lee Jae was confused by this, but then she realized that it seemed like Cha Shinhyun had received a message from the Murim status window. Cha Shinhyun said that he didn't know what his goal was, but it seemed like the Sky War God was after him. Because he didn't know what would happen against the Sky War God. If Yoon-seol was by his side, he would be in danger. Lee Jae said she didn't understand because everything happened suddenly. Even if it was true, that's why Cha Shinhyun was by Yoon-seol's side. Then Jae continued to say that it seemed that living separately from her younger sister was a strange thing to say. Cha Shinhyun felt that Yoon didn't need a brother like him, because according to Yoon the brother that she knew and hoped for has long since disappeared, and wouldn't it be better to go back to how it was before? Hearing that, Lee Jae immediately hit Cha Shinhyun's chest and said that she didn't want to interfere in other people's family matters, but if her brother said that, she would hit him. And of course, Cha Shinhyun knows more about Yoon than Lee Jae. It was while they were talking that someone came to look for Lee Jae because the festival was about to start. Lee Jae understood that. Then before leaving told Cha Shinhyun not to go anywhere because she would talk to Cha Shinhyun again. Cha Shinhyun even though what after that he would be punished. At the stadium, the MC who was so excited said that before the event officially started, it would preview the opening ceremony. The opening will be carried out by the leader of the Dawn Guild Master, Jeon Jun-ho, and the Deputy Guild Master of Twilight, Jang Sung-hyuk. Meanwhile, Lee Jae and Park Tae-hoon were having a meeting, and Park Tae-hoon said that as a hunter who started a career as a co-worker together, he was curious about how they would feel facing each other at the top. Lee Jae was a little annoyed by Park Tae-hoon's words, but she pretended to smile while confirming Park Tae-hoon's words and instead asked how he was. At that time there was Cha Shin-hyun there. Then Park Tae-hoon said that he heard that Lee Jae was also busy taking care of rookies and was always interested in taking care of weak people. Even though in his mind, Park Tae-hoon said that this time he would get rid of Lee Jae with his own hands. Hearing that, Lee Jae smiled and took it as a compliment, but in her mind, she said, let Park Tae-hoon try if he can. The two shook hands and after that, the Sun Festival began. The Sun Festival event begins, all the hunters fight each other and try to beat their opponents. Every hunter from both guilds with full strength and enthusiasm, they don't want to give up on each other. Seeing that the Deputy Guild Master Twilight Master praised him, and said that one of the hunters had spent this long fighting his enemy, even though he was not a threat to his opponent. Lee Jae who saw that thought that she was arrogant. After that, Park Tae-hoon even left there. Lee Jae only glanced at him without responding. It was when he left that someone named Seong-hyuk stopped him and called him. He asked when he could kill Lee Jae, and Park Tae-hoon asked him to be patient and relax first. He could kill him when the time came. Now he better fight Yoon. The commentator then says that the preliminaries are about to start. There are lots of contestants that stand out, but I'm attracted to Hunter Yoon. The woman is still young, but she is a prospect who has shown excellent results. But he heard that she had an unfortunate accident recently. They called it the Dungeon Red Wolf incident. While in a room, Yoon is with two other people. One of the two says, why did the Vice Guild Master choose the one who slaughtered his underlings? Will something bad happen to them if they do something wrong? Yoon, who heard that, immediately said, why don't they just say it in front of her if they want to make it clearer? Seeing Yoon, who was angry, the two people walked away from there. Meanwhile, Yoon could only take a tired breath and remember that after that day she had not spoken a word with her brother, knowing that she was even more angry even though she was the sad one. Then why did Cha Shin-hyun act like that? As she was thinking that, suddenly someone called her and said, can we go out for a while because people are waiting for her? Yoon thought maybe it was Cha Shin-hyun. After knowing that it was Lee Jae, Yoon then felt unenthusiastic. Yoon then asked Lee Jae what made her want to meet her. Lee Jae said that she came there only to cheer up the prospect of their guild with Cha Shin-hyun. But he disappeared somewhere. Lee Jae didn't know what happened, but shouldn't they clear up the misunderstanding between the two? Yoon had asked since when did Lee Jae meddle in other people's affairs. Lee Jae stuttered a bit and said that she was only worried as Cha Shin-hyun's sponsor and also Yoon's superior. Yoon then interrupted and said that she didn't like Lee Jae. It seemed like she was just pushing it as she wanted now. She thought her brother decided to become a hunter right after meeting her, while he hadn't even been back long since returning to his normal life. Here Yoon asks what reason made her brother a hunter. What he's trying to do to become a hunter and become strong, isn't that strange? He even taught something without saying anything to her, as if he was no longer the brother she knew. And Yoon feels her brother is like a stranger. Then the loudspeaker said that Archer Survival will start soon and all contestants are prepared to enter the arena. Lee Jae always said goodbye from there. Before that, she had said that Cha Shin-hyun no longer wanted to change everything. Lee Jae felt the same suffering as Cha Shin-hyun. Lee Jae said that Cha Shin-hyun fell into hell, where he can die anytime alone and spend a lot of time there. There was no way he could stay sane. He might not show that side to his little sister. Hearing that, Yoon even felt strange. Why did he have to hear something about her brother from the Deputy Guild Master? Her brother must have thought he was completely unreliable when compared to the Vice Guild Master, a person close to her brother. Lee Jae then saw Cha Shin-hyun and was sure that he was worried about his younger sister, whereas Cha Shin-hyun just said that he just happened to be passing by. Then Lee Jae continued that Cha Shin-hyun was no different from Park Tae-hoon. Lee Jae then grabbed Cha Shin-hyun's collar and said why can't he just be honest, especially since his little sister isn't a child anymore. Did he think hiding his intentions from his little sister was for the best? Don't make her laugh. If he has something he wants to say, then just say it without hiding anything. Then Lee Jae invited Cha Shinhyun. She wanted to show something about the side of her younger sister that was not known. Meanwhile, the sign for the preliminary round of Archer Survival has sounded, and soon 6 teams from Dawn and Twilight will fight. There is Yoon Seol who will join the fight. In another place there is Park Taehoon who is watching it. Then he said that he hoped that Lee Jae liked what he had prepared. And it's still a start anyway. Archer Survival was formed like a city where the hunters were separated respectively, including the guild from Yoon Seol. During the fight, Yoon Seol received many voices from his colleagues who said that they had seen many enemies. Meanwhile, Yoon Seol was remembering when he talked to Lee Jae. Lee Jae said that Cha Shinhyun may not show that side to Yoon Seol. Remembering that, Yoon Seol got angry and said, did he not realize it just because he didn't say it? Just tell her what happened, without sharing everything with Lee Jae. Then she asked if Cha Shinhyun was Yoon Seol still a child. Then after that Yoon Seol started to get serious about fighting. And then she aimed at her opponent with the skill she had with her bow. Then quickly she defeated her enemy. Yoon Seol wants to prove to her brother that she isn't a child anymore. Yoon Seol then remembered her past, when suddenly both her parents died. Many people were worried for her and some of them said, if no one could take care of her they couldn't even find her brother's body. However, Yoon Seol is sure that her brother is not dead. She is sure he is still alive, but somehow he will soon be back in front of her. She prayed and believed in her prayers. Then, at a sad moment when her parents died, Yoon Seol felt and saw something strange on her TV until she thought that the TV was broken. That something strange said that a divine revelation from a goddess, monsters, dungeons, and hunters. Is it because that ridiculous world came true? Yoon Seol at that time believed that her brother would come back. She even really believed it. Later she received the archer class after taking the hunter test and attended the hunter academy after being taken over by the state. But when he was at Yoon Seol Academy, he was often bullied by the other students there. But he didn't stay silent because she fought them all. Then that was how he rose to the top of the academy. After that, she was recruited by the top guild that everyone coveted, namely the Dawn Guild. It was at this time that she met and became acquainted with Lee Jae. She also attracted Lee Jae's attention to become the youngest team leader for the Dawn Guild. Yoon Seol is happy to be the team leader and a member of the Dawn Guild because she just wants to get stronger to survive the days without her brother, to prevent weaker thoughts from arising. Even now, she felt herself. But that wasn't a compliment for her brother who was skilled in martial arts. He might have looked weaker, but she could not forgive him for treating her like a child to the core. Yoon Seol believes that she is not that weak. After finishing thinking about it, she instead asked why this place was quite quiet and strange. Then she gave a code to her members that she would leave that place and settle down in a new place, but there was no response at all. Not long after, several arrows almost hit Yoon Seol, and one of the arrows hit Yoon Seol's left hand. She saw 4 enemies wielding arrows. Then she thought it was a good thing the arrow didn't hit his muscle. But unexpectedly the skin can be pierced with an arrow. The arrowhead should have been blunt, so that's impossible, and they used real arrows. One of the enemies says that Yoon Seol shouldn't hope that someone will come to her aid, because they've stepped in a bit to make sure that the broadcast camera signal won't get there. Hearing this, Yoon Seol just smiled and said that she didn't need anyone's help. And she didn't count on something like that in her life. She didn't know why they would do something like that just to frame one person. Yoon Seol always pulls out the arrow stuck in his left arm and throws it away. After that, she drew arrows against them all and said that they should all die there. The story before the Sun Festival started. The program was very lively and full of enthusiasm from the audience, because every event that is held will be an interesting show. Moreover, the hunter who will take part in the tournament is a mysterious man who has recently become a conversation. And the prefix of this event was opened with Team Cha Yoon Seol, who will fight against Team Twilight. So what will happen next, we will see in the next part. After someone shouted an order to kill Cha Yoon Seol, dozens of arrows immediately attacked Cha Yoon Seol. Luckily the girl managed to dodge, then jumped very high while deploying counterattacks. Cha Yoon Seol aimed at her opponent with her flying striker skill. With this skill, Cha Yoon Seol managed to take down 3 people at once. Even so, Cha Yoon Seol was annoyed that she missed one person due to her injured arm. One opponent that got away through Yoon Seol managed to hit 3 people in an unstable position, even with competition-specific arrows that were made dull. This man didn't expect a sniper to be able to do that much damage in close combat. Snipers usually specialize as long-range attackers. Shooters usually focus on attacking one area, and rangers excel at close range because they are agile. The 3 types of class archers such as scissors, rock, and paper, they all have certain advantages over each other. The man thought that if it continued like this, the team consisting of rangers would not be able to beat Cha Yoon Seol, who was a sniper. Meanwhile, Cha Yoon Seol was grateful that her injuries weren't too severe. She felt she could beat the rest. But suddenly a man appeared swiftly from his side. The man attacked Cha Yoon Seol with 4 arrows at once, But luckily Cha Yun-sol managed to dodge again and gave a counterattack right at the mysterious man. When the man managed to jump and dodge, he thought he had escaped the attack. But suddenly Cha Yun-sol's arrow turned and stabbed him from behind. The man immediately died on the spot, covered in blood. Meanwhile, Cha Yun-sol stared at her opponent with sharp eyes. Now there is only one opponent left. They faced each other with their respective weapons ready to slide from their arms. But suddenly, there was another mysterious man who was still able to stand up, then directed his arrow attack which flew fast towards Cha Yun-sol. Feeling pressured, for a moment Cha Yun-sol didn't know what to do. But her brother's voice came through her head asking Cha Yun-sol to use martial arts. So Cha Yun-sol quickly directed her Kai energy into her arms so she was able to catch the arrows that were rushing towards her. In fact, like lightning, the girl shot and hit the mysterious man who was targeting her. After one opponent was completely down, Cha Yun-sol turned to the man who had a wound on his face. With a confident smile, "This girl says you're the only one left." Cha Yun-sol asked her opponent to have the last word because she would beat her opponent to death. The last man panicked and wanted to give up, but suddenly a mysterious figure with a hat and glasses came. He said he would help Cha Yun-sol, so he immediately shot the head of the mysterious figure who attacked Cha Yun-sol. The figure in the hat was called Roger, and according to Cha Yun-sol, the help came too late. Reporters reported on the television screen that Team Dawn won the 6th round of Archer Survival. In the Dead Zone transmission where the area was abnormal, Hunter Cha Yun-sol managed to defeat a total of 4 hunters from the Dawn Guild. The reporter commented that it was so amazing. Cha Yun-sol's colleagues also think that the girl is very strong. Meanwhile, Cha Yun-sol smiled while looking up at the sky, even though previously she didn't want to receive any help from her brother. But he managed to survive thanks to Cha Shinhyun, who was sitting in the helicopter right above the arena. Lee Jae, who was by Cha Shinhyun's side, said didn't Cha Shinhyun see his sister. Cha Shinhyun with high confidence said that Yun-sol managed to survive because of herself. Of course, Lee Jae was annoyed to hear that, but then Cha Shinhyun corrected his words. Cha Shinhyun confirmed Lee Jae's words. He realized that he did not know Yun-sol well. Cha Shinhyun admitted that his younger sister has now grown stronger, so Cha Shinhyun couldn't treat her like a child anymore. Cha Shinhyun admits that his little sister is great. Lee Jae agreed with that, but she couldn't stand seeing Cha Shinhyun telling Cha Yun-sol to openly use martial arts like before. Lee Jae said they were lucky because they were on transmission. Otherwise, they could run into Park Tae-hoon and things would get complicated. The thing was, Park Tae-hoon had also installed drones in several places, so he knew Cha Yun-sol had just used martial arts moves. Now Cha Yun-sol is sitting in front of Shinhyun and asking what she thinks about her fighting performance today. But Cha Shinhyun was reluctant to answer and kept his mouth shut while drinking the soda in his hand. Cha Yun-sol knows that she may not be great enough for the strongest in the universe who holds the title of Supreme, because he wouldn't be able to get to the finals if it weren't for the martial arts taught by Cha Shinhyun. However, Cha Shinhyun denied this and admitted that Yun-sol had now become strong. Cha Shinhyun admits that his younger sister continues to develop herself regardless of martial arts or her abilities as a hunter. Cha Shinhyun then apologized for hiding many things from Cha Yun-sol all this time. He just wanted to be her brother who was the same as in the past. In other words, Cha Shinhyun missed his innocent little girl who was in his memory. Cha Shinhyun regretted it because he didn't know how far Yun-sol had grown. Because now he can open up to Cha Yun-sol, this young man also said he wanted to find the person responsible for the misery that befell their family. So Cha Shinhyun became a hunter with that goal in mind. If he reached the max level as a hunter, Cha Shinhyun thought he might be able to find out some truths about that day's incident. And he was worried that Cha Yun-sol would be dragged into the middle of all those problems if he was near him. Cha Yun-sol finally opened up and said, "This isn't all that difficult, right? Why did you take so long to say that?" Cha Yun-sol asked her brother to forget everything that had passed and promised her never to leave his side again. Even Cha Yun-sol asked Cha Shinhyun to make a pinky promise. Cha Yun-sol felt that all this time her brother had not been honest with her, so she felt like she was going to be abandoned and lonely again. So Cha Yun-sol asked her brother to promise never to hide anything from her again. Cha Shinhyun sighed with a small smile. He linked his little sister's pinky finger while promising never to leave his little sister alone again. Cha Shinhyun also asked Cha Yun-sol to know something quite important to him. That is, his nickname is not weird, but Supreme Sword Emperor. Cha Yun-sol was silent for a moment, but a second later she became annoyed and said she didn't care about that terrible nickname. Finally, the loudspeaker in the arena rang again to inform all the spectators that 1 hour from now the Great Skirmish would begin. So the audience is expected to hurry up and take their seats, because the match will start in an hour. Cha Shinhyun also stood up in front of Yun-sol because he was about to start competing, not forgetting that Cha Yun-sol wished him good luck and asked if he would wear that shirt. Cha Shinhyun answered that the clothes were quite comfortable. He also said that the people who attacked Cha Yun-sol just now were a little strange. This young man felt they were deliberately targeting Cha Yun-sol alone. Cha Yun-sol knew the Dawn Guild and the Twilight Guild would kill each other when they met in this world. It did happen. But this girl was a little surprised because this was the first time they had done it openly in public. It might have been because Cha Yun-sol was the ace hunter of the Dawn Guild, so they wanted to get rid of the girl as soon as possible. Cha Shinhyun was silent when he heard his sister's words. The look in his eyes was so sharp when he remembered the system notification that said the person behind this all wanted to take everything that Cha Shinhyun had. Inside Hunter's special waiting room, the leader of the Dawn Guild greeted Cha Shinhyun. This man had heard a lot about Cha Shinhyun from his representative. He also shook hands with Cha Shinhyun excitedly because this young man will be the vanguard for Dawn Guild in the Great Skirmish match. After giving a few words of encouragement, the guild leader Dawn greeted the other players. Cha Shinhyun also started transmission communication with Lee Jae-hai. This young man asked if Jeon Junho was the puppet boss. Lee Jae-hai asked Cha Shinhyun not to look down on leader Jeon. He may look ridiculous, but he is one of the best at level 60. But Cha Shinhyun still thinks that man is weaker than Lee Jae-hai. Well, Lee Jae-hai didn't deny that one. After satisfyingly greeting the Dawn Guild representative, leader Jeon prepared to leave while asking all participants to prepare as best they could for this match. With the transmission communication, Lee Jae-hai again reminded Cha Shinhyun not to use his martial arts. Cha Shinhyun smiled and replied in his heart that people wouldn't be able to differentiate high-level martial arts from magic. But he would remember Lee Jae-hai's message. Not forgetting, Cha Shinhyun thanked Lee Jae-hai, because thanks to this girl he was able to reconcile with Cha Yun-sol. Lee Jae-hai said thank goodness, and then wished Cha Shinhyun good luck. Cha Shinhyun smiled after hearing Lee Jae-hai's words of encouragement. The rest of the team tried to greet Cha Shinhyun and get along with him. They even looked very amazed at Cha Shinhyun, who managed to get recognition from Lee Jae-hai. But Cha Shinhyun couldn't hear their exaggerated praise. He only thought about the people who targeted Yun-sol in the previous tournament. Cha Shinhyun suspected that only one person could command such a person. Suddenly another person came into their resting room. It was Park Tae-hoon. He smiled kindly and greeted everyone in the room. Seeing Park Tae-hoon, Cha Shinhyun knew that if the person sending the message to him was the Sky War God, then Park Tae-hoon might have been a follower of the Sky War God, which does all those horrible things and can't be ignored. Park Tae-hoon said it was just a friendly competition, so he came just to say hi. Why is everyone looking awkward in that room? One of Cha Shinhyun's colleagues said they were not on good terms. Park Tae-hoon smiled happily, then without hesitation he said, is everything too obvious? He had purposely come to check on them because this man had heard that there was a fairly powerful new member within the Dawn Guild. Without further ado, Park Tae-hoon immediately stood up to Cha Shinhyun. He said he had heard many things about Cha Shinhyun, and he was happy to meet Cha Shinhyun. Park Tae-hoon acted as if it was the first time they met, so he held out his hand as a greeting. Cha Shinhyun happily accepted the helping hand. While shaking hands, Park Tae-hoon was surprised that the energy of his heavenly martial origin cultivation arts did not resonate with Cha Shinhyun. This man was confused and did not understand what was happening, because he was sure that Cha Yun-sol learned martial arts from Cha Shinhyun, because according to him someone couldn't reach that level of martial arts without studying it in the Murim. Cha Shinhyun then turned to Park Tae-hoon's secretaries. The secretary awkwardly answered that they had met before. Park Tae-hoon said he wanted to have a good relationship with Cha Shinhyun through his secretary, but it's a shame things didn't work out. Cha Shinhyun instead said he was indebted to Park Tae-hoon for what happened to Yun-sol with the Twilight Guild hunters in the previous game. Park Tae-hoon laughed instead and fearlessly said this was what he wanted to hear. Cha Shinhyun stared at his interlocutor with sharp eyes. This young man would never forget what had happened and promised to repay him. Park Tae-hoon said it was scary, but he smiled and added that he would look forward to the reply. Cha Shinhyun thought about whether Park Tae-hoon was connected to the Sky War God or not. That was the second problem. Now that they have dared to cause trouble with Yun-sol, Cha Shinhyun will put on a good show for Park Tae-hoon so he won't be disappointed. In his heart, Cha Shinhyun vowed to wipe out the Twilight Guild from this world. The female host shouted happily while thanking the audience for waiting patiently. She announces that this is the best part of the Sun Festival, namely the main event, the Great Skirmish match between the Dawn Guild and the Twilight Guild. Instantly, the whole stadium roared to hear the reporter's notification. The reporter then introduced someone who was the vanguard of the Dawn Guild, the figure of a super rookie who became the talk of the whole country, and the one who had direct cooperation with Deputy Guildmaster Lee Jae-hai. This is the Guildmaster of Limitless, Cha Shinhyun. The female reporter added that there had never been a case of hunters from other guilds appearing in a great skirmish match before. So this girl is asking who Cha Shinhyun is, and why did he choose the Dawn Guild? The male reporter said Cha Shinhyun's level, class, and achievements are still a mystery. Just like how little information there is about Cha Shinhyun, this could be a determining factor in the psychological battle that will come. But after all, now he was the vanguard of the Dawn Guild. Cha Shinhyun is now facing his opponent in the arena. Cha Shinhyun's opponent even immediately said that his face was arrogant. Cha Shinhyun's opponent was a genius mage from the Twilight Guild, a man with fiery charisma, the Dragon Fire King, Ryu Sungjun. With a burning fire in his hand, Ryu said he would burn Cha Shinhyun until it was cooked. Shinhyun just smiled a little when he heard Ryu Sungjun's nickname, which sounded funny. If anyone heard that nickname, they would think that Ryu was from Murim, so I teased Cha Shinhyun. Finally, the first fight in the Great Skirmish match is about to start between Cha Shinhyun and Ryu Sungjun. From his seat, Park Tae-hoon asked Ryu Sungjun to direct his best strength, because this match will last long enough. Even so, Ryu Sungjun was confused, because right now Cha Shinhyun looks like he's showing off his strength by floating in the air for a long time. Reporters excitedly broadcast Cha Shinhyun after breaking the assumption that he was hiding his strength, and immediately flew into the air as soon as the match started. Levitation was the staple art of the sorcery class. This was a highly provoking move that showcased his high-level class. According to the host, contestant Cha Shinhyun showed good magic control while maintaining a fairly high height. Is this some kind of tactic from Cha Shinhyun? Seeing this, the leader of the Dawn Guild was amazed and asked Lee Jahai if there was a plan behind Cha Shinhyun's move. With a terrible face, Lee Jahai answered slowly Cha Shinhyun just wanted to show off. Meanwhile, from above, Cha Shinhyun was sizing up Ryu Sungjun, a hunter whose level was in the 50s, a high-rank hunter like Seo Kangjin. He shouldn't be someone worthy of being Cha Shinhyun's opponent if he uses his martial arts. But everything is different now, because Cha Shinhyun can only fight using his hunter skill. Cha Shinhyun's level is 53 now. Cha Shinhyun managed to raise his level with martial arts techniques. Even so, the reality was that Cha Shinhyun's experience as a hunter was lacking. But now that Park Tae-hoon was staring at him intensely, it was clear that Cha Shinhyun would be happy. What Park Tae-hoon must be waiting for is whether he will use the power of martial arts or not. So Cha Shinhyun kept asking Park Tae-hoon to stare at him until his eyes popped out. Because Cha Shinhyun will not show him anything, Cha Shinhyun immediately attacked the youth in front of him with fireballs. The large number of energy balls created by contestant Cha Shinhyun rained down on contestant Ryu Sungjun like a hurricane. In return, contestant Ryu Sungjun had created a barrier made of fire. Ryu thought, where this shaman made him wonder because Cha Shinhyun should be in the basic wizard class. Contestant Ryu Sungjun blocked contestant Cha Shinhyun's attack with blazing flames, shaking the attack like a cloak. Ryu Sungjun thought that if his enemy was a sorcerer, then he had a secret trick. There are 3 classes above the wizard. A non-combatant class that focuses on skill cubes and item production. Crafter. Then there's a class that specializes in imparting elemental properties to their magic for use in battle, and its name is Mage. And finally, a class that gives form to phenomena and concepts using magic called Sorcerer. Whether it's teleportation or flying through the air, they tend to be more of a supernatural being than a magician. In battle, they usually focus on providing support from behind as opposed to the vanguard who are at the forefront. But sometimes they can develop lethal moves and that can be very painful. But just sitting and watching was not Ryu Sungjun's habit. So this red-robed youth gave a fire attack while shouting that Cha Shinhyun's hidden tricks were better shown now, because if not then he will feel the deadly trick. Reporters screamed as contestant Ryu Sungjun let out a kick that exploded from himself being enveloped in flames. The host commented that the Dragonic Fire King is great, performing dazzling martial arts by using the terrifying fire magic one has been trained in since childhood. A man who dominated close combat, a position the wizard class rarely took. However, Cha Shinhyun survived the attack and commented that he was the only magician from Murim. It's no wonder that there are similarities in their way of thinking, and Ryu Sungjun gave Cha Shinhyun a strange and uncomfortable feeling. Ryu Sungjun, who was still engulfed in what was burning, warned Cha Shinhyun that if you don't want to die in vain, he'd better show all you're capable of now. Cha Shinhyun smiled happily seeing Ryu Sungjun's attack this time, and thought the young man was full of surprises. Of course, he had to repay Cha Shinhyun's hidden trick. The young man pointed his right thumb downwards so that it immediately dropped Ryu Sungjun's enormous fire dragon. Ryu Sungjun was clearly panicking seeing the fire dragon take down without showing any significant movement. Even all the spectators and reporters were confused to see what just happened. Just before them, the advance of martial dragonic fire released by Ryu Sungjun to attack Cha Shinhyun just disappeared. Someone said something shapeless but big and heavy crushed the dragon monster. It was as if it was destroyed by a supreme. The head of the guild master Dawn went so far as to ask Lee Jahai what just happened. The short-haired girl could only smile awkwardly. She remembered Cha Shinhyun's words that advanced martial arts were indistinguishable from magic. However, this made Lee Jahai even more worried. Meanwhile, in their seat, Park Tae-hoon looked very upset. Ryu Sungjun in the middle of the arena felt very angry because his attack seemed like nothing to Cha Shinhyun. He swore at Cha Shinhyun as he jumped up and attacked him. Meanwhile, Cha Shinhyun casually created a protective wall to block Ryu Seungjun's attacks. With a big smile, Cha Shinhyun asked why Ryu Seungjun was so angry. "It's not like he wants to see what I'm capable of." Ryu Seungjun asked Cha Shinhyun to be quiet. Then he turned and jumped again to launch fierce successive attacks. But Cha Shinhyun managed to easily block the attack. It's a very intense fight. The host was even excited to see that two wizards could do close combat in such an exciting way. Cha Shinhyun said that Ryu Seungjun was very passionate, but his fighting positions were really messy. Ryu Seungjun's movement is too wide, so the center of the foot used as the pivot is too weak. So Cha Shinhyun managed to take him down with one simple attack. With that, Cha Shinhyun asked Ryu Seungjun to fix his bad habit of shrugging while trying to exert strength, because doing so would cause his strength to scatter instead. Ryu Seungjun was obviously surprised to see him taken down so easily, especially when suddenly Cha Shinhyun suddenly appeared in front of him and said he has been practicing martial arts for a long time. But he was disappointed if this was all Ryu Seungjun had. Cha Shinhyun even commented that Ryu Seungjun's abilities were very weak compared to his high confidence. Of course, Ryu Seungjun was annoyed to hear that. He said he would burn Cha Shinhyun to ashes. Cha Shinhyun quickly jumped away when he saw the fire burning around Ryu Seungjun. This young man uses the skill 10 Dance of the Fire Dragon to summon 10 huge dragons that will attack Cha Shinhyun directly. Smiling, Cha Shinhyun said that this might be a bit difficult to handle. Reporters heated up again seeing Ryu Seungjun's 10 Dance of the Fire Dragon skill look like it was going to collapse the entire arena and swallow up contestant Cha Shinhyun. The scorching heat wave swept through the spectators like a hurricane, and even the reporters felt the intense heat wave. Reporters are wondering whether Cha Shinhyun was rendered helpless by this incredible attack. How could this happen? Not even the 10 Dance of the Fire Dragon could break through contestant Cha Shinhyun's barrier. Cha Shinhyun amidst the flames commented that this was the reason dealing with an arrogant man was so troublesome. Even though Cha Shinhyun's body is immune to heat and cold doesn't mean he is a sweet potato. This time Cha Shinhyun used the same ability, namely flipping his right thumb downwards to knock down 10 fire dragons. With a smile, Cha Shinhyun finally said that he would kill Ryu Seungjun if he continued the fire attack like that. The reporters were hysterical as they watched Cha Shinhyun with his invisibility power just destroy the 10 Dance of the Fire Dragon. This means Cha Shinhyun managed to subdue 10 fire dragons in an instant. Obviously, the reporter representing the audience asked what was that move just now. Could it be that seeing the effect of its power, might it be a gravity skill? Is it possible for Cha Shinhyun to use that extraordinary power with his magic? This was truly beyond everyone's imagination. They did not expect that there were humans who could use gravity skills. They started to wonder if contestant Cha Shinhyun was a god. Ryu Seungjun fell to his knees with a pale face when he saw Cha Shinhyun already standing tall and very close to him. Cha Shinhyun said he enjoyed this match more than expected. Now, it was Cha Shinhyun's turn to attack with a ball of energy that was so strong that Ryu Seungjun was thrown quite far. With this, Cha Shinhyun asked Ryu Seungjun to tell the next contestant to leave immediately. On Park Tae-hoon's special seating bench, he called out to his trusted bodyguard and asked who the next contestant would be. The youth named Sung-hyuk answered that the next one was a knight named Choi Jin-hyuk. So Park Tae-hoon asked Sung-hyuk to tell Choi Jin-hyuk to use that skill, a reliable skill that was definitely very deadly. Choi Jin-hyuk is the Spear of Twilight who protects the land with the Twilight Guild, and right now his spear was aiming straight for the Dawn Guild. The man in the armor had finally arrived. This figure has the nickname as the Spear of Twilight. He is also known as the Wizard Slayer. The reporter explained, true to his nickname, this young man had never lost to a wizard. Even though the warrior class has a high win rate against the wizard class, the male reporter wonders if there are any more magical techniques that have yet to be revealed against Cha Shinhyun. Cha Shinhyun instead smiled casually while saying that he hoped the young man in front of him lived up to his nickname, the Wizard Slayer. Even Park Tae-hoon thought Cha Shinhyun was too relaxed. But this time things won't turn out the way Cha Shinhyun wanted, because as long as he's a wizard it's impossible to win against Jaehyung. The second half of the Sun Festival's Great Skirmish match began. As soon as the match started, contestant Choi Jin-hyuk immediately used his own physical buff and attacked Cha Shinhyun brutally. Cha Shinhyun was also a little surprised when his opponent immediately attacked as soon as the match started. But after all, he was nothing more than an empty armor, according to Cha Shinhyun. Cha Shinhyun tried to attack Jin-hyuk, but he dodged it quickly. Cha Shinhyun also realized that his opponent this time, besides being fast, had high defense and also really wanted to win. Cha Shinhyun thought that fighting in the air was the way to deal with someone like Jin-hyuk. But suddenly, Jin-hyuk dug his spear into the ground to help him jump and attack from the air. Luckily, Cha Shinhyun managed to pull out the shield in time. Reporters also thought that contestant Jaehyung was really impressive. He didn't give contestant Cha Shinhyun a chance to fly. Even Jin-hyuk managed to launch a jump attack without hesitation, which instantly shattered Cha Shinhyun's shield. The young man who had black hair was even stunned to realize that he had been knocked down. Cha Shinhyun remembered well that it had been hundreds of years since no one had managed to bring him down. Cha Shinhyun sighed heavily, remembering that he couldn't use martial arts to take down his opponent. If I may, it's certain that he can take down his opponent with just one strike. Cha Shinhyun had commented about the man in front of him who he thought was very hard work. In order to appreciate the hard work of the man behind the armor, Cha Shinhyun will show his best ability. Cha Shinhyun performs a unique skill when moving the thumb of his right hand downwards. The skill that people called gravity skill. Immediately the reporter was excited to see the skill being used again, and it seemed like it would succeed in stopping contestant Choi Junhyung, who had been unbeaten from the start of the match. But suddenly, the eyes beneath the armor glowed red, and with extraordinary strength, Choi Junhyung managed to step slowly. Of course, the audience and reporters were excited to see this scene. Choi Junhyung also said to Cha Shinhyun, "Can gravity stop his steps?" Choi Junhyung had just asked Cha Shinhyun to prepare to receive an attack from him when suddenly Cha Shinhyun raised a finger and said that it wasn't a gravity skill. Cha Shinhyun pulled his finger to the right, and Junhyung's body was also pulled to the right. Then when Cha Shinhyun pulled his finger to the left, Choi Junhyung's body was also pulled to the left. Cha Shinhyun continued to carry out this attack repeatedly until the ground under Choi Junhyung's body shattered, and the man under the armor hit the wall hard. Everyone was even more amazed to see Cha Shinhyun's ability. Even Park Tae-hoon, who had been calm earlier, looked panicked. Reporters asked in astonishment what just happened, because so quickly Cha Shinhyun's invisible ability managed to conquer Choi Junhyung. Do they wonder what mysterious ability Cha Shinhyun used? Cha Shinhyun stood in front of Junhyung's unconscious body. He admitted Junhyung was a formidable opponent. Cha Shinhyun asked Junhyung to be proud of himself for surviving this long. He also explained that the strength he has is not gravity, but the force of attraction and repulsion, an original skill that Cha Shinhyun managed to develop after much contemplation. It is also known as yin-yang inversion. This skill gives magic power from the nature of attraction and repulsion. The direction and degree of force can be adjusted according to the user's wishes. The more power one uses, the faster the magic power consumption rate. Cha Shinhyun picked up a rock and explained that if one takes a basic lesson, then you will know that in physics the force of attraction is the force of attraction, and the repulsive force is the force of the push. Too complicated to explain in detail, but that's the point. Cha Shinhyun threw the small rock with precise force toward Choi Junhyung's head. Just before Cha Shinhyun's explanation was almost finished, Junhyung said that Cha Shinhyun made a mistake, for he should not shorten the distance between them. Choi Junhyung got up and took out his top secret skill. Before that, Park Tae-hoon asked Jae through thought transmission, does she know why Junhyung is called the Wizard Slayer? It was because he had a special ability. So if you were to fight someone like Cha Shinhyun, who really had nothing but his wizard skills, then Cha Shinhyun would definitely die. Right when Park Tae-hoon finished saying that, Cha Shinhyun received a notification from the system that he could not use magic for the next 10 seconds. By this time, the surprise had not yet disappeared. Suddenly Junhyung was standing towering in front of Cha Shinhyun while raising his hand high. While in the waiting room, Choi Junhyung was asked to use the counterspell ability by Guildmaster Park Tae-hoon. At first, Choi Junhyung, who was cleaning his weapon, refused, because it was a skill he didn't want to show to the public. But the deputy chairman said their guildmaster believed Cha Shinhyun was hiding something, but he wasn't sure what it was. Regardless of what that something was, a sorcerer who could control high-level magic like gravity was simply too dangerous. So Choi Junhyung got the order to kill Cha Shinhyun. That's why without hesitation Choi Junhyung aimed his spear as hard as he could at Cha Shinhyun. Luckily, the black-haired youth managed to dodge in time. Choi Junhyung saw Cha Shinhyun quite surprised at his special skill. He explained it was a technique that made one unable to use magic for a period of time. This is the end for Cha Shinhyun, because according to Choi Junhyung, without using magic a wizard like Cha Shinhyun cannot win against him. The excited reporters said that they just thought the match was about to end, but they didn't expect contestant Choi Junhyung to use a skill he didn't know before. They were wondering what skill Choi Junhyung actually uses. From where he was sitting, Park Tae-hoon said Junhyung had always been a simple and straightforward person. He couldn't stand people using his magic carelessly, but Park Tae-hoon didn't expect him to get such an original skill. This young man acted stupid as if he didn't know about the mysterious ability of Choi Junhyung. Instantly Lee Jae panicked. From inside her head, she asked Cha Shinhyun to run away immediately. Lee Jae also said that this competition was not important anymore and asked Cha Shinhyun to just give up. Lee Jae didn't want the young man to use his martial arts in front of many people no matter what. Cha Shinhyun was clearly surprised to hear such a request. Choi Junhyung also asked Cha Shinhyun to surrender or run away from this match, because now Junhyung increased his power attack to beat Cha Shinhyun. Choi Junhyung said his spear now had enough accumulated power to destroy a low-level building with a single strike. Moreover, his attack power has increased to full. Junhyung wondered if Cha Shinhyun would be able to survive his attacks without a magic barrier. Then with full strength, Choi Junhyung jumped and mustered all his best strength. However, instead of avoiding it, Cha Shinhyun was rooted to the spot while thinking about himself being asked to surrender. So with a terrible expression, Cha Shinhyun said it was just nonsense. A second later, Cha Shinhyun exerted his inner strength to the surprise of Lee Jae-hai and Park Tae-hoon. It was as if the two of them felt a terrifying energy assaulting their heads, making them dizzy. Park Tae-hoon even felt his heavenly martial origin cultivation arts resonate with Cha Shinhyun's energy. It was clear he was shocked and was wondering what kind of energy was this. This energy has a big and giving vibe that Park Tae-hoon never experienced before. Choi Jin-hyun, who had been attacking with full power, suddenly stopped when he saw the area around him change. He suspected it was magic, but he realized his counter spell was still working. Before Jin-hyun had time to digest everything that was happening, he was suddenly bound by a large chain that had bluish Kai energy. The iron chains appeared from all directions and immediately tightly bound Jin-hyun. When Choi Jin-hyun asked what skill was that, suddenly Cha Shinhyun appeared in front of him while floating. He explained that it wasn't a skill but a martial art. If Jin-hyun was curious about martial arts, he told Jin-hyun to ask Park Tae-hoon after this. Cha Shinhyun flew while saying he was almost crazy because people asked him to give up or run away. Cha Shinhyun knew that Jin-hyun must be very surprised. The current situation was something that only Jin-hyun could feel and see. The energy currently binding Jin-hyun is the pinnacle of sword techniques known as mind swords. This is the power that can be used after one's external arts reach level 40, called mind swords manifestation. Although it is known as the pinnacle of sword techniques, the sword that is meant here is the human will in this world. Once one reached this point, one could kill someone or even split heaven and earth with a single whim. But according to Cha Shinhyun, it would be very boring if everything ended just like this. So Cha Shinhyun moved his finger briefly to release the iron chain before finally delivering a powerful attack on Choi Jin-hyun. With this powerful blow, Cha Shinhyun said he must pass down some of the teachings to the lost disciples of the future generations. Choi Jin-hyun immediately vomited blood as soon as he was hit by Cha Shinhyun. In his mind, Cha Shinhyun asked if Park Tae-hoon saw this ability. Cha Shinhyun wanted Park Tae-hoon to see his ability carefully, because this is a real martial art. Cha Shinhyun jumped high up before finally sliding and landing right on top of Choi Jin-hyun's body until all the bones in Jin-hyun's body broke. Park Tae-hoon and the audience were shocked by the fight that just happened. The reporter even loudly asked what just happened, because at first it was Cha Shinhyun who seemed surprised by Choi Jin-hyun's hidden skills. But in the end, it was actually Choi Jin-hyun who was now made helpless. Reporters asked if this was caused by the energy Cha Shinhyun released. While the reporters were talking, the doctor's stop order had been given. So clearly the winner is Cha Shinhyun. The young man with black hair could now smile with relief. He was happy to be able to use the foundation of martial arts again after such a long time. The reporter announced loudly that the winner of the second match of the Great Skirmish Sun Festival this time was contestant Cha Shinhyun. After the second match, Cha Shinhyun missed the remaining matches on the grounds that his magic power had run out. In the following matches, Twilight lost with a score of 3-2 and the Sun Festival came to an end. Dubbed a star hunter, Cha Shinhyun became an overnight sensation. People on social media are busy talking about Cha Shinhyun. Meanwhile, Twilight, who was previously considered to be superior to the Dawn Guild, is now considered the opposite. And Twilight's guild master began to shut himself in his room. Park Tae-hoon's assistant called him several times from outside the room asking if he was okay, but he did not get any answer from within. Park Tae-hoon laughed in a terrible voice. In that dark and quiet room, Park Tae-hoon was talking alone. He was speechless, remembering Cha Shinhyun's match, because at that moment he managed to silence because of fear. He had also been humiliated by Cha Shinhyun. Even if it was just a flash of strength that Cha Shinhyun showed yesterday was something that Park Tae-hoon couldn't handle. Through that terrifying energy, it was as if Cha Shinhyun was telling Park Tae-hoon that he was no match for Cha Shinhyun. While putting his jacket back on, Park Tae-hoon said he admitted that Cha Shinhyun was really strong. Maybe right now I really can't beat him, but since things have turned out like this, I won't hold back anymore. He walked out of the room as he led his assistant away. Cholho, the assistant, asks where are they going suddenly like this. Smiling faintly, Park Tae-hoon answered that they would meet the Sky War God. A week later, after the closing of the Sun Festival, the Dawn Guild headquarters was very busy. The entire office staff was suddenly busy with phone calls from people who wanted to connect with Cha Shinhyun. Even though they had announced several times that Cha Shinhyun was not a member of the Dawn Guild, the calls that asked to connect with him never went out. The expressions of the entire staff were so pitiful that they had to reject every call that came to them. Some look stressed, tired, and even angry. Not infrequently they swear because the calls never stop. Meanwhile, in Lee Jae-hai's private room, the main assistant explained that there were a total of 328 questions about the Limitless Guild directed at Cha Shinhyun through Guild Dawn. There are also 800 messages for Cha Shinhyun. Most of the messages were from reporters and people who wanted to join the Limitless Guild. Additionally, there were 8 collaboration requests, 43 ad requests, and 29 proposals to appear on TV. As per Cha Shinhyun's instructions, they had rejected all but one person. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. The figure outside the door apologized for interrupting in the middle of a meeting. But right now they really needed a master secretary to take care of outside matters. So with unsteady steps, the main secretary walked out of the room after closing today's meeting. Lee Jae-hai started asking how Cha Shinhyun felt after becoming a superstar. Cha Shinhyun didn't look amazed at all. This young man replied he had no problem being famous, but he hated fuss. Cha Shinhyun started thinking about thanking the main secretary named Dongwon for taking care of all those problems for him. Suddenly, Lee Jae-hai turned sad when she said wanted to apologize, because at that time Lee Jae-hai was so panicked that Cha Shinhyun's identity was exposed. So she tried to stop Cha Shinhyun from using his martial arts. Lee Jae-hai now realized that she was too selfish. Even if something went wrong, it could really be dangerous for Cha Shinhyun. Hearing that, Cha Shinhyun stood up and said Lee Jae-hai was worrying too much about things, even though Cha Shinhyun couldn't possibly be hurt by something like that. In Park Tae-hoon's case, even though Cha Shinhyun even had to resort to using his own martial arts, he felt innocent if people eventually found out that he could use martial arts. Now that Park Tae-hoon had sensed the huge difference in power between him and Cha Shinhyun, they probably wouldn't dare mess around for a while. Seeing how they chased after Cha Yun-sol, this black-haired youth was determined to chase them back. Lee Jae-hai smiled at the answer of the young man in front of her. What Cha Shinhyun said was true. The Twilight Guild had become less active after the Sun Festival ended. At first, they probably thought they could beat Dawn Guild easily. By now, they must be feeling a little shaken up. After what happened, Lee Jae-hai knew that Park Tae-hoon had locked himself in his residence. Even after the Sun Festival, the veteran hunter who wanted to remain neutral had come knocking on Dawn's guild door. With this, the Dawn Guild is definitely above the Twilight Guild. And this is all Cha Shinhyun. Lee Jae-hai said officially as the representative of the Dawn Guild that she thanked Cha Shinhyun. The two of them shook hands as proof of the closer alliance between their two guilds. Cha Shinhyun was happy that Lee Jae-hai was finally acting like herself. After that, Cha Shinhyun looked at his cell phone and realized that it was already late, so he had to come back soon because Yun-sol was waiting. Before leaving, Lee Jae-hai asked why Cha Shinhyun accepted the Jeju Island Guild Alliance invitation, though Cha Shinhyun rejected all other proposals. Cha Shinhyun replied he was tired of dungeons in metropolitan areas, and the level doesn't increase quickly either. After all, they are talking about this being the perfect island for a family trip. So Cha Shinhyun will be back in a month. Cha Shinhyun believed in Lee Jae-hai. Even he placed too much trust in that girl. If only he knew what would happen, Cha Shinhyun would not have gone to Jeju Island. In no time, they finally arrived at Jeju International Airport. Cha Yun-sol looks very happy to arrive on the island, because this is the first time Cha Yun-sol has to go to Jeju. This girl is starting to get confused about whether to eat processed black pork or white snapper. Cha Shinhyun asked if his sister really liked Jeju Island. It's a shame they're not here just for fun. Before Cha Shinhyun finished speaking, they heard excited screams, and when they turned to the source of the sound, they were immediately stunned to find the overly welcoming reception from the guild on Jeju Island, the Tamna Guild. The reception, which was too boisterous and full of love, even made Cha Yun-sol, who is a woman, disgusted. The two brothers and sisters were getting ready to leave when a man quickly blocked their way and immediately shook Cha Shinhyun's hand. The young man introduced himself as Kim Kyeol. He is the team leader of the Tamna Guild. He also thanked Cha Shinhyun for accepting their guild's invitation. Cha Yun-sol was very surprised to hear that the young man was a team leader even though his face looked younger than Cha Yun-sol's. Kim Kyeol really enjoyed Cha Shinhyun's performance at the Sun Festival. Since that day, this young man has become a big fan of Cha Shinhyun. Shamelessly, he asked for autographs for t-shirts and merchandise that had been prepared. Seeing this exaggerated attitude from Kim Kyeol made Cha Shinhyun want to return to Seoul. After being satisfied with greeting Cha Shinhyun, Kim Kyeol turned to greet Cha Yun-sol. This young man also looks happy to realize that Cha Yun-sol is the younger sister of Cha Shinhyun as well as the person who will accompany Cha Shinhyun on behalf of the Dawn Guild. Not long after, one of the guild members asked Kim Kyeol to hurry to the next event. Kim Kyeol encouraged the brothers to immediately go on their journey with great enthusiasm. As they were walking out of the airport, apparently someone had been watching Cha Shinhyun. The mysterious man was holding a walkie-talkie and reporting to someone on the other end that Cha Shinhyun had arrived at the airport. The figure on the other end of the call seems to be a man lying relaxed enjoying the sunshine. After hearing the report that Cha Shinhyun had arrived, the young man stood up and realized that the sweet vacation was over, so he asked all his men to get to work. While walking, this young man welcomed the trap that had been prepared for Cha Shinhyun. Cha Shinhyun and Cha Yunsol below paid a visit to the home of the Tama Guild master, Kim Hajun. The man who already looks old welcomes Cha Shinhyun with pleasure. He even shook Cha Shinhyun's hand passionately when saying how happy he was to meet Cha Shinhyun. Because two guests of honor had come all the way from Seoul, he asked Kim Keel to bring out the dishes they had prepared. Hearing that, Cha Yunsol immediately lit up because she suspected it was processed black pork or maybe white snapper. Kim Keel even said that after they tried this food they would never forget the taste until they die, because the food is of the best quality that has been carefully selected. But when opened, apparently it was just an orange. Cha Yunsol was so annoyed that she took out her arrow, but her brother restrained her from doing anything to them. Kim Hajun immediately talked about business matters for granted because their current situation was so complicated. So this guild master from Tama asked the guest to be able to understand. Then Kim Hajun began to explain that the Jeju Island Guild Alliance was against the office organization system in Korea, which was divided into two camps, namely Dawn and Twilight. So they formed the Hunter system independently and separately. If they got into a conflict between the Dawn Guild and the Twilight Guild, there would definitely be a sea of blood on Jeju Island. Until now, somehow the Tama Guild had played an important role in maintaining this alliance. It lasted until high-risk dungeons started appearing in large numbers. Dungeons with a danger level of 11 and above had never appeared on Jeju Island before, but now it has appeared in 5 different places on Jeju Island in the span of a year. As Cha Shinhyun and Yunsol knew, a dungeon with a high level of danger like that could only be entered by a team of veterans who were at least level 40 in order to clear the dungeon. That was a problem their guild couldn't solve until now, so they really needed a high-ranked hunter to lead the party, but they were all mostly members of the Dawn and Twilight guilds. Cha Shinhyun asked if such a dangerous dungeon appeared, why couldn't their guild just ignore it? The monsters wouldn't just come out of the dungeon. Kim Hajun replied excitedly that if they couldn't manage the dungeons, they would lose the rights to those dungeons. Then these rights will be handed over to the Hunter Association and will definitely fall into the hands of the Dawn Guild or the Twilight Guild. Now Cha Shinhyun clearly understood with such a fiery explanation. Kim Hajun added that they had gone through so much to prevent a large guild from setting foot in Jeju. Realizing this dire situation, Kim Hajun was worried that Jeju Island would be finished. As they were in a deep moment's decision, the Limitless Guild appeared like a comet, and Cha Shinhyun amazed them. Even though Cha Shinhyun was collaborating with the Dawn Guild, he was a newly emerging high-rank hunter and officially took a neutral stance. Cha Shinhyun is like a saving light for the Jeju Island Alliance. Hearing so many compliments from Kim Hajun, and Kim Keel instead annoyed Cha Shinhyun and became silent in 1,000 languages. They kept thanking them from the bottom of their hearts for Cha Shinhyun accepting the invitation of the Jeju Island Alliance. Cha Shinhyun asked them not to overly praise, because he does this in order to level up and earn money. Now that they had finished talking, Cha Shinhyun wanted to take them directly to the dungeon. But suddenly, Cha Yunsol danced on the hem of her shirt and said there was an important matter that needed to be cleared up first. Cha Shinhyun was shocked. He asked what important matter they had to take care of urgently. Yunsol answered innocently that it was black pork and sea bass. After eating, they went to Dungeon Seongs in Yupon, Jeju Island. Inside the dungeon, the Tama Guild members were being overwhelmed by monsters that could move quickly. No matter how much they attacked, they still couldn't defeat the monster because its movement was too fast. The monster was named Ilmyong, which means monkey with fire poison. The monkey monster directed its powerful attacks at the guild members. Luckily, they managed to create a barrier shield in time. Even so, their defense can still be penetrated by the poison from the tail of the monkey monster, Ilmyong. They had not expected that the monster's poison was actually strong enough to penetrate their hottest defensive barrier. The situation would only get worse for them if this fight continued. They were worried about being killed by the fire and poison of the Ilmyong monster. When they were pressed, Cha Shinhyun appeared and with the power of lightning immediately annihilated the Ilmyong monster. The Tama Guild members immediately thanked Cha Shinhyun, who had just jumped down from the tree. Kim Keel, who came to be carried by Cha Yunsol, praised Cha Shinhyun for defeating fast monsters in just a short time. Yunsol was annoyed to hear Kim Keel praising her brother, even though she was the one carrying the young man. Finally, Kim Keel also thanked him and Yunsol. He was able to rest until now and saved his MP. Now Kim Keel will also start doing his job. Before that, he asked the 2 members of the Tama Guild to prepare first. Suddenly, the monkey monster Ilmyong appears, teleported by Kim Keel. The 2 members of the Tama Guild swiftly stabbed the monster to death. After they managed to kill the monster, Kim Keel approached Cha Shinhyun again and asked if the young man was also an expert in mage. Cha Shinhyun will answer before he asks back what level is Kim Keel. The orange-haired youth humbly said his level was a little over 40. Cha Shinhyun commented that the other hunters also looked close to level 40. It seemed they had been training hard until this period. Kim Keel answered that because they were in charge of the dungeons on Jeju Island with a limit on the number of people who could enter, so naturally they get a lot of levels. Cha Shinhyun also said that Kim Keel's technique was really interesting. Kim Keel said it was a teleportation skill. He suffered quite a bit while using the skill because it was quite complicated and difficult to use. But Cha Shinhyun thought it was not that complicated. Immediately Kim Keel's face lit up knowing that Cha Shinhyun could understand a skill after seeing it just a few times. Even though Cha Shinhyun can see other people's skills because he invests his points into intuition, as the name suggests, it is a power that can see things as they really are. Thanks to Cha Shinhyun's martial arts, he didn't need to invest any points into any other stats. But intuition is different. No matter how good Cha Shinhyun was in martial arts, he couldn't read the flow of magic power with his eyes. And he did understand the spell's mechanics after seeing it just now. Now, Cha Shinhyun wants to show Kim Keel how he teleports. With a smile full of confidence, he raised 2 fingers of his left hand right in front of his face. But for a few moments, nothing happened. Kim Keel asked whether Cha Shinhyun would use teleportation. Cha Yunsol asked Kim Keel to be quiet because her brother was acting. The girl also said her brother doesn't really know how the world works. Ignoring his sister's words, Cha Shinhyun asked how did Kim Keel use teleportation, which meant apparently this young man couldn't teleport yet. In one corner of the forest, there are several monkey monsters who are busy eating coconuts. Kim Keel approached them and said isn't there anything else they can do. When the monkey monster turned around, Kim Keel said hello, then goodbye, because quickly the young man dropped the monkey monster until they all died. Cha Shinhyun, who saw this method, was a little amazed. Kim Keel explained that he can attack monsters while hunting alone by knocking them out of the air, but he couldn't send them more than 150 meters away. Even so, with such a high distance, a wingless monster would still die in an instant. Kim Keel explained that his teleportation range is empty space in his line of sight. Within that range, he could move whatever he wanted in any direction. But Keel showed his ability to Cha Shinhyun because the young man asked. Even so, Kim Keel wasn't sure if he could help Cha Shinhyun understand his skill. When Kim Keel finished speaking, Cha Shinhyun suddenly disappeared with his own teleportation ability. Cha Shinhyun managed to understand the technique just by hearing the explanation and seeing Kim Keel do it. But it seems he still needs time before getting used to using this skill. The proof is that he couldn't land perfectly on a tree and instead got stuck between tree branches. Then they were all asked to take a break to eat first in the middle of the forest. Cha Yunsol thinks Kim Keel's attitude is quite reckless because there are a lot of monsters in this area. Kim Keel confirmed Yunsol's words. But thanks to Cha Shinhyun and Cha Yunsol, the number of monsters had decreased a lot and they were able to take a short break. They had to recover their stamina by eating. Kim Keel said this while handing a kimbap to Yunsol. But the girl immediately refused because she didn't come all the way to Jeju just to eat kimbap. Rejected, Kim Keel turned to Cha Shinhyun and said his teleportation ability could improve when used more often. Cha Shinhyun replied that everything flows into one. Someone who had reached the late stages of a certain technique could also learn other techniques easily. He also said that if you practice non-stop, one day you can become like Cha Shinhyun. Yunsol said this with pride. Meanwhile, Kim Keel faithfully listened and recorded everything. Cha Yunsol prevented Kim Keel from learning something from her brother by following him, because the brother grew stronger with a method that only he alone could use, so it's usually useless for others. But Kim Keel firmly rejected the idea on the grounds that he was a team leader. He was in a position where he couldn't be satisfied with what he had achieved, and lately, he felt like he had reached his limit. Kim Keel also apologized for getting excited like earlier. He was just too excited to learn from Cha Shinhyun. This orange-haired youth also said he felt lucky because his team members believed and followed his direction well, even though he continued to feel that he did not have the ability to become a leader. Kim Keel didn't know what would happen if he took things for granted. Kim Keel's words were like a slap to Yunsol, who used to be powerless until comrades died from being attacked by monsters. A little annoyed at Kim Keel, Yunsol put a kimbap in the young man's mouth and asked him to stop talking. Meanwhile, Yunsol herself also ate one kimbap and finally said that eating kimbap on Jeju Island was pretty good too. Seeing Yunsol's response, Kim Keel's face immediately lit up. He even promised to get a truckload of kimbap if Cha Yunsol wanted it. Instantly, Yunsol pushed the young man's face while asking him not to overdo it. Cha Shinhyun, who saw the two people busy arguing, finally asked how long they had to hunt the monkey monster, because the monsters were not only numerous but also very fast, as if there was no end to hunting those monsters. Kim Keel confirmed Cha Shinhyun's words. No matter how many diamonds teleport the monsters, they are endless. Kim Keel thought he wanted to develop aggro skills with a large area if he knew that there were this many enemies. Hearing that, Cha Yunsol was annoyed and said what if they died because the monsters ganged up on them. While Cha Yun-sol and Kim Keel were arguing, Cha Shinhyun seemed to be deep in thought. Then he opened the hologram screen. Seeing his sister's behavior, Cha Yun-sol asked what he was doing. Cha Shinhyun replied he might have a way to solve this problem if everything goes as he wants. Apparently, Cha Shinhyun unlocked his own skill called Sovereignty. This ability can declare powers if the user so desires. The user can also gain the respect and confidence of the creatures around him naturally. Occasionally, those affected by this skill may develop feelings of awe and grow blind faith in the user. The effect of this skill can vary depending on the target. Cha Shinhyun got this skill from a skill stone found in the Buchin dungeon while hunting with Lee Jae-hai. He learned the skill because it was said that if he could learn it and use it on monsters, then he could subdue monsters of all shapes and sizes. But this point about being able to control the target's mind through the manifestation of the user's will is really interesting. Cha Shinhyun once combined this skill with mind swords, which manifest things based on the user's will and succeeds in forcing people to follow his specific orders. In the past, Cha Shinhyun used this skill to control a squirrel's mind and order it to perform amazing stunts. Even though he used the skill a few times for fun, he forgot about it because it controls monsters and wasn't very useful to him. Now, Cha Shinhyun wants to use this skill again and combine it with other skills. So he closed his eyes and opened them wide while using the telepathic domination skill. This is a type of mass transmission, but more like a kind of telepathy. If Cha Shinhyun could infuse the power of sovereign and mind swords into the telepathic domination, his order for the monsters to immediately appear before he might come to pass. A moment later, Cha Shinhyun finished using all the skills and immediately held his head, which felt dizzy. Kim Keel and Cha Yun-sol, who saw this, immediately felt worried for Cha Shinhyun. Kim Keel even asked whether the young man had enough meaning to transport on a large scale. Cha Shinhyun raised his head as he replied that he was fine and might cause some trouble. Some of the hunters in the dungeon panicked because suddenly the ground shook like an earthquake. They felt it was impossible because natural disasters in the dungeon had never been heard of before. Remembering that, then they realized it seemed like a giant monster was coming that was making the vibrations. They all panicked more, but then they saw that there was only one monster that fell from the top of the tree, and the monster was small. Soon the vibrations stopped. They could breathe easily because they thought there would be thousands of monsters running towards them. But suddenly around them, it became a little dark, the trees became thick, and lots of red eyes appeared. The eyes are none other than the monsters. They couldn't believe what had happened. They asked where all the monsters' data had come from and why it happened. Cha Shinhyun then came and said that he would take care of everything there. Then he asked for help bringing the rest of his party members out of that place right now. The leader of the hunter team understood and said he would get everyone out of there as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yun-seol was even confused when he saw her brother say something like that. Is it possible that he wants to take care of everything alone? Then Yun-seol said that she couldn't do it. She couldn't possibly leave her brother alone to fight those monsters. Cha Shinhyun didn't care what Yun-seol said, so he sent them to another place so he could defeat the monsters alone without any worries. With his extraordinary strength, Cha Shinhyun was able to fight monsters very quickly until there was a big explosion. The leader of the hunter team earlier, who had walked away from there, was amazed by what happened. He was amazed and thought it was extraordinary. They think that it's something that an ordinary human might not be able to do. They felt the rumors about his level being over 60 were true. Then the team leader thought that he didn't care how powerful the guild master Cha was. He was the only member of team leader Cha's family left. And now he was fighting all those monsters alone. He was sure that team leader Cha was feeling very anxious. Then he approaches Yun-seol and says although he can understand why Yun-seol is worried, guild master Cha is very powerful, so she doesn't need to worry too much. Didn't he know her better than anyone else? What if he put a little faith in his elder brother? Hearing that, Yun-seol felt annoyed and thought it was nonsense because Cha Shinhyun had cheated because he was devouring all the exp alone. The team leader calmed Yun-seol not to worry about Cha Shinhyun now. Yun-seol said why should she worry? Of course, she won't do that, because right now her brother should be very excited. Elsewhere, Cha Shinhyun felt useful because he had killed all the monsters there. He fought so passionately. Then he said even though he ordered them to appear in front of him, but he didn't expect that the range was the entire area that was there. Domination telepathy is created by combining the sovereign and mind swords. If Cha Shinhyun used it properly, he could even make all the monsters in a dungeon come to him by themselves, which meant raiding dungeons would also be a lot easier. Cha Shinhyun was even more pleased with it. Then he activated domination telepathy. Then he waited for all the monsters in the area to come. Then he intends to kill all the monsters that are there. Meanwhile, in another place, Lee Jae-hai felt something. The person who was with her asked if she was okay. Was she not feeling well? Lee Jae-hai said there was no problem. It was just that she heard the laughter of a maniac. Meanwhile, someone with him said that then he would continue the report he had gotten. As Lee Jae-hai already knew Guildmaster Twilight, Park Tae-hoon still had not left his residence, and the hunter from the Twilight Guild became very passive. As a result, the dungeon rights that their guild had fought over were now in their hands without much effort. Looks like they don't need to pay much attention to the Twilight Guild for now. Then later Lee Jai-hai thought that it seemed weird. Park Tae-hoon's attitude was too calm even after being humiliated at the Sun Festival. Lee Jai-hai was worried that he was planning something secretly again. Then the person went back to continue his words. At this time, it was other people who put more pressure on their guild. Lee Jai-hai, who saw the photo of that person, panicked. Meanwhile, the high-risk dungeon found on Mount Tebek has a risk level of 13. Hunters who want to enter it must be at least level 60. The world's climate is desert and deserves to be called the hardest dungeon that has ever appeared. The risk level is 13 Fahrenheit, and those who want to enter it must be at least level 60. Dungeon Tebek has a very hot desert field. Moreover, there was a giant monster 10 floors high hiding under the sand that kept approaching the hunters who were there. Then Lee Jai-hai's assistant said that even though there weren't many of them, one of them was strong enough to fight a high-ranked hunter. The information was accurate because Guildmaster Jeon Junho had gotten the information himself. Lee Jai-hai felt that it would not be easy because it seemed like a guildmaster was recruited and she had to form a party to handle them. Then she thought at a time like this it would be better if Cha Shinhyun was there. The assistant tried to wake Lee Jai-hai from her reverie and asked what was thinking so deeply. Lee Jai-hai's condition didn't seem to be looking so good that day. She had to go home early to rest if she was feeling tired. Lee Jai-hai then said she was okay. She was fine, but without realizing it because she said that she knocked the glass containing the tea so that it fell and broke. Seeing this, his assistant then said that he would clean it up. Meanwhile, Lee Jai-hai thinks that it seems that she is currently crazy, and she hopes that Cha Shinhyun will come back as soon as possible. It's been half a month since they entered the Jeju dungeon. Cha Shinhyun and the hunters always beat and fought the monsters that were there. Plus, he is also used to controlling domination telepathy by using sovereign and mind sword skills simultaneously. Meanwhile, the hunters work together to fight the monsters. Cha Shinhyun, who will lure the monsters out while circling the Jeju dungeon. He felt he could tell that he was carrying the Jeju Island Guild Alliance and Yoon-sol. Cha Shinhyun also felt that Yoon-seol looked so excited. After all, she and the others fought great, especially Yoon-seol, who didn't want to be praised because she was like a child. Cha Shinhyun then thought that the hunter level up system was a system where EXP points were distributed according to the contribution made based on the damage each hunter dealt to monsters. So it would be more efficient if she didn't join the battle. Soon a hunter was being chased by a herd of monsters that looked like horses, and that person asked for help. But what was even stranger for Cha Shinhyun, how could a shield warrior escape in such a strange way? If he said that he sensed he had no choice but to step in at such a time. Then he helped the hunter by climbing up the tree, while the monsters below were running around. Cha Shinhyun, even though he didn't just chibi them, it doesn't mean he didn't gain anything from it. While they were walking around the dungeon, he learned the teleport skill from Kim Keel, and he was also used to using skills to impress others. It seemed it would take some time before he reached the desired level of mastery, even though Cha Shinhyun didn't want to teleport in that place either. After leaving the dungeon, Yoon-seol, Cha Shinhyun, and the others enjoyed a meal together. Yoon-seol then says that she finally understands that the famous product on Jeju Island is not black pork, sharp-toothed sea bass, or tangerine. But Jeju Island has an amazing dungeon. It's a great place to level up. Yoon-seol said that while drinking, and currently she had leveled up by 3, so her current level was 38. A member of the hunter said that team leader Cha had leveled up in the dungeon this time. He also leveled up thanks to his guild master. Seeing Yoon-seol happy, Cha Shinhyun thought that their coming to Jeju Island should also be a kind of family trip. So he was worried that his younger sister would be disappointed because all this time they spent only training. But thankfully it seemed like Yoon-seol was strong with this trip. He felt a dungeon tour could also be a kind of memories. Then a hunter saw that the next raid was a request from the Samdado Guild. The risk level is 11. There will be a monster known as a wolf bat. They have faces like wolves and bodies of bats. They are also known to be very fast and have sharp teeth that can easily tear human flesh. Hearing that, Cha Shinhyun immediately knew that the dungeon in which there was a bat monster was a Goa dungeon. Then the hunter said that upon request they wanted to exclude him, and team leader Cha only wanted guild master Cha to accompany him. He said the reason was that the cave was dark, thus narrowing the field of view. So team leader Cha's arrows and his teleport skill would be useless in there. Then Yoon-seol asked, so did they just want her brother to come in while the rest of them waited outside? It seemed they had underestimated him and he felt a bit offended. Cha Shinhyun smiled and said even though it was a bit fishy it was good enough for them, as they were both tired after working so hard, and asked that they should take the opportunity to rest. Cha Shinhyun also said there was no need to worry, as usual, he would deal with it as soon as possible. Cha Shinhyun had thought that he wouldn't remember things he didn't want to remember. After that, Cha Shinhyun met someone who claimed to be named Lim Jonggok. He was the guild master Samdado and also the guide for the raid. Lim knelt and said Cha Shinhyun should have been briefed about the details of the raid this time. Cha Shinhyun confirmed. Then he walked to the front. Once there, he thought that the mere thought of it being a cave dungeon made him even more uncomfortable than he expected. But he couldn't cancel the job just because of his personal feelings. After all, he needed to finish it as soon as possible. He didn't have to care what was in there. Accompanied by 4 other people from the Samdado Guild, he will complete the mission and come back soon. Cha Shinhyun and other members of the Samdado Guild entered the dungeon. As soon as they arrived in front of one of Cha Shinhyun's caves, they were immediately attacked by wolf bats with their powerful lightning electric power. Cha Shinhyun tried to fight them while the guild members asked Kim Jong-gok, the guild master, what they should do because it was going faster than what they planned. Then Cha Shinhyun asked the same thing. He was already there, so what next? Kim Jong-gok instead praised Cha Shinhyun's work as very good and that it was following the rumors that were said about him. That way, if they followed the path that was already on the map, they would be able to quickly reach an unexplored area. Hearing that, Cha Shinhyun immediately rushed them to go there. But Kim squatted instead, asking if Cha Shinhyun was okay because he didn't seem to be okay. Cha Shinhyun said that he was fine, but in his mind, he was complaining a little. Even after so much time had passed, the horrific memory felt so vivid as if it had just happened yesterday. Kim Jong-gok said that since Cha Shinhyun doesn't seem well, maybe it's better not to rush and just relax. However, Cha Shinhyun was a little angry and said that he was fine. Hearing that, Kim Jong-gok became confused. Whereas Cha Shinhyun still thought that he had to get out of there as soon as possible, otherwise he might kill them all. Kim Jong-gok said that the roads there are a bit complicated, but they have staked out the area until that part, so there is no need to worry. This time they will take the lead. Seeing this, Cha Shinhyun felt that since earlier the Samdado Guild had not been suspicious at all, he even had time to think whether he was the one who was worrying too much. Kim Jong-gok asked Cha Shinhyun if he ever went to the Seokguram Grotto on Jeju Island. It was completely different when compared to this dark and damp cave. He wants to take him around to a different Goa if he gets a chance. However, Cha Shinhyun replied that he was not interested. Then he asked how much more they had to go. If he then sensed something strange, above it was a formation device that looked like an illusionary labyrinth trap formation. Even if it's not fatal, once someone gets caught in it, they will lose their way and start going in circles. After that, the other hunters began to feel what Cha Shinhyun was thinking. Cha Shinhyun started thinking again based on the flow of energy. The trap formation seemed to be leading them somewhere. Then he looked at the picture. Why is there a trap formation from the Murim world here? Was it the work of someone who came back from Murim? Or do these devices exist in this world too? Then he swore, then said whatever it was, he didn't want to experience anything related to the Murim and Goa again. Cha Shinhyun tried to win himself over. That part of him is now a thing of the past. Then he was ready to fall into the trap and accept the invitation, because then he could see who was behind it all. Meanwhile, in Tibik Mountain, Desert Dungeon, a group of middle hunters were there and trying to fight a monster that was 10 floors tall. At first, they resisted with their strength and thought that the monster had given in, but they were wrong. And the monster came back and asked the hunters to be alert. They had originally managed to gain the upper hand, and they couldn't back down now. They got ready, then Lee Jihai's arrival crushed the monster until nothing remained. After defeating the monster, she felt that the air around them was quite hot. Lee Jihai didn't hear her part members who had been praising her earlier. Guild Master Down said that was a good word too, that way it would be much easier than he expected. Then Jihai said that maybe it was a lot easier for her and the Guild Master. They had painstakingly defeated 3 of them. But their team was exhausted, so Lee Jihai wanted to ask her hunter members to go find a place for 30 minutes. The guildmaster said it seemed like Lee Jihai must have felt sad to have to do this with him, because so far Lee Jihai had depended a lot on Cha Shinhyun, and there are rumors that the 2 of them are dating. Lee Jihai hit her guildmaster in the chest after hearing that. After that, Lee Jihai asked why didn't the director and others come. If there were both of them there, the raid would be much easier. The guild master said that the 2 directors said they had an appointment they had to attend that day, and they told the guild master that they would join him once their business was done first. When in fact the 2 directors were in Tibik Mountain as well, but outside the desert dungeon. 2 hunters outside the gate were talking to each other about the Sun Festival. One of them asked if he didn't there to watch the Sun Festival. Hunter Cha Shinhyun is really strong. Then another hunter says he's watched the video and it's absolutely insane. How could he possibly do that? Not long after, a chief secretary came and reprimanded them for continuing to chat, and asking them to stay alert. Even though twilight has calmed down a little lately, they don't know when the attacks and commotion will happen again. Then, without them realizing that a force was approaching, those who were aware immediately prepared, but it was too late. The energy force hit them and knocked the 2 guard hunters down, while the chief secretary was still able to stand up. He thought that it seemed like the skill was from a shooter, or better known as a meteor shot. Secretary, those who saw this were astonished, even though today's dungeon raid was kept secret and only a few people in the guild knew about it. If you think about it, it looks like Twilight's doing. But his mind was wrong, because the one who came instead was director Yoon Sungmin. Yoon Sungmin asked about the state of the chief secretary. The head secretary asks what exactly happened. Then Yoon Sungmin said that earlier it was a sneak attack from Twilight, and it looks like it was an attack from someone quite strong. Hearing that, the head secretary became furious. Even so far, the Twilight Guild was quite calm until they finally started their attack. The chief secretary then thought there were still a few more hours until the guild master and deputy guild master finished their work. Should he go into the dungeon and tell them? Not continuing his thoughts, the head secretary asked Yoon Sungmin how he knew they were there. The question hadn't finished coming out of the head secretary's mouth, but then Yoon Sungmin immediately hit the head secretary's stomach, which made him vomit blood and lose instantly. After Yoon Sungmin called someone and said that he was done with the mission there, the person he called was Park Teo-hoon, and he said that director Kwon Oh-jung would join him later. Meanwhile, others thought it was a good thing they too had just arrived, and it was good that everything was taken care of. Park Teo-hoon said that they really did well. He was very satisfied with it, so they said that they should work well together. Since then, in his mind, he mocked Jae-hai and said that she was too stupid and naive. He was sure that Jae-hai never imagined that there would be a traitor among her chief executives. She didn't even know that Taehoon had bribed them before the Sun Festival. Then he thought it had been 7 years since he was in the same dungeon with Jae-hai. That was right after he returned from Murim and started his life as a hunter. Park Taehoon thought that a while ago, 3 hunters called Jae-hai and said that they found a new dungeon that no one had been there before. Seeing this, Park Taehoon then asked how long would the 2 of them take care of the 3 people. At that rate, they couldn't train and would only be stuck with those 3 people. Why is Jae-hai so satisfied, it seems? Had she forgotten the time they spent in Murim? They had to grow stronger as fast as possible. Have you thought about what recommended last time? Then Park Taehoon showed him an ancient jade he had received from the Sky War God along with a message from him. One's martial arts would thrive by wearing it. Then Park Taehoon said and invited Jae-hai to serve Sky War God, because if they followed him they could become much stronger than they currently are. Hearing this, Jae-hai then asked Taehoon to stop what he said. Jae-hai knew that Park Taehoon felt uncomfortable and scared. But right now they weren't in Murim, nobody was after their lives, and there was no reason to be stronger than anyone else. Only with them did Jae-hai feel happy, so Jae-hai asked Park Taehoon to just forget their painful moments at Murim. Park Taehoon, who heard that, then thought that he believed in Jae-hai, that she was the only person he could understand right now because they had suffered from the same pain. But in life he was always the last one, and it was all because of those weak and stupid bugs. Park Taehoon hated them all back then. At one time his party members were in danger because they were attacked by monsters that were so strong. Taehoon survived as well as Jae-hai. Park Taehoon was asked to help one of his members and get them out, but Taehoon just kept quiet and didn't do anything. Then a voice spoke to Taehoon that he had not always been like this. He always worried and gave his best, but it meant nothing to Lee Jae-hai. The only reason why he was ignored by others was because he was weak, because he had forgotten how desperate he was back in the Murim. And it's all because of those bugs. Destroy them, get rid of those who make Lee Jae-hai weak. If he did that, then Lee Jae-hai would understand him. After hearing that, Park Taehoon then intended to free Lee Jae-hai by killing the people around him. Kwon Oh-jung and Yoon Sungmin, who saw Taehoon behaving strangely, became confused. Then Seong-hyuk told them to protect the place. If any Dawn members escape from the dungeon, just kill them. Then Seong-hyuk approached Taehoon and asked about Cha Shinhyun. Taehoon replied that there was no need to worry, that things on Jeju Island might be good right now. Seong-hyuk then said that Gao-lin had started moving at this time and no one could escape from the trap set. They had received reports that the situation there was progressing faster than expected. Without wanting to hear Seong-hyuk's words anymore, Taehoon believed him and left it all to Seong-hyuk. Seong-hyuk then said that he would kill Lee Jae-hai as soon as he was in the dungeon, as Taehoon promised. Taehoon confirmed this and asked Seong-hyuk to do as he pleased. That's if Seong-hyuk can kill the Jae-hai. Then Taehoon and the 3 members entered the gate to the dungeon, and their goal was to kill the Dons. Meanwhile, Cha Shinhyun, who had fallen into the trap earlier, asked with confusion what place he entered. Then he thought that he was following the labyrinth's illusionary trap formation, but there was nothing there. A hunter then asked Kim Jong-gok if it wasn't a little different from what they were told. Kim Jong-gok didn't even understand what was happening because he thought someone would be waiting for him there. When Cha Shinhyun heard this, he asked who it was. Kim Jong-gok and the others were confused because they had let it slip. Cha Shinhyun asked them to tell the truth and what they were planning. Kim Jong-gok pretended to be stupid by saying that he didn't know what Cha Shinhyun was talking about. Hearing that, Cha Shinhyun gripped Kim Jong-gok's face with emotion. Then he said that he wouldn't pretend he didn't know anything anymore. He had noticed something strange from the start. If they want to be able to walk out of here, they better tell them what happened. Meanwhile, Gao-lin was happy because they came sooner than he expected and he took it too late. Then later Gaon-lin gave his greetings for meeting Cha Shinhyun. Then a bomb exploded and confused them. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Jae-hai suddenly had a bad feeling. She was thinking too much about Cha Shinhyun. Then she didn't allow herself to be too sensitive and tried to ignore it. Then she said that there is one mass every 400 meters to the east, 400 meters to the west, and about 400 meters to the south. Then she questioned whether he could hunt them all in one day. Suddenly there was an explosion, which was where the party members rested from Jihai. Then Jihai rushed to go there to try to save them all. And in that place, it turned out that Taehoon's members attacked, including the Dawn Guildmaster. Guildmaster Dawn felt that it was a bad situation because even facing Jang Seong-hyuk was hard enough, but there were Ryu Sangjin and Choi Jae-young as well. And also how they have to fight the monster that is Park Taehoon. Park Taehoon clapped his hands, acknowledging the skill of the Guildmaster Jeon. Under such dire circumstances, Guildmaster Jeon said he didn't expect to meet Park Taehoon in this condition. He also asked how Park Taehoon could get into their dungeon with a hunter standing guard outside. With a terrible smile, Park Taehoon said shouldn't the Guildmaster Jeon already know what happened by now. Chairman Jeon says the location of the recently discovered worlds and their raid schedule is top secret. Finally, he realized there was indeed a traitor among them. Raising his great sword, Leader Jeon said whether it was Twilight or a traitor, he would cut them all down. The hooded man says Chairman Jeon's spirit is amazing, but doesn't he think he should hurry up? Just as the man finished speaking, one of the team members participating in the raid was stabbed by a person wearing armor. With a stuttering voice and a mouth full of blood, the Dawn Guild member asked Leader Jeon for help to be saved. But suddenly, the man in armor was already standing behind Chairman Jeon. Instead of being afraid, the chairman was angry and called Sumhan's name with all his might. Seeing this incident, Park Taehoon covered his face and seemed to sympathize when he said the sight before his eyes was heartbreaking and made him shed tears. But in the end, he said they were all worse than insects. I always just wanted to be a burden. Just as he finished speaking, Jihai appeared right behind him and said Park Taehoon was also an insect. When Jihai almost stabbed Park Taehoon, his attack was quickly parried by Sung-hyuk. Jihai smiled and greeted the boy with an expression full of ridicule. Suddenly Park Taehoon interrupted and asked if Jihai didn't like the way she looked. Because he missed Jihai. Lee Jihai jumped far enough to avoid them first. She replied that Park Taehoon always talked nonsense. She asked Park Taehoon to get up and fight her because she would make the young man unable to open his mouth again. But for now, Park Taehoon doesn't want to serve this woman just yet. He told Sung-hyuk to take care of Jihai. A fierce battle soon ensued between them. Fighting for power, fighting weapons, fighting blows, and even flying and stabbing each other are no longer unavoidable. Sung-hyuk managed to scratch Jihai's cheek, but the girl gave a heavy blow that made him back a few meters. Then suddenly Jihai was right in front of his face and said, "You've become more worthy after following Park Taehoon. Even though I was just a beginner who couldn't even hold a knife properly." Hearing this, Sung-hyuk was annoyed and immediately threw his two weapons with all his might. Luckily Jihai managed to dodge them in time. Jihai realized that the young man was much stronger than she thought. If she wasn't alert, the situation might turn really bad for her. Jihai looked back and saw the Guildmaster Jeon surrounded by dozens of enemies. He carried one seriously injured member in his arms as he shouted at his opponent to come forward in a fit of rage. Jihai knew the Guildmaster could hold them off for a while if she went all out. But the real problem, according to this girl, was Park Taehoon, who was still sitting relaxed on the cliff waiting at her. Jihai looked at Park Taehoon with sharp eyes while thinking there was no way that the man would just sit quietly. Jihai wondered what the terrible young man was planning. From the top of the cliff, Park Taehoon saw Jihai's fight and realized that the girl had become stronger than before. Taehoon suspects that the affairs on Jeju Island are also almost done. If everything had gone according to plan, then he felt Cha Shinhyun should have died by now. But unexpectedly, from under the huge stone ruins, there was a strong explosion. One young man laughed and said this was quite annoying. He is Cha Shinhyun, who survived the trap set for him. Guildmaster Samdado, Jongok, and the members also broke out from under the rubble that Cha Shinhyun had removed. The middle-aged man was surprised to see Cha Shinhyun still standing straight to contact him. The young man said this incident was strange because they insisted and brought him to the point of using his internal energy in the dungeon. And it turns out it was all for the sake of a stupid bomb. Guildmaster Samdado tried to show sympathy while asking if Cha Shinhyun was alright. But just as he finished speaking 2 words suddenly, he felt an energy assail him and lifted him, then dropped him firmly to the ground. Cha Shinhyun asked them to finish what was discussed just now. He asked what Guildmaster Samdado meant by doing all this. Guildmaster Samdado trembled as he said he knew nothing. But Cha Shinhyun did not believe it, because ensuring that no outsiders can enter and leave the dungeon is the responsibility of the guild that holds the ownership rights of a dungeon. Moreover, it would take days for such trap formations and bombs to be set up so deep within a corner of the dungeon. So Cha Shinhyun stood threateningly while asking the Guildmaster Samdado if he thought Cha Shinhyun would believe that. Seeing Cha Shinhyun's terrifying eyes pray, the Guildmaster Samdado felt like he was being strangled by a very terrible force, until finally, because he was so scared, he admitted that they didn't understand anything. They even almost died a senseless death because of Cha Shinhyun. The black-haired boy sighed in annoyance. It seemed like words wouldn't work to make Guildmaster Samdado confess. He felt that he had given the middle-aged man many chances. Finally, Cha Shinhyun used his secret skill in human form. However, he didn't want to take the blame if Guildmaster Samdato lost his mind completely. Cha Shinhyun activated the absolute command skill. With this, Guildmaster Samdato felt like he had fallen into a dark void, and casually revealed all the secrets to Cha Shinhyun. The Guild Samdato was a guild that had received financial assistance from the Twilight Guild a long time ago. Their main task is to ensure that the opinion within the Jeju Island Alliance aligns with the wishes of the Twilight Guild. But today suddenly someone visited their office and asked the Guildmaster Samdato, has anyone contacted him yet? Because he is Park Tae-hoon's senior. The young man claimed his name was Gao Lin, a hunter from China. Even though Guildmaster Samdato did not know who he was or how related Gao Lin was to the Twilight Guild, he did give off the impression that the young man was a big troublemaker. Gao Lin said he visited because his juniors asked for help. So that's how Guildmaster Samdato expressed everything with a dazed expression, and like a madman he sat stiffly exposing everything. Their mission is to take Cha Shinhyun to the agreed location at the appointed time. Gao Lin should be the one to take care of the aftermath. Cha Shinhyun listened to all the words of the grown man carefully. He knew the communication signal didn't work between the dungeon's interior and the outside world, so he was sure that idiot Gao Lin should enter this dungeon as well. Unfortunately, Cha Shinhyun didn't feel any energy. He suspected that Gao Lin had already run away. Cha Shinhyun said this is all getting annoying. So Cha Shinhyun ordered one of the Samdato guild members to get out of the way because he would shoot energy to the other side of the cave. The explosion that this young man made was louder than the bomb just now. With that attack, a way out was opened, and Cha Shinhyun walked out casually. The Samdato guild was happy to see the way out. They had imagined was to go home, clean the house, and go to sleep soon. But the fun was gone when suddenly Cha Shinhyun turned and looked back and said he forgot to take care of some cowardly rats. Instantly, Cha Shinhyun exerted energy so strong that they covered their ears in panic. The energy created by Cha Shinhyun was so strong that it made Goa vibrate and stones fell again. The Samdato guild members were panicking, especially when I saw that the cave door was slowly closing again, and the sound of their request for help sank with the cave door being tightly closed again. While listening to the screams for help, Cha Shinhyun said he also suffered in a cave for 10 years. It's time for them to suffer a little too. If they couldn't get out, then it was the end for them. Cha Shinhyun smiled, realizing all of this was Twilight's doing. He thanked him for giving such a compelling reason to blatantly destroy their group. Now Cha Shinhyun is starting to consider meeting Gao Lin first. Meanwhile, at the same time but in a different location, Lee Jihai still had to fight against Sung Hyuk, whose abilities were now beyond Jihai's expectations. The young man managed to make shadows of himself up to about 6 people. Lee Jihai said that Park Tae-hoon must have put a lot of effort into training Sung Hyuk until he can provide a great attack for Jihai. The young man smiled while commenting on Jihai's arrogance. He also asked Jihai to clean the remaining blood around his mouth first. Sung Hyuk asked Jihai to quickly bring out her shadow dance ability. Lee Jihai smiled upon hearing that. He said he would not use his superior ability on a weak shrimp like Sung Hyuk. With full confidence, Jihai said Sung Hyuk was no match for her without that skill. Immediately Sung Hyuk jumped toward Jihai while screaming full of anger. Jihai immediately cast the Darkness Sovereign skill to show Sung Hyuk how an assassin was capable of fighting. Among the very hot desert, Jihai was running fast, being chased by Sung Hyuk and his 6 shadows. After finding the right place, Jihai spun around and attacked the opponent until a big explosion occurred, but 3 shadows still managed to escape and chased Jihai again. This girl was annoyed because Sung Hyuk was stubborn like Park Tae-hoon, so he used lightning attacks to cut them all down. Even though Jihai had hit them all, the real Sung Hyuk still managed to escape. He jumped quickly toward Jihai, then stabbed right in Jihai's chest with his poison spear skill. Luckily, Jihai managed to block the attack with her dagger. In a state of shock, Jihai asked, "What ability is this?" Jihai backed away a few meters from Sung Hyuk's surprise attack after successfully parrying it with her dagger. Jihai was shocked to see her dagger melt with that skill. Jihai realized that if she made a mistake here, she might receive a fatal wound or even die immediately. Even so, he thinks this is even more interesting. Throwing away her dagger, Jihai commented that Sung Hyuk's fighting style had changed a lot. She remembered that Sung Hyuk used to imitate her using dual daggers. Sung Hyuk replied that it was all thanks to Jihai, because Jihai used to tell him about an assassin's method to get stronger. Jihai said she wasn't sure she'd ever said that. Pulling out a new dagger from the storage room, this girl thought Sung Hyuk's poison arts were too much trouble, but his cloned body was also troublesome. Jihai wondered where Sung Hyuk's real body was. Because Jihai didn't remember ever saying that, Sung Hyuk said he would make the girl remember it. So he asked Jihai to use Shadow Dance one last time. Jihai chuckled upon hearing that. She also asked if Sung Hyuk wasn't tired of asking for that skill, because as previously said, she didn't need to use that ability on a weak shrimp like Sung Hyuk. Even though in her mind this girl couldn't use Shadow Dance now because she had to save her strength to fight Park Tae-hoon later. Sung Hyuk got even angrier hearing that. She also moved as fast as lightning to directly attack Jae and stab her right in the heart, causing the girl to be in pain with blood spurting from her chest and her mouth. While attacking, Sung-hyuk recalled memories when Jae laughed at him for actually imitating him, even to the point of using a dual dagger. In the past, Sung-hyuk was so weak that he was defeated easily. Even his body shook violently facing Jae. Meanwhile, the girl knew that Sung-hyuk was a boy raised by Park Tae-hoon to replace him. This made Jae even more disgusted with Park Tae-hoon. Even though Jae pitied Sung-hyuk, this still bothered him a lot. It felt like Park Tae-hoon sent the boy to taunt her. Seeing Jae approaching, Sung-hyuk trembled in fear and asked her not to come closer. Jae sat crouched in front of him and then asked if he knew an assassin's method to get stronger. It was having someone he wanted to kill with all his heart. Putting her dagger on Sung-hyuk's chin, this girl said, if you want to be strong, then try to hate someone until you want to kill them just like her. It didn't take long for a group of people who were targeting Jae to come again with Park Tae-hoon. This made Jae even more annoyed. Finally, she had no other choice but to leave. Even if the idiot he wanted to kill the most was here, he couldn't kill that person now. Jae gave Sung-hyuk another dimension as a senior, namely he wasn't talented for this, so just give up and find a new way of life. Then Jae said goodbye to her clone. Now the situation was reversed. Sung-hyuk managed to injure Jae and stood towering before her. This young man said Jae was like he was mocking him and completely denied his entire existence at that time. But after that, he threw away all of Jae's techniques and started all over again so he could surpass Jae. Even though the girl came from a rival guild, Sung-hyuk honestly admired and respected her. Can Jae imagine how disgusting it is to receive pity and humiliation from someone like him? Thanks to his obsession with killing Jae, now he will become the best assassin. Suddenly a soft voice said that he had memorized everything right behind Sung-hyuk's back. The radiant energy slowly formed a slender female figure. He said that if Sung-hyuk wanted to surpass himself, how could he do what Jae told him? And if Sung-hyuk followed what he said, he should have given up already. Sung-hyuk was shocked to see Jae's true form, who was standing gracefully with a sweet smile without the slightest wound. When this young man was about to escape, he was trapped by Jae's other skill. While catching her prey, this girl said she would show one more thing. That is an assassin showing his true nature only once. That was when they were able to kill their enemy until his last breath. Sung-hyuk still looked like his clone. With this, Jae succeeded in destroying Sung-hyuk's body until there was nothing left. After that, another man appeared who said that Jae was very impressive, even though Sung-hyuk had done pretty good training. Seeing this figure, Jae smiled and said, "You finally appeared, that idiot Jae wanted to kill." Slowly, Park Tae-hoon walked up to Jae and asked how the event that had been prepared for him was going. Jae replied she was disgusted and kind at the same time. Jae also wanted to tell something Park Tae-hoon didn't know about it, namely the bank of all Park Tae-hoon's thoughts about his peaceful death, because Jae will not allow that. Instead of being sad, Park Tae-hoon smiled and pulled his weapon from the storage room. While killing the weapon, this young man said that was what he wanted to hear from Lee Jae. The two of them immediately directed a very strong mana wave. Even Jae immediately used her flagship shadow dance skill to fight Park Tae-hoon. Meanwhile, Shinhyun kept trying to contact Lee Jae via phone calls, but the girl's number was not active and could not receive his calls. While walking, Shinhyun wondered if she was busy, even though Shinhyun wanted to tell Jae about the Simdado Guild. Suddenly several people appeared from the bushes and surrounded Shinhyun. They asked if Shinhyun was trying to contact Lee Jae, because the girl is not able to receive calls now, because Lee Jae was in the middle of a raid dungeon. Signals from electronic devices were not functioning between the inside and outside of the dungeon. Finally, the figure spoke. Gao Lin showed his face and asked what was the surprise from him in the cave. Wasn't that place familiar to Shinhyun, considering they had both been to Murim? Shinhyun realized that all the events earlier were indeed the work of the young man in front of him, and he also came from Murim. But how could the young man know that Lee Jae was also doing a dungeon raid? Instead of answering, Gao Lin asked Shinhyun to ask him carefully if he wanted to know about Lee Jae. Later, Gao Lin would consider whether he should tell Shinhyun or not. Shinhyun scratched his head and realized that the young man had no intention of telling him. Well, it doesn't matter, because Shinhyun only needed to force him to tell. After saying that, Shinhyun released very strong energy around his body. Horrible mana energy that usually makes the opponent instantly scared. But not so with Gao Lin. Instead, he was amazed to see that Shinhyun could control the resonance of the heavenly martial origin cultivation technique. But Gao Lin could also do magic like that. Silence managed to create such a large magic circle on the ground around them. Shinhyun realized it was a device formation. Gao Lin told Shinhyun he would know that this was very different from other set formations because this was Gao Lin's greatest work. He managed to combine the device formation learned in the Murim with his sorcerer skill, and then gave it the name Heavenly Golden Seal Formation. Shinhyun smiled and thought it was a trick from a con artist. but suddenly his body grew heavier and he couldn't bring out his full power to fight his enemy. While hitting his opponent, Cha Shinhyun realized he couldn't use his internal energy. While Cha Shinhyun was shocked because he couldn't use his internal strength, two opponents attacked again from the other side. Cha Shinhyun noticed that they were all using the sword technique Sword's Kai. This young man wondered if they were all people who returned from Murim. Gao Lin said he was happy to see Cha Shinhyun's surprised face like that. He asked how Cha Shinhyun felt when his internal energy was taken from him. Cha Shinhyun was being attacked repeatedly from all directions by 3 sword users. Meanwhile, Gao Lin explains that his formation absorbs the opponent's internal energy, and that energy will be given to his subordinates who have learned martial arts. It didn't matter how strong Cha Shinhyun was, he would not be able to win against them. After all, the stronger someone was, the lower the chance of winning against them, because the power Cha Shinhyun mustered was what would kill him. Hearing all these explanations, Cha Shinhyun swore and thought Gao Lin was a talkative person. So with all his might, this young man lifted his leg to move and asked Gao Lin to stop talking and just go ahead and fight. Because Cha Shinhyun would make sure that the young man's body remembered the great name of the Supreme Sword's Emperor. Device formations were a type of dimension created by placing objects such as natural objects or mystical items such as talismans in a certain way. The legendary expert and trap formation specialist, Zhu Liang, used the trap formation 8 formation map to summon wind and lightning, which were used to kill large numbers of enemy troops. He was truly on par with the god's omniscience and omnipotence. Gao Lin, who admired Zhu Liang since he was young, only practiced device formations in the Murim world as well as on Earth. While inside the device formation, he could become a god. That was what was supposed to happen. But in reality, Cha Shinhyun could move as he pleased under the influence of his trap. While dodging the opponent's sword slash, Cha Shinhyun now understands the energy of metal. It becomes the foundation of Gao Lin's heavenly golden seal formation. The two opponents attacked Cha Shinhyun from behind quickly, but suddenly their bodies couldn't move. Right at that moment, Cha Shinhyun moved again and said it was almost over. Gao Lin was shocked because he had never heard of or seen such a body technique before. He wondered when had Cha Shinhyun closed his acupressure points. In Gao Lin's eyes, it was absolutely impossible for someone to move freely and quickly within his set formation. Cha Shinhyun cursed and asked the other 3 sword users if they were real people from the demonic cult. Seeing their astonished responses, Cha Shinhyun finally understood that even if they had studied martial arts, they weren't the ones who returned from Murim, because their sword formations were too weak for someone who returned from Murim. Moreover, Cha Shinhyun couldn't feel the energy of the heavenly martial origin cultivation techniques from all of them. That was the main reason for his conclusion. Gao Lin smiled at Cha Shinhyun's observant conclusion. He confirmed that and explained that his 3 underlings were indeed different from him. They were artificial martial artists. Cha Shinhyun was surprised to hear that. However, he said if one wanted that person to be around his level, they should be able to access other people's meridians and transfer internal energy. But that would be impossible for people of their ordinary level. So another conclusion to draw is definitely they use some kind of magic. Otherwise, they would not be able to achieve such a thing. But no matter what they use, it won't make much difference, even if it's magic or demonic arts used by the demonic cult. Gao Lin was amazed that Cha Shinhyun knew enough. He said he had reused the homeless people who roamed the streets. Even though their lives were useless, they were actually quite precious. Gao Lin benefited enough from those people for just a few thousand souls. Finally, he was able to get subordinates on par with high ranks. That meant no matter what arcane magic Cha Shinhyun used, he would not be able to break out of Gao Lin's set formation. With ease, Cha Shinhyun still had time to scratch his ears when he understood that Gao Lin sacrificed human lives to get that power. That was why Cha Shinhyun was smiling and happy fighting with demonic cultists. While Cha Shinhyun was talking, he gave off quite a high resonance right above Gao Lin's head, making the young man with the long pigtails instantly feel pain. Pointing out counterattacks, Cha Shinhyun said that when he attacked a demonic cultist, no matter how much he crushed and tore apart the cultist to his heart's content, he would feel no guilt and instead feel immense pleasure. With that, Cha Shinhyun wanted to start hunting for the demonic cult immediately. Gao Lin still didn't want to give up. He made another magic circle to add energy to his 3 comrades. The 3 of them instantly felt their bodies extremely refreshed and filled with strength. But Cha Shinhyun even thought it was sad. He didn't expect these people to be so proud of that internal energy they stole. After speaking, Cha Shinhyun stamped his foot on the magic circle just below the foot. It made Gao Lin's 3 comrades feel an extremely terrifying burning sensation. They screamed for help because they could not stand the heat they had to suffer. They asked Gao Lin to help them get out of their misery. While walking over to Gao Lin, a young man with the surname Cha said that fire can destroy metal, and fire can melt metal. This is the simple foundation once one understands the resonance of the 5 elements. Because the base of Gao Lin's formation set was metal, Cha Shinhyun outsmarted him. Panicked, Gao Lin asked how Cha Shinhyun knew about it. Cha Shinhyun casually replied that he had studied formations for a little while at Murim. It became a kind of entertainment for him, and it was quite interesting. Gao Lin fell to the ground after hearing Cha Shinhyun's words just now. Even though he had put his whole life into researching and training that formation, for a Cha Shinhyun, it was just entertainment. Gao Lin was obviously dumbfounded. Cha Shinhyun was not surprised to see Gao Lin so devastated to realize his own limits. Cha Shinhyun prevented Gao Lin from feeling hurt, because naturally, a genius person can do something like learn something very well and easily. Gao Lin was dumbfounded realizing he would die soon, because the device formation was burning when Cha Shinhyun defended it with innate true Kai. Cha Shinhyun also squatted in front of Gao Lin. He said Gao Lin could not protest that his possessions were stolen because he had also sacrificed other people's lives for his own. Cha Shinhyun started holding Gao Lin's head to start extracting all the information from Gao Lin and find out what happened to Li Jihai. With a blank expression and a weak voice, Gao Lin said Li Jihai should be dead by now, because she was beaten up by Park Ti-hoon. Li Jihai lived her life as a loner whether in Murim or on Earth. Then I met with Park Ti-hoon, a cheap smiling figure who actually came first. At that time, Park Ti-hoon said he was happy to meet another returner. He often protects Jihai from monsters that are too threatening. However, Park Ti-hoon was still traumatized when he found the cave dungeon. He recalled bad memories from Murim. Finally, Ti-hoon asked Jihai not to leave him no matter what. That dependence made Li Jihai feel pressured, but at the same time, she felt grateful to be of use to Park Ti-hoon, because no one had ever treated Jihai like that before. But now, in the middle of the battlefield, Li Jihai wished she had never met Park Ti-hoon. The young man asked Li Jihai, who had fainted, to get up immediately, then asked, "Isn't Jihai ashamed to die like that?" Slowly, with a body full of wounds and blood, Li Jihai stood up again, even though she couldn't stand straight. Then she attacked Park Ti-hoon again with quite a lot of force but was successfully blocked by the young man with his large shield. A huge explosion occurred as the strength of the two of them clashed. Li Jihai was even thrown back a few meters. Seeing that, Park Ti-hoon knew that Li Jihai was starting to get tired. Moreover, Jihai's shadow dance can no longer be active. Park Ti-hoon scoffed and told Li Jihai to just give up. Li Jihai stared at the young man in front of her with vicious eyes. He wondered if Park Ti-hoon was really this strong. Even though she had been seriously attacking since earlier, that person was not scratched at all. Li Jihai started to panic silently, so she asked Park Ti-hoon one last time, why did he kill her comrades in the first place? Park Ti-hoon was sick of hearing that question again. He asked Li Jihai to talk about something more interesting. Li Jihai was annoyed to hear Ti-hoon's answer because she should be the one who was fed up with that man. So far, Park Ti-hoon has always avoided the question, but this time Li Jihai had to hear the answer. Park Ti-hoon was speechless, until he finally replied that those people were too weak, and say it naturally, according to the strong human instinct to trample on the weak. Ti-hoon's expression when smiling saying such a cruel thing really looked like a psychopath. Li Jihai said she was crazy to want to talk to someone like Ti-hoon. This time, Jihai's expression changed when she said wanted to end all of this. This time Jihai was determined to kill Ti-hoon. With all her might the girl attacked Park Ti-hoon. Their two weapons collided with each other to create a fairly powerful explosion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Cha Shinhyun was sitting on a rock while looking at the cell phone screen. He thought back to the group of people who had fought him just now. Apparently, their guild was called Sky War and they were followers of the Sky War god. It seems that there are still many rats that are similar to Park Ti-hoon. At first Cha Shinhyun wanted to dig up more information from Jiolin, but he had died dry and aged. Cha Shinhyun stood up and said he had found Park Ti-hoon's location, but it was about 450 kilometers away, plus there was an ocean stretching out. Cha Shinhyun only thought of one method taught by Kim Keel. He could probably arrive at that place in the span of 20 minutes based on his current abilities. Cha Shinhyun was surprised to realize why he would think of such a thing, so he turned from the cliff and walked away. To him, Li Jihai was just a business partner, so Cha Shinhyun felt no obligation to save her when she was in danger. Ever since in Murim, it was customary to kill people or die at the hands of others simply because of personal grudges. Cha Shinhyun recalled every expression and speech that Li Jihai had ever shown. Even this young man covered his mouth because he was really surprised to realize that Li Jihai's secret existence was not just a business partner. This young man finally laughed loudly enough. He immediately rubbed his head, realizing the craziness he had just felt. This young man warmed up while thinking that all this time the only things that mattered to him were his sister, Cha Yun-sol, and himself. Without realizing it, it seems that there is one more person who has made a deep impression on him. So Cha Shinhyun took a swing and ran as hard as he could while asking Li Jihai to hold on and wait. On T-Beak Mountain, two guardians of the world's doors are relaxing while enjoying coke. One of them said he was relieved to have defected to the Twilight Guild, because his annual salary is 3 times more than when he was in the Dawn Guild. They even gave him an apartment, but for a moment the only one was worried about how they would face the crazy Cha Shinhyun. They had not expected that someone like a monster would suddenly appear and make the situation suddenly favorable for the Dawn Guild. They suspect that now Cha Shinhyun must be dead. Even if he managed to survive, there was no way Cha Shinhyun could come to their location, which was hundreds of kilometers away from Jeju. Just as they finished talking about that, there was a loud bang from the other side of the forest. They grew alert when suddenly the forest turned so quiet. They began to notice that the aura around them was sinister. When the two of them looked back, there was a black figure with sharp eyes who immediately mercilessly taught the two of them a lesson until they screamed in pain. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Park Tae-hoon and Lee Jae-hye were still involved in a very terrible battle. They both attack each other with attacks that are both sharp, fast, and deadly. Park Tae-hoon smiled with satisfaction as he watched Lee Jae-hye's attack power decrease. He asked mockingly if Lee Jae-hye killed him with just that ability. He asked where Lee Jae-hye's spirit was just now, and why has that girl only been holding out since earlier. Park Tae-hoon was even more arrogant when he said whether Lee Jae-hye would continue to be boring like now. Hearing this, Lee Jae-hye finally couldn't stand it and gave a heavy blow so that Park Tae-hoon's weapon was thrown away. But Lee Jae-hye had to pay a heavy price with the damage to her dagger. While Lee Jae-hye's attention was diverted, suddenly Park Tae-hoon was standing so close in front of her face and said Lee Jae-hye had to focus. Lee Jae-hye received a heavy blow and was thrown several meters away. Park Tae-hoon stepped slowly closer to Lee Jae-hye's weak body sitting on the side of the desert rocks. Park Tae-hoon felt that this was getting boring. He said how dare Lee Jae-hye was to show her fangs in front of Park Tae-hoon when his level was only so far. Park Tae-hoon suspected that the girl in front of him had shown all her strength. Park Tae-hoon stared closely at Lee Jae-hye's face and asked, "Don't you know now who is right among them?" Park Tae-hoon choked Lee Jae-hye's neck while saying following the Sky War God was indeed the correct answer. It's still not too late. Park Tae-hoon still wants to give Lee Jae-hye one last chance to join him. They will become so strong that no one can threaten or defeat them. In a weak voice, Lee Jae-hye said she appreciated Park Tae-hoon's offer as a guildmaster, but she would rather die than follow Park Tae-hoon. So Lee Jae-hye asked him to stop interfering in her life again. Park Tae-hoon's body shook hearing that he was at a loss for words because he was still rejected even though it was in the last moments of Lee Jae-hye's life. Does this girl wonder why Park Tae-hoon is like a child who still likes to categorize the strong and the weak? Lee Jae-hye asked Park Tae-hoon to remember carefully that he would later die because of the Sky War God whom he followed like a dog. Park Tae-hoon got even angrier hearing that. But Lee Jae-hye still stated that Cha Shinhyun was looking for the Sky War God. All he had on his mind was revenge against the people who messed up his life, so he wouldn't let a subordinate of the Sky War God like Park Tae-hoon get away with it. Park Tae-hoon was very annoyed to hear that. He said Cha Shinhyun might be a corpse by now, because he had sent people to kill Cha Shinhyun in Jeju. They are a group of strong people who follow the Sky War God, the special forces of the Sky War Guild, led by Murim Returner. Each individual member is stronger than most high-rank hunters. Park Tae-hoon was sure that even though Cha Shinhyun had grown rapidly, he would not be able to defeat the Sky War Guild. Suddenly, Park Tae-hoon's confidence and laughter stopped when he heard someone's familiar voice. The figure said Park Tae-hoon was still bothering him and seemed to really enjoy it. As soon as Park Tae-hoon looked back, he was clearly surprised to see Cha Shinhyun standing in front of him in a very healthy and fit condition. With a mocking smile, Cha Shinhyun said he couldn't be killed by the people that Park Tae-hoon recruited. The young man walked casually while carrying the two corpses of hunters who stood guard in front of the dungeon gate. Cha Shinhyun knew they were members of the Dawn Guild when the Sun Festival took place. He knocked over the two corpses saying they had attacked him first, so Cha Shinhyun just beat him a few times and put them to sleep. Look at how well this young man lies. Lee Jae-hye called Cha Shinhyun's name in a weak voice. Even so, in his heart, Cha Shinhyun was relieved that Lee Jae-hye was still alive. But seeing so many wounds and blood all over the girl's body made Cha Shinhyun's heart inflamed. Meanwhile, Park Tae-hoon started to panic and wondered in his heart whether Gao Lin had lost. He was surprised to see the person who had been on Jeju Island suddenly standing in front of him. Cha Shinhyun was still trying to be patient and greeted Park Tae-hoon, considering that this was their first meeting after the Sun Festival. In contrast to Cha Shinhyun, who was so relaxed, Park Tae-hoon had started to use his top skills. Because there was no response, finally Cha Shinhyun attacked with all his might right into Park Tae-hoon's large shield. The energy clash that was so intense between them made the surroundings vibrate. While attacking Park Tae-hoon, the black-haired youth asked whether Tae-hoon had a religion. Otherwise, Cha Shinhyun told him to enter religion and pray. Pray for his safety because today he will be beaten to death. The dark expression that Cha Shinhyun showed when he said this clearly made anyone shiver in fear. Park Tae-hoon panicked and immediately took his sword from the storage room. Once again there was a strong clash between their two formidable forces. It was so powerful that the ground around them cracked and dust scattered. Park Tae-hoon immediately attacked the young man in front of him with the terrifying ability of his sword. Cha Shinhyun dodged the attack while flying. He said that they were both martial artists clashing with each other and had started a fight to the death. It was only fitting for Cha Shinhyun to start using his martial arts as well. This youth created an energy ball named 18 Dragons Subduing Palms. Park Tae-hoon was clearly panicking at the palm technique, because with one blow of that technique, he could have been immediately scorched. Park Tae-hoon knew that martial arts techniques only the leaders of the cult of beggars should be able to do, so he was surprised to see that Cha Shinhyun could use it. So he suspected that Cha Shinhyun stole the technique from somewhere. He screamed and said he wouldn't let such a little trick beat him. Park Tae-hoon mustered up his best strength to counter Cha Shinhyun's attack. So intense was the fight between them that dust flew and Lee Jae-hai couldn't see what was happening. This girl was wondering if Cha Shinhyun was swept away by the attack earlier and flew further with Park Tae-hoon. While being consumed by curiosity, suddenly someone called Lee Jae-hai from behind. When he turned around, apparently it was the Guildmaster Dawn, who looked so exhausted that he stood up and needed the help of his sword. Lee Jae-hai immediately approached the Guildmaster and asked how come here. This girl was also worried about the rest of the team. With a sad face, the Guildmaster said all the other team members were dead. They fought to the death with the enemy and only the Guildmaster was the only survivor. On the other side of the dungeon, Park Tae-hoon coughed up blood because he was hit by an attack from Cha Shinhyun. Even his energy and blood flow were chaotic, considering that the attack was more powerful than Park Tae-hoon had expected. Suddenly, two hunter rank high trust Park Tae-hoon approached. They are Ryu Seung-jun and Choi Jun-hyung. They asked what happened here, that the whole area was completely destroyed. They suspected that it was Lee Jae-hai's doing. They looked worried for Park Tae-hoon. Hearing the voices of two familiar people, Cha Shinhyun walked over and apparently saw those two old enemies and greeted them with a friendly smile. Instantly they were both shocked and panicked to see Cha Shinhyun's whereabouts. They wondered how it was possible for Cha Shinhyun to be here when he was in Jeju before. Jun-hyung thought the boy was a monster because he didn't look tired at all. Realizing that his internal energy had not fully recovered, Park Tae-hoon immediately thought of a plan to buy time. So he ordered those two powerful hunters to kill Cha Shinhyun. Park Tae-hoon said that Cha Shinhyun's energy must have run out after using such a big technique, so they had to get rid of him right now. Even though Cha-chin is still standing relaxed with a fit and healthy body, Park Tae-hoon even went so far as to snap at them and force them to attack Cha Shinhyun. If they don't want to die, they both have to carry out Park Tae-hoon's orders right now. Seeing that there was no choice, the two young men immediately released their internal energy and said Cha Shinhyun would pay for what he had done at the Sun Festival. The two of them attacked Cha Shinhyun simultaneously. Meanwhile, Park Tae-hoon thought that should be enough to buy him some time, so he had to quickly recover. Suddenly, Park Tae-hoon's face turned white when he saw the terrible sight right in front of his face. Lee Jae-hai and the Guildmaster Dawn ran very fast toward the place where Cha Shinhyun and Park Tae-hoon fought. On the way, the Guildmaster asked if it was true that Cha Shinhyun was here, shouldn't he be in Jeju? With a cold face, Lee Jae-hai asked the middle-aged man in front of her to ask his own question later. They should search around this area first. When they finally saw Cha Shinhyun, their expressions immediately turned as pale as Park Tae-hoon's earlier. Cha Shinhyun breathed a sigh of relief, saying he felt better now. After previously being suddenly trapped in a cave, he teleported in a hurry until he fell into the sea, then he immediately went to these mountains. He thought he was going crazy because of such a powerful overflow of anger today, but he actually felt relieved now because he managed to kill two of his enemies with just one strike. Of course, this made Lee Jae-hai, Guildmaster Jeon, and even Park Tae-hoon almost couldn't believe it, because there was someone who could beat them all with just one strike. It took a very short amount of time to defeat those two high hunter ranks. Cha Shinhyun smiled and said the holder's dish was enough so they could finish this fight now. Park Tae-hoon shook with fear with cold sweat pouring down. He asked himself what to do when he still needed time to recover. However, in the end, this young man realized early on that even if his energy was allowed to be impossible for him to win against this human-shaped monster before him. Suddenly a voice appeared inside Park Tae-hoon's head telling him not to falter, as well as reassuring him that he could still fight. The voice said that Park Tae-hoon was a strong person because he had not yet put out all his abilities. The figure also asked Park Tae-hoon to fight even harder to be able to use his true strength. As if hypnotized by those words, suddenly Park Tae-hoon's body felt so full of energy. He smiled broadly and said with this much power, he was sure he could win. While shouting, Park Tae-hoon showed a huge wave of power. Cha Shinhyun wasn't scared but smiled happily to see that his opponent still had hidden cards. He wanted to see Park Tae-hoon struggle against him. Only then would he feel more satisfied the next time he killed Park Tae-hoon. The mysterious voice asked Park Tae-hoon to show his worth as a tool, but he smiled and said he wanted to see Cha Shinhyun, who had almost reached him. Park Tae-hoon's energy overflowed to the point of creating a big storm around them. Cha Shinhyun smiled and admitted that his energy was formidable. He asked whether Park Tae-hoon had been hiding this skill all this time, but when he looked closely it wasn't Park Tae-hoon's true strength but rather the power of the necklace he was wearing. With one jump, Park Tae-hoon was standing close enough to Cha Shinhyun. The black-haired young man admitted that Park Tae-hoon was getting faster. Seeing that his opponent was so excited, Cha Shin-hyun had to appreciate it. He withdrew his sword from the storage room saying, "It is a borrowed power, so you just use it wholeheartedly." So Park Tae-hoon should be proud because this is an important event for Cha Shin-hyun, the Supreme Sword's emperor, to draw out his sword. Park Tae-hoon took out his origin skill to fiercely attack Cha Shin-hyun. Seeing the determination on Park Tae-hoon's face, the black hair bleach said that although his skills are not perfect, Park Tae-hoon is perfect enough to be used as a guinea pig. Park Tae-hoon swung his sword recklessly until it missed. Now it was Cha Shin-hyun's turn, and he asked his opponent to prepare. Because with just one slash of Cha Shin-hyun's sword, the sword belonging to the young man with the surname Park was instantly destroyed. Cha Shin-hyun said it was Park Tae-hoon's own fault because he handled his sword carelessly. Smiling horribly, Cha Shin-hyun said he didn't expect Park Tae-hoon to lose his weapon so quickly, so he didn't think Park Tae-hoon deserved to be a martial artist. Plus the additional battery from the necklace looks like it's starting to run out of power. Cha Shin-hyun asked if that was all that could be shown. Then with one slap, Park Tae-hoon sat down with a mouth full of blood. Cha Shin-hyun then grabbed his neck and asked for something related to the Sky War God. It was because of this question that Park Tae-hoon was still alive, so he should be grateful. Otherwise, he would have died when he was caught hurting Yoon-sol. Now Cha Shin-hyun thinks he should hear the answer from Park Tae-hoon. But Cha Shin-hyun still used the skill invocation of absolute order to make things easier. The first thing this young man asked was who this Sky War God that Park Tae-hoon was following. With a bloodstained mouth, Park Tae-hoon replied that the Sky War God was the one who sent them all to Murim. Instantly Cha Shin-hyun was shocked to hear that, but suddenly a holographic screen appeared and an iron chain came out of it. Right at that moment, Park Tae-hoon said he is also the being that is in his current body. Cha Shin-hyun panicked as the huge iron chains grew stronger. When Cha Shin-hyun opened his eyes and was released from the crime, he realized that his hands were being held by those iron chains and now he was trapped in the cave again. Looking at the boulder with a wide surface right in front of him, Cha Shin-hyun realized that he seemed to be in a cave in Murim. Cha Shin-hyun shouted this was ridiculous and asked to be returned to Earth immediately. Suddenly a voice asked if Cha Shin-hyun was familiar with this place. This was his mind's world and was created with the power of his mind's swords. Didn't that place remind him of the old days? Cha Shin-hyun was the first to come to that place. The figure that took the form of Park Tae-hoon said he was happy to meet Cha Shin-hyun in person, because this is the first time for them to meet in person. Cha Shin-hyun is crazy. He asked to be released right now. Park Tae-hoon said just like this room, the chains were also made of his mind's sword, so it would be difficult to escape from that floor. Cha Shin-hyun was asked to calm down a bit. Finally, Cha Shin-hyun sighed before finally saying the figure in front of him was not the real Park Tae-hoon. Seeing him use mind's sword so freely, he must be the Sky War God. Park Tae-hoon sat and talked, ready to listen to Cha Shin-hyun's many questions. It was rare for them to meet like this, so he allowed Cha Shin-hyun to ask whatever he wanted to ask, because the Sky War God will answer it wholeheartedly. After being silent for a while, finally Cha Shin-hyun asked if it was fun, watching Cha Shin-hyun fall into a terrible world alone where death could come to him at any time. He was alone for 140 years without knowing whether his family was alive or not. Cha Shin-hyun was sure that this figure in front of him had seen his entire harrowing journey. During his 140 years of suffering, was it a pleasure to see such a spectacle for the Sky War God? Unexpectedly, the figure who borrowed Park Tae-hoon's form said he was very fed up. He was so fed up that he wanted to die, but finally managed to wait patiently just to see Cha Shin-hyun reach a certain level. But he was surprised to see that Cha Shin-hyun was still human, so he asked if maybe Cha Shin-hyun still had some lingering interest in this world, thus making him a normal human. Cha Shin-hyun was clearly dumbfounded by the question. He then laughed in a terrible discordant voice, then said he really wanted to hear the Sky War God speak, but what came out of his mouth was nothing but gibberish. For Cha Shin-hyun, that was enough to make him sick. So with full strength, Cha Shin-hyun pulled on the iron chains that bound his body. He repeated the question from the Sky War God, which questioned his interest in the world. Of course, he still has interests and there is only one thing he really wants. While shouting with all his might, this young man pulled the iron chain and said he would kill the person who made his life in misery for so many years. He vowed to kill the Sky War God. So Cha Shin-hyun gave his best punch to make him realize and return to reality. In the real world, he managed to hit the real Park Tae-hoon with full force. With one powerful punch, Cha Shin-hyun managed to make Park Tae-hoon vomit more blood and destroy the necklace he was wearing. Inside his head, this young man asked the figure named Sky War God to remember his words carefully. He would open the door to immortal ascension and break the boundaries of humanity to meet that figure. Otherwise, the Sky War God would definitely lose everything he had. Seeing that the battle was over, Lee Jae-hai and Guildmaster Dawn stepped closer to him. However, Lee Jae-hai was stunned to see such a terrible expression of anger on Cha Shin-hyun's face. The next day, in a very dark meeting room, Cholo was receiving a call and said he would do as the figure on the other side said. After hearing of Park Tae-hoon's death from the Dawn Guild side, Twilight admitted their defeat. Along with Park Tae-hoon, most of the senior hunter executives in Twilight had also been defeated, and even those who had survived had surrendered. The reason why the Dawn Guild and the Twilight Guild were able to speed up their merging process was that the head secretary of the Dawn Guild never got tired of working even though he was lying in a hospital bed. Yesterday he had pretended to be dead after getting that surprise attack. He desperately treated his wounds, and that was how the matter of merging the two guilds was over. Now the Guildmaster Dawn was screaming in confusion looking for his tie in the office. He got ready while trying to read the script of such a long speech. Office staff had arrived screaming they had to attend a press conference in 10 minutes. But the Guildmaster still wasn't ready and found his tie. Amidst all that busyness, Lee Jae and Cha Shinhyun sat awkwardly in silence in a private study. To get rid of the awkwardness, Cha Shinhyun tried to drink the tea that was served on the table. Inside his head, this young man felt like he was experiencing déjà vu. While tasting the enjoyment of the tea, Cha Shinhyun realized that it was Junshin Yinjin's tea. Lee Jae asked, "Do you not like it?" Cha Shinhyun replied that this tea is always enjoyable to drink. This young man then asked what plans Lee Jae has for the future. Lee Jae talked about the current situation. On the surface, the two groups appear to be merging after a smooth deal, as anything is difficult to announce officially. Cha Shinhyun guessed that the girl refused to face him, even though everyone already realized what was going on. Lee Jae said there was nothing they could do about it, but somehow it felt really empty. She still didn't expect Park Tae-hoon, who was so hard to beat, to die so senselessly. When discussing Park Tae-hoon, Cha Shinhyun is reminded of Sky War God. Even if he reached immortal ascension later, he would lose everything he had if he didn't break the limits of humanity. Cha Shinhyun was surprised that there were people who hid like rats but dared to threaten him like that. Henceforth he would not let that Sky War God off the hook. Out of annoyance, Cha Shinhyun drank the remaining tea in the cup with a hideous expression. Lee Jae went so far as to ask if something bad happened. Cha Shinhyun answered that he was thinking about something else. Lee Jae suspected that the man was thinking terrible things. But if that guy is done thinking about it, could you look at this for a second? Lee Jae showed a safe to Cha Shinhyun. It was a secret safe they found in the Twilight Guild room. There was some sort of spell cast on this safe so they couldn't open it. Cha Shinhyun studied him closely, then smiled and said although he did not like touching other people's things, those who lost their valuables had to bear the loss themselves. And with that, he used his power to destroy the spell on the safe door with ease. Immediately Lee Jae was amazed because the safe door could open so easily. Cha Shinhyun explained it was a device formation, so it seems that Gao Lin planted it. It looked like they had put a lot of effort into securing this signature item, but unexpectedly there was only a piece of paper inside. Lee Jae quickly snatched the file from Cha Shinhyun's hands. Lee Jae looked at the file carefully and realized it was Park Tae-hoon's secret agreement with the Sky War Guild. If they teamed up with Twilight, the ownership rights to the dungeons in North Korea would be given to the Sky War Guild. Now Cha Shinhyun realized that they didn't own the land and that they were all scammers. Suddenly Cha Shinhyun got a call from team leader Kyo. He reported that they were currently in the cave dungeon. All of the Semdado Guild members who attacked Cha Shinhyun have been arrested, and the dungeon's state was quite chaotic. He asked if there was a bomb in Goa that exploded or something. With a slightly guilty expression, Cha Shinhyun tried to dodge and said that a bomb had indeed exploded in the cave. Kim Keel also didn't expect Cha Shinhyun to come back so soon. This made Cha Yunsal continue to get angry and swear, causing people to be confused. He started to worry because Cha Shinhyun's sister had been angry like that for 5 hours. Instead of explaining, Cha Shinhyun just hung up and thought this was all really tiring. Lee Jae called the youth and said there was a section about the Guild Sky War in the file. Although there was no detailed information, the contents said that apart from Gao Lin, the person he had taken care of, there were 4 other returners from Murim. This is just a series of personal information, but they are all Supreme Peak Martial Masters with martial arts levels 50 and above. Cha Shinhyun smiled and realized that this was why they were called the Sky War Guild, because they were loyal followers of the Sky War God. Lee Jae answered most likely like that. Cha Shinhyun stood up and said that was really good. Now that their next destination had been decided, they had to track down the Sky War Guild and they had to fight back at all costs. In the Murim world, it was only natural that the strongest would emerge victorious, and Cha Shinhyun was very confident that he would always win. In a typical ancient Chinese palace, a young man with white hair sits on a throne. He asked his personal secretary if it was true that the merging of the Dawn and Twilight guilds was underway and the Dawn Guild would take the lead. The secretary confirmed it. Then the white-haired man asked if there was any contact from Gao Lin. The secretary replied that it had been 36 days since they lost contact with Gao Lin. The white-haired youth thought they had all failed. He understood Park Tae-hoon's defeat was because the young man was too self-confident to the point of being impatient. but Gao Lin's defeat was a bit of a shock. The secretary reported that the Blood Heaven Death Phantom Squad, whose members all approached the Supreme Peak Martial Master, also could not be contacted. As Park Tae-hoon said, their opponent this time must also be from Murim. The white hair suspected that Cha Shin-hyun's martial arts level must be over level 75, which meant he was stronger than the white hair, who was only level 68. Instead of being worried, the white-haired man smiled and said it was interesting. Then he ordered the secretary to find out about Cha Shin-hyun and prevented him from making direct contact. He also asked his secretary to do his job sequentially and thoroughly. After the secretary understood, the white hair said he didn't care even if Cha Shin-hyun's level was higher than his, because he believed that from ancient times victory or defeat was not only determined by the level of martial arts. Now, at the Tanma Guild headquarters on Jeju Island, Cha Shin-hyun must face the anger of his little sister. Cha Yun-sol asked her brother to listen carefully. From now on, if her brother dared to disappear from her again, Cha Yun-sol would kill him and die with him. This girl even pulled Cha Shin-hyun's hair with all her might, but Cha Shin-hyun didn't feel bothered at all. He casually apologized and promised not to do it again. Cha Yun-sol asked at least Cha Shin-hyun to tell herself where she was going before disappearing. Seeing that, Kim Keel asked Cha Yun-sol to calm down, but the girl grabbed her brother's hair and cursed even more horribly. Cha Shin-hyun could only smile while closing his eyes. He knew this would happen. Thankfully, he returned to Jeju Island, so his younger sister's anger wasn't too bad. At this time, the public opinion that had been sent by the Twilight Guild merging would be appeased by the Dawn Guild. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-hai will be in charge of searching for the Sky War Guild's trail. There was a risk that they might operate underground if the Dawn Guild searched for them rashly, so they would carefully gather information about Sky War behind the scenes. In his heart, Cha Shin-hyun was grateful that Lee Jae-hai did all those complicated things for him, but something was still bothering him, because Cha Shin-hyun didn't know where to start to chase after that Sky War Guild. Suddenly, Guildmaster Tanma stood up and bowed apologetically. He felt that the events that had just happened to Cha Shin-hyun in the Jeju dungeon were his fault. He never expected that there would be traitors among the Jeju Guild Alliance. He sincerely apologized for putting Cha Shin-hyun in danger. He didn't know how to repay Cha Shin-hyun for the trouble that had occurred. Cha Shin-hyun and his sister fell silent. But then this young man said he had suspected from the beginning that the entire Jeju Guild Alliance would betray him. Guildmaster Tanma immediately panicked and denied it. But Cha Shin-hyun still hasn't completely dispelled that disbelief. But there was no reason for them to make Cha Shin-hyun their enemy, so he wouldn't mind anymore. Kim Keel and his uncle were immediately happy to hear Cha Shin-hyun's words. They even hugged and burst into tears. But instead of Cha Shin-hyun asking for a merger to be carried out by the Dawn Guild, the Jeju Guild Alliance also joined them. Immediately, everyone in the room was surprised to hear Cha Shin-hyun's request. But the young man explained that at that time the Guildmaster Tanma did not want to get involved in a fight between the Dawn Guild and the Twilight Guild. But now that battle was over, Cha Shin-hyun had talked to the Dawn Guild about his request. After all, isn't it impossible to take care of the world with just the strength of the Jeju Island Guild? Cha Shin-hyun said this while handing the agreement file to the Tanma Guildmaster. The middle-aged man held the file in his hand and answered doubtfully about the genuine system wipe. It was difficult for him to give a definite answer right away, but to be honest, they couldn't have had a better offer than this. So the Guildmaster Tanma immediately bowed and thanked Cha Shin-hyun profusely. Cha Shin-hyun said that if they all ally with the Dawn Guild, then there won't be any unpleasant misunderstandings between them from now on. Even so, inside his head, this young man was sure that if Jeju Island was under his influence, then it would be easy to track down the Sky War Guild, even if there was a traitor. It's like once the Three Islands War is exceeded. Then Cha Shin-hyun asked Kim Keel, wasn't there one more dungeon they had to take care of? Kim Keel confirmed this, because there was indeed a high-risk dungeon near Hallasan. Cha Shin-hyun asked them to immediately take care of the dungeon right away, because this young man felt that from now on he would be even busier. Now everyone is ready in front of the dungeon gate. Cha Shin-hyun surveyed the party, which only consisted of warriors, shis, and clerics. What an unusual combination according to Cha Shin-hyun. He asked Guildmaster Tanma why they didn't include wizards and archers. He was worried that the world's field this time was in the form of a cave again. The Guildmaster tried, but that wasn't the reason. But for clearing the dungeon this time, ranged attacks that controlled vision would be useless, because Dungeon Hallasan is known as the most difficult dungeon to complete on Jeju Island. This dungeon's biggest problem was the fog. There was a lot of fog all over the dungeon. It was hard to pinpoint the location of the party members on their own even if they weren't too far away. But the most dangerous is a monster called Fog Leopard. Their bodies merge with the mist, making it difficult to attack them with ordinary physical attacks. They could only be hit with area of effect attacks like the cleric's holy attribute skills, which consumed MP, and also they had terrible attack power. That was evident from the enormous claw marks left on a party member's large shield. They explained that like a trained assassin, the monster could suddenly appear and perform a surprise attack. Because of that, they almost lost several times. Cha Shinhyun felt that the explanation was enough. More or less, he understood the meaning. In essence, he only had to kill monsters with skills. As usual, this sounds like no big deal to Cha Shinhyun. As the briefing was over, Cha Shinhyun started to step into the dungeon and said he would try to defeat as many monsters as possible. Cha Shinhyun's confident smile and arrogant remarks irritated the other members a little. But according to the Guildmaster Tanma, that was the charm of a great person. By this time they had entered the dungeon. After seeing the terrain himself, Cha Shinhyun admitted he literally couldn't see an inch in front of him. The newly entered Guildmaster Tanma finally found Cha Shinhyun. Sure enough, they had trouble seeing the location of each other's members. Guildmaster Tanma explained that the dungeon entrance area that was open still wasn't too bad. But if they go deeper, a forest will appear and it will be easy for them to separate from the group. Therefore, it would be safer to move with the light skills cast by the clerics within their members. While setting up the shining crystal ball, Cha Shinhyun wanted to ask for some general knowledge that was already known. Wasn't the area around the dungeon's entrance gate supposed to be a highly secure zone? The Guildmaster confirmed this because so far there had been no reports saying monsters had appeared at the dungeon entrance. But suddenly one of their members disappeared from the line. So, Cha Shinhyun, who had felt awkward from the start, asked again, was it really like that? The bald man who had been standing by the missing cleric earlier was shocked at where everyone had suddenly gone. Amidst the confusion, Cha Shinhyun asked why they were being attacked by monsters as if they were already waiting for them near the dungeon entrance. Even the bald one remaining party member was nearly pounced on by the leopard monster. Luckily, Cha Shinhyun appeared on time and immediately repelled the monster with his perfect strike skill. The other guild members were shocked to see the monsters suddenly attack. After defeating the monster, Cha Shinhyun told everyone that he had expected that the monster would only appear when he was about to pounce on his opponent. Just when this young man stopped talking, suddenly the other guild members were also attacked by the same monster. They were shocked and tried to fight as best they could. The guildmaster told them to calm down, then formed a formation and counterattacked. When they frantically searched for the cleric, Cha Shinhyun was already standing in the middle of them, then rubbed energy on the ground. Suddenly, blades of bluish energy appeared which chopped up the leopard beast until all the monsters fell, and their team was safe. After things had calmed down a bit, Cha Shinhyun asked if the others were okay. Under his feet, the moon beast stones from the monsters had gathered. Cha Shinhyun said he had checked with detection magic and made sure there were no more monsters around them. So he got all the members to form a formation. Guildmaster Tamna noticed how quickly Cha Shinhyun analyzed the situation and responded to attacks and all of that at the same time. If not for Cha Shinhyun, their party would have been slain by the monsters. Guildmaster Kim's thoughts were broken when Cha Shinhyun approached and wanted to talk to him. He asked if Guildmaster Kim had ever been attacked at the dungeon entrance before. The middle-aged man replied that he had never even been in the leopard dungeon or any other dungeon. Guildmaster Kim guessed it was because they rarely raided this dungeon regularly. Maybe the monsters got fed up and eventually arrived at the dungeon's entrance. Cha Shinhyun was not sure about this assumption. As for what exactly happened, they would find out after exploring the dungeon. So they started to move on. Often they encountered leopard monsters, but Cha Shinhyun managed to get rid of them with just one blow. Seeing this, the other members asked the guildmaster if Cha Shinhyun would be okay, considering he's been leading for 3 hours straight. The guildmaster said he had asked the youth to take a break just now, but Cha Shinhyun didn't want to listen to him at all. Cha Shinhyun suddenly turned to them and asked if there was anything different from before, like attack frequency, monster level, or anything about that monster. One of the members answered, compared to before, the attack frequency of the monsters started to increase. Apart from that, everything remains the same as before. Guildmaster Kim asked, is it possible that their appearance at the entrance was just because of their rising popularity? Cha Shinhyun replied that it was always early to conclude like that. From earlier, he had sensed that there was a suspicious place that was 4.5 kilometers away from here. Guildmaster Kim was surprised to hear that Cha Shinhyun's magic detection range could be that far. Cha Shinhyun will be more sure when they are there, getting closer to that place. But if the guess is correct, the level of risk in this has increased slightly. An hour later, they all finally arrived in front of a large wall made of fog. Chairman Kim even said that it would not be an exaggeration to call the wall in front of them a white barrier. Cha Shinhyun smiled, happy to find something interesting in that place. This young man then asked Chairman Kim to throw a dagger into the fog barrier. The guildmaster complied and took out a small sword from the storage room. Then Cha Shinhyun told him to throw right in the designated area, not forgetting to throw with all his might. The sword was thrown with all its might, and when it landed, it was in the eye of a giant monster. Instantly, all the members were shocked to see such a big monster. Only Cha Shinhyun looked relaxed because from the start he had suspected that the monster was there. So he asked everyone to get ready. When Chairman Kim asks, what are you preparing for? Cha Shinhyun only replied he had come. Everyone unanimously looked up as they felt an intense killing aura. The giant leopard monster was attacking them from above. The first to be attacked by the monsters was a member who had a large shield. The young man panicked and shouted in wonder why he was the first to be attacked. Chairman Kim stepped forward to slash at the leopard monster. He asked the other members not to be afraid because only his body is big, they can all beat him if they work together. Hearing the injection of enthusiasm from the guild master, all members immediately returned to their enthusiasm to attack the giant monster. Shinhyun, who saw that the situation could be controlled by the other members, felt that he didn't need to interfere, so he decided to enter first. While walking around the area, Shinhyun had expected a giant monster to appear. This was the second time he encountered a gigantic monster in a dungeon. This young man looked around to see if there was a gate that summoned the monster to enter this area. While looking around, a giant leopard monster suddenly appeared and attacked from behind Shinhyun. But the young man managed to overwhelm with one casual strike without even needing to look back. Shinhyun had often heard that there couldn't be more than 2 kinds of monsters in a single dungeon. He was reminded of Lee Jae-hai. The girl will be surprised if she finds out about this. Finally, Shinhyun found something. A crack that he assumed was the gate where the monster had entered. But when approached, he realized that the crack was not a gate. When trying to touch it, Shinhyun failed to grab it like a hologram. Shinhyun doesn't know what it is. He wondered if it was something that could not be seen by the naked eye. Shinhyun tried to do a small test. He summoned the Windows screen, and when the 2 holographic screens appeared, he couldn't touch them either. Unrecognizable phenomena as well as those that couldn't be touched by the physical were no wonder. He felt something strange from the crack. Finally, the Guildmaster Tama came in after Shinhyun. He looks happy because he managed to defeat the monsters. Without much ado, Shinhyun asked if Guildmaster Tama saw the crack right in front of his face. Guildmaster Kim answered no. He was surprised and asked if there was anything strange in front of Shinhyun. Shinhyun smiled, realizing that only he could see this phenomenon. But that smile immediately changed to a sharp look in his eyes as he said, "Don't tell me this was your doing again, Sky War God." Meanwhile, in his office, Lee Jae-hai was still busy struggling with piles of files, even though it had been dark. When this girl heard a knock on the door, she forbade someone behind the door to enter. But the director still opened the door with a big smile. It was clear that Lee Jae-hai was annoyed because that person no longer wanted to listen to her. Even without guilt, the director replied that he had heard Lee Jae-hai's voice loudly and told him to leave. But maybe Lee Jae-hai waited for this pile of documents more than anyone. Lee Jae-hai sighed even harder looking at the endless pile of work. While supporting her chin, this girl apologized because lately she felt irritated every time she saw the director. So she asked the director if he knew the reason. The director calmly answered maybe because he always gave work to Lee Jae-hai. At this time, the girl looked at the time on her cell phone and realized that it was already 1 in the evening. Although Lee Jae-hai was lazy, the director said the case this time involved something that happened in the dungeon. Some deaths occurred during the exploration of new dungeons. The exploration team only consisted of Hunter Juniors. They had already confirmed that the corpse was previously unable to do anything. So the director asked Lee Jae-hai to step in to take care of this herself, because they suspected that the dungeon that appeared this time was suspected of being a dungeon that was impossible to solve. The next day, Shinhyun and Yoon-sol dragged their luggage leaving Jeju Airport after clearing the Fog Leopard dungeon. They both let go with full tears of unwillingness, but instead of wanting to stay, they are even more disgusted by the excessive separation. Fortunately, all the contracts that Shinhyun made with the Jeju Guild Alliance have also been completed. Finally, they arrived back in Seoul. Currently, the 2 of them are in the car going somewhere. Yoon-sol is upset because her brother is daydreaming and doesn't listen to what she has to say. Shinhyun was busy staring at the skilled stone that he got from Dungeon Leopard. The rock was dropped by the giant leopard. They asked Shinhyun to take it because he had saved their lives during the raid. They even forced him to accept a bag of oranges too. Yoon-sol believes that the stone will be worth billions of won if it is sold. But this girl didn't expect a gigantic type monster to appear. Just as her brother had told him, giant type monsters appeared in the Bucheon dungeon. The appearance of more than 2 types of monsters in 2 dungeons made this girl worry that the world would soon be destroyed. But inside Shinhyun's head, the main problem that was still bothering him deeply was not the gigantic type of monster that had appeared again, but the mysterious crack that was still a question mark for him. Skills and martial arts passed through the crack just like that, and not even Kai-sense could detect it. Moreover, only Shinhyun could see the crack. According to Guildmaster Kim Ha-jun's words, it was probably because Shinhyun's intuition stat had reached a very high level. But there's no way to tell if the alignment is related to the Sky War God. Shinhyun's daydream had to be broken because the woman called him loudly. After the young man answered Yoon-sol, she asked why her brother kept daydreaming like that. And is he dating Lee Jae-hai? Shinhyun immediately coughed until he vomited hearing his sister's last question. He asks why Yoon-sol suddenly has such crazy questions. Yoon-sol answered that there are a lot of rumors going around about them. Rumor has it that the two of them often travel together. According to this girl, Lee Jae will be a good sister-in-law, especially because she is great and very beautiful. Cha Shinhyun never thought of Lee Jae like that. Yoonsol was surprised to hear her brother's answer, but she didn't want to give up and asked Cha Shinhyun to try the relationship. The next day, Lee Jae's beautiful face slowly opened her eyes. This girl was asleep on the table surrounded by piles of files. A young man sat in front of her and said Lee Jae finally woke up. He added that Lee Jae woke up at the right time because the young man just wanted to make another cup of tea. As soon as his eyes focused, Lee Jae immediately woke up and screamed in surprise, realizing that the man was Cha Shinhyun. He immediately asked when was Cha Shinhyun in his room. The young man casually answered, "He arrived 1 hour ago." Lee Jae's face was red with embarrassment when she said Cha Shinhyun should give off a present so she would know someone was around. Is Cha Shinhyun an assassin or something? Cha Shinhyun couldn't bear it because Lee Jae looked so exhausted, so he purposely didn't wake the girl up. Lee Jae explained she had a headache because of the hunters who resisted the unification of the guilds, mostly from the Twilight side. Lee Jae had also researched the Sky War Guild, but nothing was certain yet. She has already sent informants to China, so there will likely be news soon. Suddenly Lee Jae was dizzy and she was swaying. The girl almost fell if someone didn't catch her in time. The one who caught Lee Jae was of course Cha Shinhyun, who moved as fast as lightning to catch the girl. With a red face, Lee Jae thanked him. Then slowly she stood up straight again. To try to get rid of the awkwardness between them, Cha Shinhyun said that a person who has studied martial arts like Lee Jae should not get tired easily like now. Cha Shinhyun asked if the girl was okay. Lee Jae didn't answer the question and instead diverted to another topic. Lee Jae asked whether Cha Shinhyun had ever heard of a dungeon that was impossible to clear. After the dungeon's difficulty was fixed, it shouldn't be given such a nickname. Cha Shinhyun's observant eyes caught a pretty bad wound on Lee Jae's left arm. Realizing her wound was being stared at closely, Lee Jae also explained that a dungeon had appeared in Chuncheon, and the degree of difficulty cannot be estimated. So Lee Jae went there alone and she got the wound. Lee Jae even managed to kill only one monster despite using the shadow dance. This girl had never heard of or seen another dungeon this powerful, and there also reappeared giant-type monsters. Dungeon rules changed quickly. If this continued, Lee Jae was worried that something terrible might happen in the future. Cha Shinhyun replied that there was something else he wanted to tell Lee Jae, but that problem can still be noticed later. So he asked where is the dungeon, because this young man will see it firsthand. That's what he said while acting cool. But now he could only stay silent, staring at the hot field full of magma water. After the fog, now Cha Shinhyun has to face the volcano. Based on this youth's Kai sense, he sensed something right in the center of the magma lava. He wondered if he should get down there to find out. Suddenly a vortex appears in the middle of the lava, then a fire blazes, and slowly a larva monster emerges from the middle of the hot lava pool. While jumping to dodge, Cha Shinhyun was grateful that the monster came out on its own, so he didn't bother to go down and look for it. Cha Shinhyun asked the monster if he burned Lee Jae. With a sly smile, this young man apologized for interrupting the monster's time while in the volcano, but he felt humiliated, and it was obvious Cha Shinhyun didn't like that. That was why he had come to that dungeon to seek revenge. Inside the dungeon, there was an intense battle between Cha Shinhyun and the lava monster. The monster was repeatedly beaten, chopped, and frozen to pieces, but it still managed to return. Cha Shinhyun realized that the monster felt hot because it was made of lava. At this hot level, even Ryu Sungjun, who has the nickname the Dragonic Fire Dragon, will not survive. Cha Shinhyun knew that this monster was quite a troublesome enemy. It would indeed be difficult for an ordinary hunter to move about in this kind of environment. Since they couldn't get close to it, they couldn't engage in close combat. And ranged attacks also have no effect unless the damage is really big. That place was rightly called the Impossible Dungeon. And the worst thing is when the monster is attacked until its body is destroyed, its regeneration power will quickly restore the monster's body. Cha Shinhyun had attacked it, froze it, and even tore the monster to pieces for 15 minutes, but it could always come back like before. This young man finally started to get annoyed and wondered how Lee Jae could kill that monster yesterday. Suddenly Cha Shinhyun seemed to have realized something. He used his finger and commented that it wasn't a real monster, but the real monster is the lava itself. So Cha Shinhyun exerted his full strength right into the middle of the lava pool until a core of a lava monster appeared. Cha Shinhyun grumbled because he didn't expect to have to go through all that trouble to defeat a small monster. With his electric shot, Cha Shinhyun defeated the core. Suddenly the system appeared and announced that Cha Shinhyun had leveled up from 53 to 56. Of course, this young man was surprised to see his level rise so much. But then he smiled and realized if he could put this to good use, then it could be of great help to him. When exiting the dungeon, it was already dark. Cha Shinhyun made a phone call and immediately heard Lee Jae's voice asking if she was okay. Cha Shinhyun replied that he was fine and was now out after having fun in the dungeon. While on the phone, this young man actually realized that there was actually someone following him. So he also reported the stalker to Lee Jae. Now, in her office, Lee Jae said that she would immediately take the necessary action as Cha Shinhyun mentioned. She advised Cha Shinhyun to take care of himself before hanging up. While gazing at the cityscape shrouded in night, Lee Jae muttered, had China finally made its move? The next day, Cha Shinhyun invited Yunsol to do a raid on the lava dungeon. The girl was shocked to see such a strong attack from the lava monster, but Cha Shinhyun directed his sister to destroy the round object that was currently right in front of her. Yunsol, who was confused, even screamed when she asked what her brother meant by suddenly taking her to a terrible lava dungeon and there was a very large giant lava monster. Plus, the place was unbelievably hot. Cha Shinhyun asked his sister to calm down and just destroy the target in front of her. Cha Shinhyun rubbed his sister's head when he asked her to believe because this was also for Yunsol's own good. Yunsol turned her head away and asked for some time to think about another time. Now, Yunsol is ready to take aim. Cha Shinhyun behind him asked to use all his strength when shooting at the target, and she had to destroy the target with just one strike. Yunsol confidently says that it's nothing to her. With one arrow shot, the target exploded and Yunsol immediately received a notification from the system that she had leveled up by 5 points. It was clear that she was extremely shocked and excited to see his level rise that much. But Cha Shinhyun was surprised and wondered why it was smaller than he expected. Cha Shinhyun suspected that his exp was less because it was shared between 2 people. Yunsol is getting excited and surprised to hear that many levels are considered a few. Cha Shinhyun with a confident smile said it was too early to be surprised, because their leveling is actually just beginning. Cha Shinhyun, who got the part, took out their cores, then Yunsol would destroy them. They'd been repeating the process all day, and had defeated 13 lava monsters in that magma dungeon. Then, their level rose rapidly. Cha Yunsol even shook when she saw her level status, which had now become 50. This girl was so happy and immediately hugged her brother as a thank you. Now she has become one of the high hunter ranks. Yunsol was so happy that she said she would be her sister's maid for life. This girl even shouted from the top of the cliff excitedly, saying her brother is the best big brother in the world. Cha Shinhyun smiled happily seeing his sister's achievements, because after today's dungeon conquest, Yunsol will receive a huge salary that only 10 special people in Korea can receive, because that salary is only for high hunter ranks. Cha Yunsol turned to her brother and asked if didn't he get less experience than her. Even though her brother did the hard work, Cha Shinhyun said no problem. People misunderstood that his level might be over 60, but it's not a misunderstanding anymore, because his level had really reached 65 out of 56. And now he had even become a superior hunter rank. Then, Cha Shinhyun gave Yunsol a gift for working hard. You could say it was also a congratulatory gift because Yunsol had become a high hunter rank. The long-haired girl asked what cube is that. Cha Shinhyun explained it was a cube containing skill stones that he got from Jeju Island before. Yunsol surprised because it is a very expensive object. They could even buy a house in Seoul with the stone, so Yunsol suggested selling the stone. Cha Shinhyun told his sister to stop talking and quickly study the stone. Cha Shinhyun advised that as a high hunter rank, Yunsol must become stronger to fulfill that title. Finally, Yunsol accepted the gift and thanked him. After that, Cha Shinhyun turned around and left, telling Yunsol he would be right back. Yunsol asked where her brother suddenly went like this. Cha Shinhyun replied that there was a mouse running around. For a while he would become a cat to hunt the mouse. In one corner of the dungeon, there was a man using binoculars and looking for the 2 of them. He was annoyed that he had lost track of the 2 of them. But this person realized that Cha Shinhyun really was a monster because he could defeat such large and many labby monsters by himself. He sulked in annoyance because there was no information that said the person he was following would be that strong. He was worried that they would be in danger. Just when this man finished talking, suddenly Cha Shinhyun whispered, imitating the sound of a fast cat behind his ear. Realizing the danger that was so close, of course, the man immediately ran, stepping on the gas as fast as possible. Cha Shinhyun even smiled happily that his opponent was so fast this time. He even used a teleport skill to block the man. Then in the blink of an eye, the man had been strangled and lifted up high by Cha Shinhyun. Cha Shinhyun said the man did no martial arts but did not resonate with heavenly origin cultivation arts, just like the 3 hunters made by Gao Lin whom Cha Shinhyun had met before. With a heavy tone and sharp eyes, Cha Shinhyun asked if he looked that long for a stupid swindler like his opponent. The man Cha Shinhyun picked up was having a hard time breathing, but Cha Shinhyun didn't seem bothered at all when he picked it up. Cha Shinhyun already knew that person was following him since yesterday, but he didn't expect that person would follow him into the dungeon. Cha Shinhyun admitted that the person did have courage, but he had to die. Cha Shinhyun choked the man's neck tightly until he ran out of breath. Cha Shinhyun wanted that person to tell him everything he knew. The next day at Cha Shinhyun's house, the 3 of them, Cha Shinhyun, Yunsol, and Lee Jae, sat together on the floor around a table. Lee Jae said this matter was more serious than they thought. This girl didn't expect the dungeon's safe zone to be destroyed and a large number of monsters would appear. Besides that, a mysterious crack appeared as well. A mysterious crack that only Cha Shinhyun can see. The merging of two guilds and the emergence of an impossible dungeon. Those two matters alone had kept him extremely busy recently. Cha Yunsol replied confidently that they had already taken care of the impossible dungeon for Lee Jihai, so she didn't have to worry about it anymore. Lee Jihai thanked both of them for working hard and well. Cha Shinhyun said he had left oversight of Dungeon Leopard to the Tama Guild. They would contact this youth if anything happened, and more importantly, the fact that all of these incidents occurred simultaneously indicated that the existing rules of the dungeon had collapsed. Plus, there is a party from China. They didn't know what harm they might bring in the future caused by those people. That's why Cha Shinhyun helped Yunsol to level up today. In the meantime, he will continue to train Yunsol in order to overcome unforeseen dangers on his own, in addition, so that his sister can protect herself from those who target them both. Cha Yunsol didn't argue and nodded in understanding now. Lee Jihai asked, isn't Cha Shinhyun being followed? So what happened after that? This young man told, today the stranger followed them all the way to the dungeon. Lee Jihai was obviously shocked to hear that. He wondered if that person was brave or stupid. As Cha Shinhyun predicted, that person was from the Sky War Guild. But the rank is low, so there wasn't any important information he got from that stranger. But he got some pretty interesting information this time. In an apartment building, an arrogant young man sits on a table. He is the Hidden Strike Team Captain, Jeo Wupyeong. He was from the Sky War Guild. This young man was waiting for a call from Liu Wei, the figure of the man assigned to follow Cha Shinhyun. There was no news from Liu Wei, he was definitely found out. Suddenly someone knocked on the door and said it was room service. Jeo Wupyeong was asked to open the door. Someone behind the door kept knocking and repeating the words to Jeo Wupyeong's annoyance. He guessed the underlings in the next room ordered something, so Jeo Wupyeong told the maid to leave a message at the door and left. But the door kept knocking. Realizing that the figure in the room had no intention of opening the door was finally kicked open from the outside. Jeo Wupyeong was furious and cursed at the figure at the door. He asked if the person at the door wanted to die. If he didn't want to see especially with his own eyes, then Jeo Wupyeong told that person to leave an order at the door and leave. But someone at the door just smiled and released his internal energy so that it was as if Jeo Wupyeong was being hit by a very strong wind. Then the figure at the door walked in saying he was there to remove Jeo Wupyeong's intestines. However, Jeo Wupyeong still didn't come to his senses and ordered the man to pay for the damage to the door. Ignoring Jeo Wupyeong's words, Cha Shinhyun stood tall and drama greeted Jeo Wupyeong. Seeing the faces of the people in front of him clearly, Jeo Wupyeong immediately panicked. He asked why Cha Shinhyun could be there. In his head, this man was wondering if Liu Wei had lost, even though his stealth techniques and art maneuverability are quite great. Cha Shinhyun looked right and left while asking where is the boss? Is that person out for a walk? Instead of answering Cha Shinhyun's question, Jeo Wupyeong pressed without warning on the phone screen and thought this was a good thing. Quickly came into the mouth the sound of people running from outside. Jeo Wupyeong threw down his small penknife and took out a large sword from the storage room. He said somehow Cha Shinhyun managed to find their place, but since he was already here, then that meant Cha Shinhyun was digging his own grave. From inside the room was Jeo Wupyeong with his sword, while at the exit a group of bodyguards stormed the entrance. Cha Shinhyun looked at the people coming from the entrance. He realized they were all martial artists who learned martial arts through some kind of magic. Jeo Wupyeong laughed and confirmed it. All of them in the Hidden Strike team were peak martial masters. But before he finished speaking, Cha Shinhyun jumped quickly toward him and closed his blood flow in an instant. This young man didn't even have the chance to see anything. He could panic in his mind and wonder how Cha Shinhyun could carry out such a fast attack. Seeing the captain being attacked, everyone panicked. Cha Shinhyun said he was tired of asking since they all study martial arts. Can they see the status window of a Murim like him? Cha Shinhyun warmed up their pulse while saying his body was getting stiffer because recently he was only using skills. But this was good because he didn't need to hide his martial arts anymore. Cha Shinhyun told the group of people to open their eyes wide and look carefully in case they would be able to see the status window that appeared. Cha Shinhyun smiled with a hideous expression as he said he would give them all a true experience of the end of the world. A huge fight broke out in the room, everyone was thrown out, and Cha Shinhyun casually walked out of the room. He looked at the people guarding outside the room and asked if they all couldn't see the status window too. Then Cha Shinhyun will show the status windows to all of them. After emitting such a strong internal energy, this young man leaped nimbly to attack his dozens of opponents. With a gruesome expression and a face covered in blood from his opponent, Cha Shinhyun asked if they had seen the status window of Murim by now. Didn't they study martial arts because they wanted to see that? Then, Cha Shinhyun called Jeo Wupyeong and said he was very disappointed, because it seems none of them can see the status window. Jeo Wupyeong was surprised to keep being asked like that. Again, Cha Shinhyun asked if Jia Woopiang could see the status window. Then, Cha Shinhyun remembered that their boss was named Wai Hai. This youth asked casually even though his body was covered in blood. Finally, Wai Hai, a fighter from the Sky War Guild who has a rank 3, appears. He realized the hallway of his apartment was too quiet and still. He looked left and right, realizing that the silence was very awkward. So he grabbed the cell phone and wanted to call Jia Woopiang. But suddenly from behind someone said not to be late next time, because he was tired of waiting for Wai Hai's arrival. But by the time he noticed the figure's arrival, it was too late. The warning Jia Woopiang gave from the other side of the phone was also too late. Cha Shinhyun said he had put all of Wai Hai's subordinates to sleep, and it's all his fault for being late. Wai Hai managed to dodge the attack and jump quite far. His facial expression was terrible when he asked why Cha Shinhyun could be in their hiding place. Cha Shinhyun smiled and asked back why he was so surprised by that. He even wondered why Wai Hai was so scared like that. This young man said could Wai Hai imagine how frustrating it would be for Cha Shinhyun to play cat and mouse with all of them if he had to come here straight away. Instead of responding to Cha Shinhyun's words, Wai Hai took out his sword from the storage room and asked what Cha Shinhyun did to his subordinates. Cha Shinhyun smiled with a hideous expression, imagining the alley full of blood and corpses. Then, Cha Shinhyun raised his arm so that a magic field appeared around Wai Hai. Then in an instant, the young man entered the pool. Cha Shinhyun squatted over the pool asking, do people in your country wear clothes while swimming? Doesn't Wai Hai know that overdressing is really impolite? Wai Hai pouted at being ridiculed like that. But then this young man with a scar on his face lost his breath and tried to think clearly so as not to be swayed by Cha Shinhyun's provocation. He knew there weren't many people who could make phone calls with other people in Chinatown, because it was a high-level technique. Now he understood that Jia Woopiang and his underlings must all be dead. Wai Hai wondered in his heart how strong Cha Shinhyun really was. Based on the energy he felt it should be Cha Shinhyun's level like Yangchen, or maybe a little taller than him. Since Cha Shinhyun could teleport, it was difficult to escape. Even though Wai Hai was about to die, he had to inform the Sky War Guild of this ability of the person in front of him. Suddenly, Wai Hai laughed with a hideous smile. Cha Shinhyun was surprised to see the laughter and asked if he had been submerged for too long. Wai Hai answered no, because thanks to him the pigtail hair youth's mind was now open. Now Wai Hai will introduce who he is properly. He was the third-ranked person in the Sky War Guild, the heaven-soaring sword Wai Hai. The young man stuck his sword until the end of the pool began to form a large vortex. Wai Hai said with this sword he would behead Cha Shinhyun. Instantly there was an explosion on top of the building. The people below the building were shocked, screaming, and wondering about the sound of an explosion. What was that? Wai Hai and Cha Shinhyun jumped from the top of one building to another. While running, Cha Shinhyun acknowledged that Wai Hai's maneuverability was quite great. The person who followed his previous self was also quite formidable. Wai Hai shouted and asked his opponent to be quiet. He knew that Cha Shinhyun was a returner from Murim, that's why he didn't play games against him. Wai Hai threw a barrage of attacks which Cha Shinhyun managed to dodge with his barrier. Wai Hai screamed like a madman asking Cha Shinhyun to stop running and fought him desperately like a martial artist. Cha Shinhyun was hit by an attack and was thrown several meters above the building. But instead of being angry, this black-haired youth actually laughed out loud after being attacked like that. Wai Hai, what's the funny question? Cha Shinhyun said he couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. He asked Wai Hai to think about this. Wouldn't it be funny if an ant came at a master like Cha Shinhyun with a toothpick and tried to kill him? Cha Shinhyun even joked when he asked if the Sky War Guild was some kind of zoo, because first they sent rats and now they send ants. Could their guild leader be some kind of monkey? Wai Hai was instantly enraged upon hearing that. But Cha Shinhyun instead floated casually and said he didn't need to use martial arts against an insect like Wai Hai. So he asked the pigtailed boy to stop acting so big and keep on squirming. Now dozens of energy balls of various shapes and colors are ready around Cha Shinhyun. Then with one strike, Cha Shinhyun aimed at Wai Hai. The young man whose hair was in pigtails managed to dodge quite nimbly. While dodging the attacks, he thought Cha Shinhyun was very arrogant, but he would use that arrogance to become an opportunity for him to win if he did it right. Wai Hai jumped up while swinging his sword straight at Cha Shinhyun. The black-haired youth only smiled and then created a shield strong enough that Wai Hai's sword could not penetrate it. Now the two of them were facing each other fiercely while floating in the sky. Everyone below witnessed the fierce match firsthand. Residents wonder if the two hunters are fighting, even though this wasn't in a dungeon. The people around were busy taking their cell phones to appreciate the moment of the battle, which was quite fierce. Wai Hai looked very eager to attack Cha Shinhyun, yet he used the same attack again. This time the attack wouldn't work on Cha Shinhyun. As soon as he got close, Wai Hai immediately attacked Cha Shinhyun with all his might until a large explosion was created due to the very strong energy collision between them. Wai Hai broke out in cold sweat, realizing that his body suddenly couldn't move right before his sword touched Cha Shinhyun's neck. Meanwhile, Cha Shinhyun stared at him sharply while asking what he was doing. Didn't Wei-hai want to kill him and stab him? Wei-hai was stunned to see Cha Shinhyun using mind swords. Then, Cha Shinhyun confirmed Wei-hai's guess and held his face. At such a close distance, Cha Shinhyun asked, "Didn't the young man say he was heaven soaring Soed?" In a cold tone, Cha Shinhyun said that the nickname did not suit Wei-hai. But good try, since it seems like there's nothing more that Wei-hai wants to show Cha Shinhyun. So Cha Shinhyun wished him rest in peace, and a large explosion of flames appeared again. On top of one of the buildings, there is someone recording the battle with a handycam camera. Cha Shinhyun landed right behind him and asked if that person was from the Dawn Guild and recorded everything from the start. The foreign man was surprised because suddenly Cha Shinhyun appeared behind him. But he replied that he had recorded the fight as best he could as ordered. Cha Shinhyun asked that person to edit the last part when he was killing his opponent and then sent it to Lee Jae-hai. Cha Shinhyun requested that the video be edited to make it impossible to know the end of the battle. The mysterious person agreed. Before Cha Shinhyun left, he asked how Cha Shinhyun would use the video. With a mysterious smile, Cha Shinhyun replied that he would use the video as a kind of video treasure. In other words, the video will be the beginning of a declaration of war. Lee Jae-hai received the chips and thanked her. She said even though she knew this would happen from the start, the Sky War Guild was truly a difficult problem for her to deal with. This girl smiled and said it might be funny if she just said it, but couldn't they give the world a look for that Sky War Guild? Cha Shinhyun replied if he wanted to do it, would Lee Jae-hai stop him? Lee Jae-hai answered of course she had to try to stop Cha Shinhyun, because she will be in big trouble if this becomes an international problem. Even though Shinhyun's Cha wanted to do something reckless like that, she couldn't do it. If this youth were to openly seek them out, then things would only get worse if they fled and disappeared into the underworld. If she carelessly raised the bet. Because my cards were good, it was only natural that her opponent would give up quickly. So Cha Shinhyun had to trick them into thinking this young man was an opponent they could easily face. If Cha Shinhyun provoked them enough, they might somehow respond. Cha Shinhyun said his final plan as he walked away. Lee Jae-hai asked if he was leaving now. Cha Shinhyun replied he was tired and wanted to go back to rest. So Cha Shinhyun left the preparations for the press conference to Lee Jae-hai. The girl said not to worry because media handling is her forte. Lee Jae-hai will make sure to help raise the stakes as high as possible. A week later, the press conference room was full of journalists wanting to do interviews. They all whispered in shock when they saw that Lee Jae-hai also came to attend the press conference for Cha Shinhyun. They guessed that the Dawn Guild and Limitless Guild alliance was stable, seeing how she appeared at a public press conference like this. This is why rumors about Lee Jae-hai and Cha Shinhyun spread so fast. There are even rumors that say they both already have children. Suddenly the main door opened and showed today's star, namely Cha Shinhyun with a full body of plaster and bandages. All the reporters immediately stopped gossiping and focused their attention on the main door. They took pictures together and believed it was proof that Cha Shinhyun was seriously injured in a bloody fight. The reporters wondered who would be able to do that to Cha Shinhyun. At this moment, Lee Jae-hai couldn't help but smile a little. This girl thought that if Cha Shinhyun wanted to pretend to be a victim, he should have taken his hands out of his pockets instead of acting cool like that. Cha Shinhyun immediately stood on the podium and took over the small microphone. He first greeted everyone, then thanked all of them for taking the time to come to the press conference. Do not forget that this young man also thanked the Dawn Guild, which was involved in providing the conference venue. Cha Shinhyun is sure that there are many questions about the unpleasant incident that happened last week. He wanted to quickly inform everyone about the incident, but it would take time for him to recover from the shock and injuries. Cha Shinhyun even pointed to his bandaged wound while begging for everyone's understanding for not being able to speak earlier because of the wound. Lee Jae-hai at the corner of the table smiled and thought inside that the young man was an imposter. Now, Cha Shinhyun will try his best to answer questions from all reporters. The first to raise their hands was reporter Park from NBC. He asked if there was a rumor saying that more than one unknown person attacked Cha Shinhyun. Is that rumor true? Cha Shinhyun confirmed this. He answered that there were more than 20 assassins after his life. Of course, journalists pretend to hear that much. Then Cha Shinhyun explained that the figure caught on camera was the leader. He was a high hunter rank on the same level as Cha Shinhyun. One of the journalists asked to be told the details of the fight with them. Someone asked how their condition was, and who exactly are they. Cha Shinhyun smiled and said it was indeed a fierce battle, but they can be handled easily even alone. It's hard for Cha Shinhyun to give details about who they are, but based on identity investigations, they are all from China. Therefore, Cha Shinhyun plans to ask for cooperation from the Chinese government to deal with this problem later. Immediately, everyone in the room was shocked to hear Cha Shinhyun's last statement. However, the incident of hunters from other countries attacking their country's hunters was indeed unprecedented. This is an international problem. The reporters agreed with Cha Shinhyun's idea. The black-haired youth stood staring at the camera screen as he said he doesn't know who they are or why they are targeting him. But if the mastermind behind this incident was watching the broadcast, Cha Shinhyun wanted to give him a message to come directly if he had any problem with Cha Shinhyun. Even with Bu Rani, the young man showed his middle finger while swearing at the mysterious figures. The figure of a white-haired youth was watching the broadcast while smoking a cigar. He asked the secretary if there had been any contact from Wai. His secretary replied that so far there were none, most likely they had been caught or even dead. As soon as his secretary finished speaking, he was immediately stabbed by the white-haired youth to death on the spot. With a hideous face lettering and a blood-stained body, this mysterious young man said the number 3 strongest person of the Sky War Guild and the special squad for assassination had already been defeated by a single person. Not only did they fail their mission, they even got caught. Originally, this mysterious man wanted to spend some time making preparations, but he would change plans from here on. As Cha Shinhyun wanted, he would meet him in person and tear him to pieces. Meanwhile, in their apartment, Cha Yun-sol was in a hurry to run towards the main door after hearing a knock on the door. As soon as the door was opened, this girl asked who they were, and instantly, his eyes were stunned to see the guest who came. Cha Yun-sol immediately ran into the house again to wake up her brother, who was sleeping on the sofa while covering her face with a book. Cha Yun-sol said someone was here. Their guests were 2 mysterious men wearing black tuxedos complete with sunglasses. They came to ask Cha Shinhyun to go with them because their VIP wanted to meet Cha Shinhyun. This black-haired youth smiled mysteriously in a terrifying manner. In his mind, he guessed his opponent this time was brave enough to come straight to his house. His opponent this time was braver than he expected. Currently, Cha Shinhyun was already at the luxurious restaurant where they had their appointment. This young man did not expect that the other party would approach him this quickly. Cha Shinhyun wanted to see what kind of person he was. Suddenly, from one corner of the table, Guildmaster Jian waved excitedly and asked him to come to their table. Guildmaster Jian shook Cha Shinhyun's hand and said excitedly they had not seen each other for a long time. Cha Shinhyun was astonished to see the middle-aged man and asked why he was there. Inside his head, Cha Shinhyun was worried that Guildmaster Jian was conspiring with the Sky War Guild. But suddenly a man sitting with Guildmaster Jian said he was happy to meet Cha Shinhyun. This figure even praised Cha Shinhyun, who looks more handsome when seen in person. The second person who greeted Cha Shinhyun was Park Young-soo, the president of South Korea. Cha Shinhyun was surprised to see a president here. Finally, the 3 of them sat down at a table. The president knew that Cha Shinhyun must have been surprised when he received an invitation to him that was so sudden. The president has no other way because the problem he wants to talk about is quite urgent. So he hoped that Cha Shinhyun would understand his condition. Cha Shinhyun asked how did Guildmaster Jian know the president. Guildmaster Jian replied that it was common knowledge that the Dawn Guild maintained good relations with the government. Cha Shinhyun was silent with a serious expression on hearing that explanation. He remembered well that the Twilight Guild used to have good relations with the government, so it is likely that the president will do something about the Sky War Guild. So Cha Shinhyun dropped the formality and directly asked the president what he wanted from a hunter like Cha Shinhyun. The former friendly face of the president immediately turned serious and a little scary. He said he wanted to get straight to the point. The president wanted to hear more details about what happened when the Chinese hunter ambushed Cha Shinhyun. The young man who was asked instead yawned and said the president himself must have known the details from the official statement made at the press conference. The president earlier had seen the press conference, but he knew very well that it was Cha Shinhyun who attacked them first. Not as announced in the media crew. The president said that ironically, after the dungeon emerged, international relations got better. It was because now they all had a common enemy called monsters. The president massaged his head, which was important considering there was a foreign hunter in conflict with one of their hunters. If this problem is not resolved properly, the president is worried that the peace that has been well maintained so far will be destroyed. From the president's point of view, it is expected to avoid international conflicts. Cha Shinhyun raised his hand and apologized, before finally blaming the president. Immediately, the 2 people in front of Cha Shinhyun were surprised to hear that the young man dared to blame the president. Then Cha Shinhyun immediately explained that the Sky War Guild cooperated with the Chinese government, just as the Korean government cooperated with the Dawn Guild. The president probably already knows about the massive war that broke out between the Twilight Guild and the Dawn Guild. Cha Shinhyun was now sure that the person behind the Twilight Guild master, Park Tae-hoon, was from the Sky War Guild. Even Cha Shinhyun was sure that the president saw the recorded confession of one of the executives of the Sky War Guild, a document that came from inside Park Tae-hoon's safe. This is what Cha Shinhyun wanted to tell the president. What if Twilight managed to destroy the Dawn Guild in the previous big war? Isn't it obvious that this will be the end of this country because their main resources and territory have been stolen by another country, which in this case is China? Cha Shinhyun stood up and said he didn't do this for the sake of the country. He opposed the Sky War Guild for reasons that couldn't be said. Then about the international conflict that the president talked about earlier, actually it has already started. If the president wants to keep pretending to close his eyes, then go ahead. Cha Shinhyun walked away while talking about solving this problem in his way, so he hoped the president wouldn't get in his way. Suddenly the president asked the young man to stop for a moment. So from now on the government will not provide financial support to Cha Shinhyun, but the president personally asked Cha Shinhyun to take care of them for the common good. Cha Shinhyun heard it casually. He even smiled and said it was no big deal, because whoever they are, Cha Shinhyun only needs to destroy them from the roots. At this time, Cha Shinhyun was walking back home. This young man breathed a sigh of relief because everything had indeed gone according to plan, but he didn't expect the president to directly meet him. Suddenly, Cha Shinhyun's cell phone rang, signaling an incoming message. The message was from someone trying to reach him because they had something to discuss together. Because since earlier Cha Shinhyun didn't pick up his phone, so that person sent a message instead. He wanted to discuss business-related matters, so the mysterious figure asked Cha Shinhyun to reply to his messages and take the time to call back. Finally, Cha Shinhyun called back the foreign number and introduced himself. After that, he directly asked the figure on the other side of the phone what business he wanted to talk about. The mysterious man on the other end of the phone said he was happy to finally receive a call from Cha Shinhyun. The figure introduced himself as Hunter Kang Changsik, who got Cha Shinhyun's number from an acquaintance. The man was grateful that the number dialed was the correct number. He asked Cha Shinhyun to meet and chat in person, because it's a little difficult to discuss this problem over the phone. Cha Shinhyun smiled happily to hear the figure on the other end speak straight to the point without telling where it came from. Finally, Cha Shinhyun gave him the chance to meet at 2 this afternoon. Cha Shinhyun will send the location via text message. While staring at the cell phone screen, Cha Shinhyun smiled and thought, should he contact Doraemon? Lee Jae-hai, who was sitting working in her office, received a phone call from Cha Shinhyun. The young man on the other side of the phone asked if Lee Jae-hai was busy. The girl smiled brightly and replied she was indeed busy. So what does Cha Shinhyun do when he's not busy? Hearing Lee Jae-hai's voice, Cha Shinhyun knew that the girl was starting to get stressed. But he still said, can Lee Jae-hai view the database using the password of the Hunter Association admin? He asked Lee Jae-hai to find a hunter named Kang Changsik. Lee Jae-hai pressed the laptop keyboard to find out what the name Cha Shinhyun meant. Then she found 4 people named Kang Changsik. They were all solo hunters whose level was around their 20 seconds and in their 30 seconds. It seems they are not the people Cha Shinhyun would be interested in. From here, Cha Shinhyun suspected that the name of the man who had just contacted him might be fake. Lee Jae-hai asked what was wrong. Cha Shinhyun replied that it was not a big problem, he just smelled something suspicious. 2 hours later, finally, Cha Shinhyun was waiting at the cafe where they would meet. After taking a sip of his drink, Cha Shinhyun thought that today was quite tiring because it felt like he met so many people in one day. Cha Shinhyun wondered if he should gently approach this person later, or should he make no mouth with absolute order. Since Cha Shinhyun didn't have much time, maybe he should beat up the stranger first. A terrible smile immediately appeared on Cha Shinhyun's face when he thought of the last idea, until finally someone sauntered toward his desk. That figure blatantly though faintly displayed an extremely strong thirst for blood. Cha Shinhyun wondered whether when that person said this was a business matter, did he mean he wanted to kill Cha Shinhyun? As soon as they lay aside, a natural and powerful energy immediately emanated from the two of them. The stranger commented that Cha Shinhyun was exactly how it sounded. He didn't expect that Cha Shinhyun would instantly detect his bloodlust and was already preparing to ambush him. With sharp eyes and a low voice, Cha Shinhyun greeted him and said straight to the point. Kang Changsik smiled and said he was being rude in their first meeting. So he reached out and once again introduced himself as Kang Changsik, a hunter from North Korea. Instantly Cha Shinhyun couldn't hide his shocked face when he heard the name of that country. Now the two of them were sitting opposite each other. Cha Shinhyun asked once again if it was true that the man in front of him was from North Korea. The man confirmed it. Cha Shinhyun said it was so sudden. He asked whether to report this Kang Changsik to the National Intelligence Agency. Kang Changsik begged not to do that. Then he started telling me about the hunter system in North Korea. There wasn't a single hunter there. The Supreme People's Assembly forbade hunters training. They were worried that the people would revolt with the strength of the hunters. However, Cha Shinhyun was surprised and asked, didn't Kang Changsik introduce himself as a hunter? Kang Changsik explained he was registered as a Chinese hunter. So basically he is a Chinese hunter. North Korea currently leases all dungeons to China as their friendly country. It's the same as selling natural resources. On the surface, they appear to be doing it for the country's prosperity, but on the surface, they are just like the colonial state of China. And as usual, only the executives benefit. The people's famine and miserable situation have not changed at all. Having lost family and friends because of their cruelty, Kang Changsik decides to go to China, grow stronger, gather information, and then want to change his native country North Korea. Kang Chang-sik's memory was still fresh when his entire family died before his eyes, so he retaliated by coming to the higher-ups office after beating up all the guards present. As soon as Kang Chang-sik faced the higher-ups of the People's Assembly, he asked everyone to listen carefully to his words. From then on he will start a revolution. Kang Chang-sik even released extremely strong killing energy at that moment. After Kang Chang-sik told his story, Cha Shin-hyun asked if the young man attacked them alone. Kang Chang-sik replied he was indeed strong enough to bring down an ordinary person. Since then, however, he has gained the power to move executives from behind the scenes. Although a little late, Kang Chang-sik will try to build a hunter system, but China's influence is too deep and rooted in their country. At this point, Cha Shin-hyun understood this man wanted to ask for South Korea's help to uproot Chinese influence. Kang Chang-sik confirmed this. He planned to open a dungeon for South Koreans as a tourist destination or industrial exchange. Kang Chang-sik believed that if they could grow South Korea's influence and stop Chinese meddling, then they could pave the way for North Korean government reform. Of course, this can only happen if South Korea decides to help them. Cha Shin-hyun fell silent. He seemed to be thinking seriously about this matter. Even though he was a little suspicious of the man in front of him, Cha Shin-hyun tried to put those bad thoughts aside. He instead wondered whether Park Tae-hoon would hand over the North Korean dungeon to the Sky War Guild because he had predicted this. He assumed Park Tae-hoon might be planning for the Chinese government to take over North Korea while the Sky War Guilds took over the Chinese government. Finally, after thinking for a while, Cha Shin-hyun said that Kang Chang-sik's proposal sounded pretty good, but he had one question. After Kang Chang-sik invited the black-haired youth, he didn't hesitate to ask what was Kang Chang-sik's relationship with the Sky War Guild. Kang Chang-sik was dumbfounded at hearing the guild name. But when this young man repeated the Sky War Guild name, his eyes immediately turned blood red. Cha Shin-hyun was surprised to see that and immediately changed the subject. Cha Shin-hyun said he understood. The point is now, Kang Chang-sik wanted him to go to North Korea. Cha Shin-hyun finally agreed to this for the sake of Kang Chang-sik, who had come to South Korea to specifically invite him. Then Cha Shin-hyun will also visit North Korea. That day the sun was shining quite hot over Lee Jae-hae's special garden. The girl was enjoying a cup of tea in the special gazebo when Cha Shin-hyun came closer. Lee Jae-hae asked how did the young man know that he was there. Cha Shin-hyun assumed that maybe Lee Jae-hae was in his secret garden because his cell phone was off and she wasn't in the office either. Lee Jae-hae said she wanted to leave everything and live in seclusion for a while, but it looks like he will have to relearn his hiding techniques. Suddenly Cha Shin-hyun asked what if Lee Jae-hae went on a date with him now. Lee Jae-hae immediately widened her eyes in shock. They stared at each other with sharp eyes as if they understood each other's thoughts. Lee Jae-hae finally got up from the chair and said it took Cha Shin-hyun a month to ask her out. This girl also asked where they were going this time. Lee Jae-hae added that although a passive man is unattractive, if it was Cha Shin-hyun he wouldn't mind it. Cha Shin-hyun immediately smiled happily upon hearing that. Now the two of them were in a dungeon near the city of Ansan. While the two of them were chatting under a tree, suddenly a large black snake monster slithered towards them. Luckily they managed to avoid it in time when the snake jumped to attack them. Lee Jae-hae said the dungeon was still unexplored, so they had to observe it further before deciding on the level of danger. Cha Shin-hyun saw that the monster's ability needed its enemy. However, they would be cut if they were hit by the attack. Lee Jae-hae even invited him to bet on who could kill more monsters, provided that Cha Shin-hyun could not use his martial arts. Cha Shin-hyun had little objection to hearing that condition, but Lee Jae-hae said it was for entertainment to make it even more fun. This girl also jumped to avoid 3 monster snakes that were crawling toward her. Then swiftly he attacked the monster with his dual dagger. Cha Shin-hyun sighed heavily as he said seriously, those conditions. Even though he just wanted to talk quietly alone. Right at that moment 5 snake monsters appeared slithering toward him. This young man said that monsters were stubborn as if they wanted to die at the hands of Cha Shin-hyun. Jae-hae immediately let out a smoldering fire and in an instant dozens of giant snake carcasses were brought down. Cha Shin-hyun clapped his hands together as he said this was enough to warm up. Even though opposite him, Lee Jae-hae was sitting pretty on a pile of towering giant snakes. From here Cha Shin-hyun knew the girl in front of him was stressed and needed an outlet. Lee Jae-hae said that even though the snake's level could be considered a high level of danger, compared to an impossible world they were like babies. Cha Shin-hyun confirmed this. Lee Jae-hae was worried because dungeons with that level of danger would appear more frequently, especially since they also had problems with the availability of hunters. Cha Shin-hyun believed it wasn't only their country whose dungeon occurrence rate had increased drastically. For example, North Korea. Then Cha Shin-hyun said that a few days ago he met a North Korean hunter named Kang Chang-sik. He asked Cha Shin-hyun to go to his country as part of the cooperation between South and North Korea. Lee Jae-hae explained that she was surprised to hear the name of the country. Cha Shin-hyun added that although he still didn't know whether Kang Chang-sik was related to the Sky War Guild or not, It seemed that someone had done something to him that his eyes immediately turned bloodshot and very strange when he brought up the Sky War Guild. Lee Jae looked worried and asked if Cha Shinhyun didn't agree to the request, because it's a trap. Before Lee Jae could finish speaking, a giant snake suddenly appeared right from the lake behind Lee Jae. The snake instantly flashed an attack from its eyes which took both of them by surprise. Cha Shinhyun quickly stood behind Lee Jae to block the attack. Of course, Lee Jae was shocked by Cha Shinhyun's reckless attitude. What if Cha Shinhyun died from that snake attack? The previous part ended with Cha Shinhyun getting an attractive offer from a hunter from North Korea named Sik. Chun Sik offers a very profitable partnership. Cha Shinhyun helps raid the impossible dungeon in North Korea. Getting this offer, of course, Cha Shinhyun accepted it, because according to him, if this is a trap set by Skywar Guild, he will still go there and will challenge the members. So how? Continuation the story, we begin the storyline. There Lee Jae wanted to touch Cha Shinhyun's shoulder, but suddenly the snake hissed again and was about to attack them. Lee Jae looked so angry and said how dare an ordinary monster like a snake try to attack them. With a single swing of the weapon, the huge monster's body was instantly sliced in two and died on the spot. Lee Jae turned back to Cha Shinhyun's body which had stiffened to stone. She tried to call him in a soft voice but there was no answer. Lee Jae looked very sad and asked the young man to stop messing around, otherwise she would destroy him. Hearing that, Cha Shinhyun immediately moved and wiped the dust from his body. He commented that Lee Jae had gone too far even though he had saved the girl's life. Lee Jae asked, did Cha Shinhyun think she would lose to a monster like that? This girl was annoyed because the young man in front of her received the attack even though she could use teleportation. Lee Jae was surprised by that attitude. Cha Shinhyun explained that a swordsman's shame is showing his back. He asked if Lee Jae wasn't moved by what he just did. The short-haired girl massaged her temples and answered it was up to her to finish the conversation earlier. Lee Jae pointed at the young man and asked why he fell into their trap on purpose. What they are talking about here is North Korea. It was obvious things were going to get complicated backwards. Cha Shinhyun said he couldn't just turn down the party they had prepared for him. This young man asked if maybe Lee Jae was worried about him. Lee Jae turned around and walked away saying why should she worry about a superhuman like Cha Shinhyun. Lee Jae said to do whatever she wanted. Besides that from the start Cha Shinhyun would never listen to what she said. Suddenly Cha Shinhyun turned serious and said he felt sorry for Lee Jae. This young man felt that he always left everything for Lee Jae to take care of the mess he had created and only looked for Lee Jae when he needed help. Cha Shinhyun gently held Lee Jae's shoulder and said softly that if Lee Jae asked him not to go, maybe she wouldn't. Now Lee Jae is the closest person to him after Yoon Sol, so Cha Shinhyun felt better if he could first get rid of anything that harmed her. Cha Shinhyun promised Lee Jae one thing. Even though they will be separated, Lee Jae wants him whenever he needs help. Cha Shinhyun promised to come right away just like he did when he was on Jeju Island. Lee Jae tried to avoid meeting the eyes of the young man in front of her because she was embarrassed. Finally, with a heavy heart, Lee Jae answered that it sounded good. Finally, Lee Jae promised to meet him when he returned later. After that, some time had passed. Cha Shinhyun's departure time for North Korea has also been determined. Because this is not only a problem between North Korea and South Korea, the neighboring countries are quite sensitive about this. But they have no justification for it. Thanks to Kang Chang-sik's proactive actions in courting the president of South Korea, everything went very smoothly. Meanwhile, Yoon Sol and Cha Shinhyun trained in several dungeons. As a result, Cha Shinhyun has reached level 67, while his younger sister managed to reach level 54. In addition, his younger sister can even control water, and his martial arts as a whole is at level 30. Now Yoon Sol has become a peak martial master and reached the level where she can use origin energy cultivation and sword sky impact. According to Cha Shinhyun, his younger sister is now also ready. From now on, no one will be able to kill Yoon Sol easily. On the group bus, Cha Shinhyun held the microphone and greeted everyone as the person in charge of this trip. There were quite a few people who would go with him on his journey to conquer the dungeon in North Korea. Based on Cha Shinhyun's understanding, they were all promising hunters who were expected to become high hunter ranks in the future. Cha Shinhyun was sure that they all already knew that this was a very important mission. One of the youths apologized when he wanted to start a conversation. They asked Cha Shinhyun to have a casual talk with them. After all, Cha Shinhyun was older and his level was higher than them, so they would feel more comfortable if Cha Shinhyun would talk casually. Finally, Cha Shinhyun was willing to talk casually. He again explained that because the forest exchange with North Korea had a significant diplomatic purpose, that was not all he wanted to convey. Through this journey, Cha Shinhyun intends to turn them all into true high-rank hunters. Of course, they were all surprised to hear Cha Shinhyun's words, considering that he was still an ordinary hunter. Cha Shinhyun said it would be difficult for them to trust Cha Shinhyun, but the only girl among them said they were used to their current way of leveling. Cha Shinhyun invited his younger sister to introduce herself. Now Cha Yun-sol came forward and introduced herself. Cha Shinhyun explains she is the team leader for the raid in North Korea. They could all receive instructions from him during dungeon raids. The four of them were even more surprised to hear Cha Shinhyun's words. Woo Yoo-woon said that usually, the team leader is someone who has the highest level or the most experience. He did not doubt Cha Yun-sol's ability, but this young man had not finished speaking. Cha Shinhyun flared up by saying that's why Cha Yun-sol deserved to be the team leader. Because of the four of them, she was the most experienced at leading a team. She had been the team leader all along, and recently she had also fought alongside herself in high-risk dungeons and impossible dungeons. Of course, the four of them were shocked to hear that the impossible dungeon had such a high level of difficulty. Cha Shinhyun also asked his little sister to take out the Windows screen to show everyone that her level was much higher than all of theirs. They were surprised to see that Cha Yun-sol's level was already at 54. Cha Shinhyun explained that his younger sister had leveled up more than 20 levels in just a few months. Although she has experienced a situation on the verge of life and death, the rewards received are also worth it. So Cha Shinhyun had already decided that his younger sister would take the position of commander while he was only the overseer. They returned to South Korea later. Cha Shinhyun assured the four of them that they would no longer be potential hunters but had become real high-rank hunters. And for the last time, Cha Shinhyun asked if the four of them would believe him and follow him. Now they happily say they will follow Cha Shinhyun. Meanwhile, in the dungeon on Mount Kumgang, the white-haired man was standing on a cliff. He smiled and greeted Cha Shinhyun, who had now arrived in North Korea. The white-haired youth said he would prove that person's decision wrong. In front of him was now a huge green bird monster with shining eyes. Currently, Cha Shinhyun is in Nampo, south of Pyongyang, and they had entered the Goblin Dungeon. Cha Shinhyun caught a monster to aim at all the members. He explained that the monsters that appeared in this area were about 2 meters long. Considering the resistance, they were pretty strong monsters. It also seems that there is poison in their claws. After finishing explaining, this young man snapped his fingers and a monster fell on the ground. After the monster was free, it immediately jumped so high. Cha Shinhyun was quite surprised to see the jump, but he said the impact would be quite large if it fell from such a height. When the monster was ready to attack them, Cha Shinhyun shot it right away until it shattered above. Cha Shinhyun praised his little sister's shots, which are getting better. The other team members were astonished at the brothers' abilities. The two of them treated high-rank monsters as if they were nothing. Cha Shinhyun left the decision for team formation to Cha Yun-sol. His younger sister immediately said they would use the standard formation. Cleric in the middle, warrior in front, shielder will move to protect the team whenever needed. Assassins will take advantage of the gaps to defeat monsters, while Cha Yun-sol herself will surround the team's perimeter to shoot. That's all the direction from Cha Yun-sol. Cha Shinhyun smiled as he remembered his last conversation with Kang Changsik. Cha Shinhyun asked the man to make his schedule as tight as possible. He asked for his activity schedule to be compressed from 2 days to just 1 day. Kang Changsik was astonished and asked whether Cha Shinhyun wanted to do that even though all the dungeons were high risk and had never been explored. Or rather, they have no information about Medan, the types of monsters, and the number of monsters in it. That's why Cha Shinhyun asked for his schedule to be condensed, because they have to act fast if they want to finish the dungeon, which has been delayed so far. Currently, their team is having a hard time dealing with goblin monsters. However, due to good cooperation, one monster was successfully removed from the other members. Yoo-woon was suddenly caught by a monster's long tongue. He was entangled until he was almost out of breath. Luckily, he managed to hold his weapon tool and slash the monster. When the cleric girl wanted to get closer and help him, suddenly 3 more monsters appeared from behind the girl. Luckily, 3 blue arrows slid quickly, destroying the 3 monsters. Cha Yun-sol stood up straight and asked if the cleric was alright. The cleric was fine, but his partner named Yoo-woon looked in so much pain as if he was suffering from a serious internal groan. Cha Yun-sol asked Hunter Song to focus on recovering. She would protect the surroundings and get the other 2 hunters back into formation. Finally, the cleric tried to heal Yoo-woon. Others sat down to rest. Inside the cleric's heart, she was in awe of Cha Yun-sol, who had been around all day helping the party, taking on all the reconnaissance, ambush, and guard duties. What's more, Cha Yun-sol has shot nearly 200 shots without missing. Yun-sol also killed 1 monster with every single shot. Even though their levels weren't that much different, but the cleric wondered why Yun-sol could be that strong. Cha Yun-sol said that she had enough rest and asked everyone to move again. Suddenly, Yoo-woon stood up and asked Cha Yun-sol, "Don't overdo it. They've been doing this all day without proper rest." Moreover, the monsters kept appearing, making everyone's HP and MP almost depleted. Yoo-woon asked if Cha Yun-sol would only be satisfied if everyone died. There's a limit to overdoing it, so he suggests ending this raid now, because he felt he had reached his limit. Cha Shinhyun suddenly appeared and asked if they had reached their limit. because he had heard that several times just now. Cha Shinhyun said they were weak because they were too pampered as rising stars. They may think this is enough though they still have energy at their disposal. Did they think Cha Shinhyun didn't know that was the reason they made so many mistakes today? Then Cha Shinhyun asked if they knew why his younger sister was so much stronger even though her level was almost the same as all of them. It was because Cha Yunsol never complained about reaching her limit or anything. In other words, the courage that Cha Yunsol had to start from the bottom was different from the four of them. The four of them gave up too quickly. Yeoon was speechless hearing Cha Shinhyun's words that were right on target. Cha Shinhyun again said they thought he was strong from the start. Cha Shinhyun didn't ask them to endure things recklessly, because according to him those who have determination will find a way. Right after this young man spoke, dozens of goblin beasts that were flying toward them were destroyed with a single flick. The monsters immediately fell near his team members. Cha Shinhyun continued, and those who have no way will find excuses to back down. So Cha Shinhyun asked all of them what they were looking for. Yeoon, who saw the amazing ability of Cha Shinhyun, immediately prostrated and said he would follow whatever god Cha Shinhyun ordered. With this, Cha Shinhyun has earned the trust of high hunter rank candidates like them. The North Korean dungeon exploration was going according to plan, and so 1 month has passed. Now they were inside Mount Kumgang's impossible dungeon. The glaring red energy pouring out from the dungeon's entrance seemed to hint at an announcement that the Guild Sky War was in that place. One of the members asked Cha Shinhyun, in this impossible dungeon would they be alright? Cha Shinhyun smiled with terrible anger and said of course, because they seemed to be hinting please kill me. So Cha Shinhyun still entered it even though he was alone. They walked into the dungeon with strong determination. 3 days earlier, Cha Shinhyun sat on the balcony while enjoying a glass of wine. He looked at the records of the 5 hunters who had participated in the raid with him. Each of them had at least gone up 2 to 3 levels. Even though at first he thought the schedule was quite tight, thanks to their trust in him and Cha Yunsol, they never complained. After all, they had already gotten to a level they couldn't get to even after training for an entire year. In just under a month there was no way they would complain about being able to level up this quickly. It would be good if this was the normal situation, but things were going too smoothly. Originally Cha Shinhyun intended to clear high-risk dungeons because of the high rewards and experience. He wondered why it had come this far, but there was no response from China and the Sky War Guild. Was the prediction wrong this time? Suddenly Kang Changsik appeared and brought a bottle of drink to talk about something quite important. This man didn't look suspicious at all because of his very friendly smile. Kang Changsik even praised the outstanding performance of Cha Shinhyun and the team. He didn't expect all of them to be doing raids every day. Thanks to Cha Shinhyun and his team there weren't any dungeons left to raid. Moreover, from the start, they only thought of doing a raid on the dungeon south of Pyongyang. Cha Shinhyun also asked if they could return now. Kang Changsik answered that based on the original plan they could return to South Korea if they wanted to. But actually, there is one more place to visit. The condition of this man's eyes that turned red made Cha Shinhyun realize that the trap prepared for him was about to begin. With a confident smile, Cha Shinhyun asked where that place was. Inside the dungeon of Mount Kumgang, in an area where there was so much snow his little sister kept complaining because the temperature was so cold that her body ached all over. Cha Yunsol thought it didn't matter since their armor already had cold resistance, but she realized that they should have brought more cold protection equipment now. In his mind, Cha Shinhyun knew that this temperature was so extreme that his little sister, who was a peak martial master, had a hard time surviving this cold. Kang Changsik, who participated in the raid this time, asked if they should come back now, because it feels too reckless to enter this dangerous zone. Cha Shinhyun asked the man why he asked to come back even though before he came here he said he would lead and show the way with enthusiasm. Kang Changsik himself was astonished. In his head somehow he said that even though from the beginning he knew the dungeon this time was very vicious. Even though he didn't want to enter it, that was why he had given up on clearing the dungeon. Cha Shinhyun touched Kang Changsik's shoulder and thanked him for worrying about his team, but he still asked to continue on his way. Because in this last remaining dungeon, Cha Shinhyun believed the rewards would be worth it. Finally, Kang Changsik complied with Cha Shinhyun's request. They all continued their journey while hugging their bodies tightly with the robes they wore. Cha Yunsol, who was looking at her teammate, thought it felt like every minute it was getting colder here. They would probably pass out from the cold before even fighting monsters. But suddenly this girl was surprised with bulging eyes when she realized the existence of a monster in front of them. Finally, a green and blue bird monster appeared. Kang Changsik panicked and hoped that it wasn't this monster that appeared. In his head, this man knew the main reason his dungeon difficulty increased so much despite the harsh environment was because of this monster. This bird monster takes out crystals from its wings, then shoots the crystals right at its enemies. Cha Shinhyun managed to fend off the attack by creating a barrier, but the crystal exploded and created a fire that managed to destroy the barrier. Kang Changsik explained that each piece of ice could kill a hunter of medium build in an instant. If the ice shards shattered, then the low temperature flames would be difficult to extinguish and explode. Since they couldn't get close to him, it was difficult to get him to fly lower. The monster will continuously use ice attacks and emit bombs in succession. A close combat type hunter like Kang Changsik was impossible to fight against that monster. Cha Shinhyun turned to Yunsol and asked if she could attack him with arrows. Cha Yunsol doubted that the arrow was enough to injure the monster, but Cha Yunsol still tried to use her arrows against the crystal stone. What happened instead was that Cha Yunsol's arrow cracked and shattered right above them. Seeing that, Cha Shinhyun laughed and said this made this dungeon feel impossible. But the young man used his fire to make the surroundings feel warmer while protecting them all from monster attacks. Cha Shinhyun realized that although he had many ways to deal with this situation, many people were with him. Kang Changsik didn't expect Cha Shinhyun to add the fire attribute to his barrier. It looks impressive, but the MP consumption must be huge. Cha Shinhyun asked the man not to worry because it was not a problem for Cha Shinhyun at the moment. He also invited everyone to move to find an easier field to fight the monster. They all kept moving, walking under the barrier. Suddenly, the carry girl among them saw the figure of a person on the cliff. Just as the girl finished speaking, there was a very loud rumbling sound. Kang Changsik immediately shouted for everyone to be alert because an avalanche was descending toward them. The mysterious young man on the cliff who was the cause of the avalanche said, winning or losing was not determined by martial arts. Team member Cha Shinhyun sprinted straight away from the avalanche, but Cha Shinhyun didn't even move from his place and smiled broadly until a thick pile of snow hit them. Lin Mei, one of the white-haired young girls, thought, how come the king of China, the real ruler of China, did not expect that he would cause such a terrible disaster just because of a human? This girl had never expected that this was how the master would stabilize the organizational situation after losing so many executives. The white-haired man probably wanted to tell everyone that they didn't need to think about useless things, as well as crawl like insects like they were supposed to. Another young man appeared and reported confirming the enemy's condition. He was Zhang Zhenyuan, a rank 2 hunter. After receiving a signal from the white-haired man, he immediately turned around and faced his troops who had been on alert. There were 40 Legion squad members, then 40 Electric Arrow squad members, and 20 Dragon Berserk squad members. He asked all his troops to follow their master's orders. The whole army answered in unison that they would follow their master's orders. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion right in front of Sagtuan. Apparently, it was Cha Shinhyun who had survived the avalanche and was now flying surrounded by blazing flames. The smile on the man's face seemed to mock them all. The white-haired man immediately ordered his troops to kill Cha Shinhyun. He asked his troops to show Cha Shinhyun what they really were. Kang Changsik and Cha Yunsol, who were carrying each of the 2 team members, were shocked. Suddenly confronted by an army of people in conspicuous red shirts. Kang Changsik wondered who they were and what had happened all of a sudden. Just before the avalanche hit them earlier, Cha Shinhyun suddenly closed all of their acupuncture until the other 4 members fainted. After that, he made a huge barrier to block the avalanche. Kang Changsik saw that Cha Shinhyun's way of stopping the avalanche and closing the team's acupoints was clearly a martial arts technique. Does this grown man wonder how good Cha Shinhyun's martial arts are? Although Kang Changsik was surprised to see that Cha Shinhyun was from the Murim, what was more important now was that he had to help him. Kang Changsik picked up his sword and boldly asked who the white-haired man was and why he was threatening them. Kang Changsik asked whether the black-haired man caused the avalanche. The white man was irritated and immediately snapped his fingers, causing Kang Changsik pain. He said that Kang Changsik shouldn't have said that to his master. The white hair forbade Kang Changsik from acting arrogantly as a lowly servant. Kang Changsik might not remember, but he had vowed to lay down his life for the white-haired man. Cha Shinhyun clapped his hands and said it seemed that the white hair controlled and erased Kang Changsik's memory. So Cha Shinhyun admits that white hair does have some kind of great tricks. He asked if the white hairs learned Korean at the same time because they all sounded the same to his ears. Finally, the white hair introduced himself as Yang Cheng. He was the Sky War Guild Lord who carried out the direct will of the Sky War God. Cha Shinhyun smiled at that and commented that this would be interesting, because that means Yang Cheng is the boss of the minions of the Sky War. Yang Cheng was irritated by Cha Shinhyun's playful and impolite way of speaking. To be honest, Yang Cheng was open to Cha Shinhyun's ability, and he was willing to praise Cha Shinhyun's amazing ability. Cha Shinhyun didn't care about being admired or praised by someone like Yang Cheng, but Cha Shinhyun's actions had gone too far according to Yang Cheng. He exerted his strength to create a large explosion among his opponent. Yang Cheng said he would not only tear down Cha Shinhyun's arrogance, but it will also bring disaster to the people around him. Then Yang Cheng asked why this dungeon of Mount Kumgang was called an impossible dungeon. Because there is the strongest monster whose existence is a natural disaster. The monster is called Myriad Snow Phoenix. The bird monster is now surrounding Cha Shinhyun. Cha Shinhyun sighed heavily and wondered if he had been invited all the way to North Korea just to show off the snow and cockfights. Since Yang Cheng had bothered to show it all to him, all of them would have served him. but Cha Shinhyun still managed to comment that Yang Cheng's way of treating this guest was really lousy. With this, Cha Shinhyun attacked one bird with his internal energy, but Yang Cheng laughed at his attitude instead, because slowly the bird's head recovered as before. It's impossible for the Yang Cheng monsters in this dungeon to be defeated that easily, because as long as they are in this world, they will continuously receive boundless energy and will never die. Cha Shinhyun swore in annoyance because his opponent this time was too excited. He was also annoyed that Yang Cheng used the word "will never die," because his opponent would definitely feel embarrassed later. Cha Shinhyun started pulling his sword from the storage room and said his nickname was Supreme Swords Emperor, and deep inside he is a swordsman. While saying this, Cha Shinhyun swung his sword and slashed the entire bird monster to pieces. Everyone in the place had shocked faces, but Cha Shinhyun still said they should be proud because they saw the sword technique that actually belonged to a swords emperor who could even cut the laws of nature itself. Cha Shinhyun moved, swinging his sword like he was dancing. Everyone was stunned to see the sword technique used, so graceful as the clouds that float slowly, or like a leaf that slowly falls on the surface of still water. Without his opponent noticing, Cha Shinhyun was right in front of them and launched a terrible attack on their troops who did not have time to dodge. With that attack, 2 of the 3rd of their troops were annihilated. Even that sword strike left such a large imprint on the snow mountain. Yang Cheng asked his troops to set up a formation. Those who had been silent before were now directly controlled by Yang Cheng. The white-haired youth gave a demonic art combined with fire attack and sorcerer skill. Cha Shinhyun smiled at that ability, and this comment was also interesting. While flying, Yang Cheng asked the surviving electro arrows as strongly as possible to prepare their arrows, then asked the golden lion to prepare the iron wall pressure formation, and asked the dragon Seek squad to attack. The troops behind the mask answered obediently. While Cha Shinhyun was busy fending off a surrender from Yang Cheng, suddenly a number of troops attacked him. Cha Shinhyun casually asked them not to rush because they could trip and fall later. Yang Cheng asked Lin Mei to help the troops with his magic, and he told Zhen Genuine to wait for an opening and then kill Cha Yunsal. Whatever happened, Zhen Genuine had to kill that girl. Meanwhile, Cha Shinhyun was busy dodging the opponent's attacks by jokingly realizing that they all seemed to have lost their minds and were being controlled by Yang Cheng. This young man thought it might be useful to keep some of those troops alive, for they were very interesting. Cha Shinhyun lunged at one of the bodyguards. Then with one strike, he slashed many people. Cha Shinhyun wanted to continue fighting when he noticed an iron wall pressure formation. Plus, Lin Mei gave them magic energy so they could shoot from a distance. Cha Shinhyun thought their skills were pretty good even though he was being showered with hundreds of arrows. Kang Changsik, who was watching the fierce match, panicked and was very worried about Cha Shinhyun. But Cha Yunsal asked the adult man in front of her to calm down and take a good look because right now her brother was really enjoying the battle. Even Cha Shinhyun was still able to smile broadly between the attacks that rained down on him. Lin Mei realized that the attack of a high-rank hunter who had studied martial arts was unable to scratch Cha Shinhyun. They had to reverse the previous attack and find an opening with a counterattack. Lin Mei jumped up and prepared to lunge at Cha Shinhyun with her attack. But suddenly she was stopped by the image of a hideous monster behind Cha Shinhyun's back. This girl realized that Cha Shinhyun was not something they could beat. Seeing Lin Mei fall, with a terrible fear, Yang Cheng panicked. He shouted full of anger and told the girl to forget all her mistakes, then attacked Cha Shinhyun with all the strength she had. Yang Chen knew that Cha Shinhyun had an energy void that could absorb an opponent's energy and gain unlimited internal energy. Finally, Yang Cheng ordered Zhen Genuine to kill Cha Yunsal now. The unprepared girl was shocked and barely put up a fight. But suddenly a bright light appeared and an enormous barrier was created. Cha Shinhyun asked calmly, how did Yang Cheng know about void energy? Was it possible that Yang Cheng had also reached that level? This is the first time Cha Shinhyun met another returner at this level. He would praise Yang Cheng for that. However, even though Cha Shinhyun observed the etiquette that martial artists should have, he didn't expect Yang Cheng to try to do something as despicable as holding someone hostage. At this moment, Cha Shinhyun was standing right in front of Cha Yunsal and Zhen Genuine. He glared at Zhen Genuine, commenting that his attitude was really sneaky. Zhen Genuine, the poor young man, stood stiff even though his arms were only inches from Cha Yunsal's neck. Cha Shinhyun sighed heavily. Full of anger, Cha Shinhyun said he had not felt excited like this in a long time, but they had screwed him up. So with one word, Zhen Genuine died with his mouth spewing out a lot of blood, and even he didn't know what happened to him. The young man fell dead without even knowing what happened to him in an instant. Yang Chen was taken aback and guessed it was Mind Swords, a high-level martial technique that only the very strong could achieve. Now Yang Cheng saw hundreds of blades of Kai energy lined up behind Cha Shinhyun, who was filled with killing energy. Yang Chen was stunned to see the skill of the Mind Swords. Yang Chen was angry that Cha Shinhyun could use Mind Swords, a level that can't even be reached. There was no way Cha Shinhyun could use it. In order to vent his anger, Yang Chen created an enormous ball of energy above his body. Seeing that, Cha Shinhyun sighed heavily and said that Yang Chen was still annoying until the end. Just because Cha Shinhyun played around with him for a bit, he thought Cha Shinhyun was an easy target. With a single glance, Yang Chen was chopped up by Cha Shinhyun's invisible skill. Before the man could even throw his energy ball, he had to be forced out without knowing what hit him. A scream filled with pain echoed from Yang Chen, making Cha Shinhyun swear in annoyance because it bothered him so much. Also, how long will Chen Chen look down on them from up there? So Cha Shinhyun used a push and pull skill to take down Yang Chen. With a push of Cha Shinhyun's thumb, Yang Chen, who was already seriously injured, fell down. Cha Shinhyun slowly walked up to him and said how dare Yang Chen act arrogantly like that, considering that there was nothing to be proud of in the young man's body, which was very light. Then Cha Shinhyun pulled Yang Chen's head so the two of them could stare at each other. This young man asked if Yang Chen now understood the difference in strength between them. However, Yang Chen chuckled and said deity ascension, which indicated that Cha Shinhyun was the figure the Sky War God was talking about. But Cha Shinhyun lacked only one. Cha Shinhyun didn't understand and asked what it was. Yang Chen explained that Cha Shinhyun probably hated the Sky War God now. He used to do that too. But did Cha Shinhyun really think that he was Cha Shinhyun's enemy? A second later, Cha Shinhyun was caught in Yang Chen's soul control spell. It was an ability that Yang Chen had obtained after doing research at the expense of countless humans. Yang Chen said Cha Shinhyun made this fight take too long. Cha Shinhyun should have killed him before making eye contact with him. Yang Chen asked Cha Shinhyun to wake up, then explained the thoughts that are now in Yang Chen's control. The white hair bleach asked how it felt now to be controlled by someone weaker than Cha Shinhyun himself. While preparing his punch, Yang Chen said that after bringing Cha Shinhyun to death's doorstep, he would make Cha Shinhyun a guinea pig. Hearing that, Cha Shinhyun suddenly slapped the young man in front of him with full force until his cheek was bruised and several of his teeth fell out. With an innocent face, Cha Shinhyun asked what was this Yang Chen doing. At a location that was quite close, Lin Mei woke up from fainting, hearing a loud noise. When she looked around, this girl found Yang Chen being slapped hard by Cha Shinhyun. Although shocked, Lin Mei couldn't possibly dare to help Yang Chen. Cha Shinhyun ordered the battered man in front of him to get up immediately. He said, just being left spacing out for a while, Yang Chen already dared to be arrogant. And how dare now that man pretends to be weak in front of Cha Shinhyun. With a battered face full of wounds and blood, Yang Chen asked how Cha Shinhyun could undo the spell. Yang Chen was angry and released his internal energy. He couldn't accept this, considering he had already come this far. Then Yang Chen shouted that the Sky War God's true successor was only him. But once again, Cha Shinhyun slapped the white hair very hard. That image kept repeating itself until Yang Chen didn't have time to catch his breath. Cha Shinhyun said he didn't care if Yang Chen wanted to become the successor of the Sky War God. Being his successor or whatever, Cha Shinhyun didn't care at all. Cha Shinhyun gave the strongest punch that sent Yang Chen's body flying several meters. As Yang Chen stared at Cha Shinhyun, this time it was Cha Shinhyun's turn to use his skills and enter into his thoughts. Cha Shinhyun asked Yang Chen to tell him everything he knew about the Sky War God. Under Cha Shinhyun's control, Yang Chen slowly said that an inevitable disaster would soon befall the world. To prevent the disaster, they were sent to Murim, and the Sky War God said they all had to truly achieve deity ascension to win. Cha Shinhyun realized Yang Chen was saying the same thing again that the Iron Chain Man's shadow had said before. Cha Shinhyun finished his questions here. He asked again about how many humans were sacrificed to get that soul control spell. Because there were too many anonymous humans in China and North Korea, no one would care if they died. Their deaths came in handy thanks to Yang Chen, he thought. Cha Shinhyun was upset that he had to hear about human sacrifice again. Cha Shinhyun wanted to emphasize how many human lives did Yang Chen sacrifice. Yang Chen answered thousands of people. Cha Shinhyun was speechless when he heard that. He finally asked if Yang Chen had any last words. Yang Chen instead said that he should have killed Cha Shinhyun's sister in the first place. It wasn't until Yang Chen finished his sentence that Cha Shinhyun had already swung his sword at him. Cha Shinhyun said from now on he would completely erase Yang Chen's existence. Yang Chen would be slashed according to the number of humans that had been killed. With that, Yang Chen's body was completely nothing and became little pieces flying in the wind. Lin Mei, who saw the horrible scene with her own eyes, was completely shocked. The girl finally saluted Cha Shinhyun, asked for help to spare her life. While crying, this girl asked for her life to be spared. Cha Shinhyun only recognized heavy breathing and said that all of this felt very annoying to him. 1 month later, the men's press conference was conducted by Guildmaster Dawn. He announced to the media that the hunter exchange between South Korea and North Korea had been completely concluded. This marked a turning point in the diplomatic relations between North and South Korea. Besides that, they also have other good news. The good news is the birth of a new high-rank hunter. Woo Yoon had now reached level 51, Song Hana had reached level 51, Ju Young-seok had reached level 50, and Ko Min-hyuk had also reached level 50. The reason why they were able to achieve such extraordinary results was thanks to one person. With all due respect, Guildmaster Dawn wanted to call Cha Shinhyun, but immediately blocked by the staff at the edge of the stage. They were informed that Cha Shinhyun had suddenly disappeared. Now, among the thick trees, a girl asks if it's okay for the main star to run away from an official meeting like that. Cha Shinhyun, who was sitting on the grass, wondered why Lee Jae-hae asked like that. Wasn't Lee Jae-hae his accomplice? Lee Jae-hae smiled and said she had come precisely to catch Cha Shinhyun. But in the end, Lee Jae-hae sat down with Cha Shinhyun on the grass and leaned against a big tree. This girl says she deserves a break too, because he's been working too hard. Besides, didn't Cha Shinhyun take too long to settle this matter? Because he left in winter and only returned in spring. Cha Shinhyun avoided eye contact while answering. There are a lot of things to take care of. But the business that troubled him the most had finally been handed over to his new subordinates. According to Cha Shinhyun, the right decision, he did not directly destroy the Sky War Guild. Because of this, it is now easier for them to manage infrastructure, information networks, and get capital from them. Until Hunter's communication could stand on its own, they would also need the help of China and the Sky War Guild. Lee Jae-hae smiled upon hearing that. She realized that today's weather was very nice. Then she asked Cha Shinhyun if the young man was okay, because in the end, he couldn't find out anything about the Sky War God. Cha Shinhyun was silent at the question. He recalled what Yang Chen had said when he asked if Cha Shinhyun believed the Sky War God was his enemy, because this world is about to collapse. He also recalled the words of the mysterious man who was wrapped in chains. The man said that Cha Shinhyun must break free from his human form, then reach the true level of deity ascension. Otherwise, Cha Shinhyun would lose everything he had. The collapse of the world and deity ascension. It feels like now that there are even more questions popping up in Cha Shinhyun's head. This young man stood up and said he was not interested in questions that had no answers, because all he has to do is block everything that destroys his steps. That's how the story of Cha Shinhyun's early season ended. Well, that's the end of Season 1 of Manhwa Max Out Leveling. Thank you for watching all the parts that we have created, and have a nice day.